So, are they then representing a sphere? Because remember, we're talking about
Only,
the flatness
only
of
if
the.
you place them. Only if you place them in a sphere.
Ah, so now we're getting somewhere. So you're saying that if you take flat objects and put them on a sphere, we live on a disco ball. At that,
Yeah, essentially, it's a disco ball of
you're a disco
octillion.
ball earther. It makes sense now.
Yeah,
Okay. So then that doesn't mean that they're flat anymore, right? They're no longer level.
it doesn't mean that there is no um, idea of a flat plane. It just means that the Earth itself ends up being spherical as a combination of a bunch of flat planes.
So then hold on. If we can take an observation of showing where you can see something that should be curving away from you, but is now in an in optically you can see it flat as can be. What do you do with that? What does your brain tell you when you see something that should be spherical but it's not? Isn't it safer to say that it's not spherical now because you've debunked the sphere? Yes or no?
No, that typically represents like a misconception or a problem with understanding.
Understanding from our end or your end?
If I think that the Earth's not spherical or an oblate spheroid, to be more accurate, then I need to inspect why I think that.
As we have. And we've come to the conclusion that it's not a sphere because we are seeing objects at a distance that goes against the spherical paradigm. So
But what you
that misunderstanding is on your table, not ours. We
the
totally understand it.
the interpretation of one person's view is not necessarily an absolute truth. Like there's people that see ghosts, but I don't believe in ghosts because I've never
No,
seen a ghost.
because we're talking about something that can be measured physically. We're not talking about
Yeah,
something that can be calculated. We're talking about something that physically we can observe it to be flat.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
and
why it's not one
we
person's
flew
opinion. It's not one person's opinion. We've all looked into it. People have their
we
own
so
observations for the globe with its claims radius of 3959. I shouldn't be able to see 30 miles across Lake Okeechobee or even
but
100 plus
how do you think
miles to the Bahamas.
GPS works?
There's no explanation for that. I shouldn't be able to see this far.
You can't see the
How do you
Bahamas in Florida.
how do you think? No, I can't see the Bahamas.
Absolutely
How
can't
do you
see
think
the
GPS works?
Bahamas from West Palm Beach, Florida.
You can't see the Bahamas from there.
Oh, so you're just gonna say, okay, yeah.
So let me give you an example, okay? Let me give you an actual real world observation, okay? From Whittier, California, you can see Catalina Island, right? Technically, you shouldn't be able to see it.
I don't know
Mathematically,
how far away is that island from California.
it's like 61 or 59 miles away. So the point being, you shouldn't be able to see what you're seeing, but you're seeing it. So
But who said you shouldn't be able to see it?
you guys
The globe
mathematically you
and its
shouldn't.
dimensions
Like
Right.
specifically.
like if I can't see something 1,000 miles away, what about that? What's that mean?
Because we understand how optically you can only see so far, even across a planar surface. But Globers can't grasp that, well, when you do see something that negates your sphere, you won't accept that. And the
So
problem with that,
what if I go to Japan and I shine a laser beam, a tightly focused laser beam at California?
Yeah,
it's
there's
going
a limit to our vision. He just explained it to you.
right. And I'll tell you what, once upon a time, when technology that we had in our hands wasn't able to see beyond 3 miles, right? So they believed that because this thing's disappearing past 3 miles, therefore it's a globe. Now we fast forward to where we now have the instruments and the technology to now see that very same thing to not be what we once understood it to be, therefore not a globe. Now
Well,
we're in
the moon's very far away.
dude,
Is
we're
Far
talking
is that?
Yeah, we're
How
hold
talking
on.
far
about the
is that?
sky now. We
No,
already
well
we're
is
on
the
the
moon
ground. Where we
Is the
shouldn't be
moon a
seeing this
sphere or
far.
is the moon like a disc?
Are
What
you
is the
going to
moon?
concede the ground first before we get to the
Hold on.
sky?
Oh, I mean, if you guys are going to
Hold
move the goalpost, I'll move the goalpost
Hold
too.
on, so we can get some moderation going. How far away is the moon?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Oh, so you don't know that either. So we can't use
Do you know?
that. What else do you have?
I believe it's
I mean, I can
240.
look it up. Hold on.
I believe
Oh.
it's 240,000 miles.
240,000 miles. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So with that being said, that is the claim. Okay, you guys claim that, but in reality, you're still in the sky. We're talking about the surface. So let's talk about reality on the surface, because that's what we're talking about. So
Hold on, let me answer this question why you can't shine a laser 1,000 miles, dude. Because air
Yeah.
absorbs
I'm
light.
wondering about that too. Why can't you shine a laser at 1,000 miles?
Air absorbs light.
So you make the laser energy power high enough to overcome that?
Doesn't work. Doesn't work because the absorption coefficient is an exponential function.
What about like a infrared laser?
It don't matter. That'll get you past the water vapor problem, but 1,000 miles is way too far.
Yeah, what is
You
it called?
you can use
Hold on, one more thing. If you look up the local meteorological visibility, like on Wikipedia, right, the formula will tell you that the furthest you should be able to see at sea level in the cleanest possible air is 296 kilometers.
yeah. That's
So 150
and that
miles.
if you try to
This is
use
your belief, bro. This isn't ours. This is the Rayleigh model of the atmosphere.
Isn't it called Indio? Isn't it called? Is it the dissipation of light? Maybe I got the wrong word, but what's it called?
Extinction. It's called optical
Extinction. There
extinction.
you go. There you go. Extinction. That was the word I was looking for. So
When
light.
they design lighthouses, and they want to know how bright of a bulb do we need to stick in this lighthouse, they take this into account. So how far you can see a lighthouse depends on the brightness of a bulb
uh,
in the type to a degree.
Yeah,
Because you need the separation from the sea to sea, right? So you need an angle to resolve it. Otherwise, it'll be indistinguishable from the horizon.
which is funny if you think about it, because they probably once upon a time thought that if I'm going over the curved Earth, and once I finally see the lighthouse as it spins on the ocean shore, then they probably thought, oh, I couldn't see it because I was blocked by the curvature of the Earth. But in reality, no, it was just that's how far light travels. So you can't see it until you get to a certain point, regardless.
So if I'm
Gadget, have you ever
understanding,
seen a weather? Hold on, Gadget. Have you ever seen a weather report? Have you ever looked at a weather report? And it
yeah,
has the visibility. What do
yeah.
you think that means?
Exactly.
I mean, it could mean cloud cover or fog or whatever.
Yeah. So there's a limit to the visibility. It doesn't say unlimited.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I'm just thinking about what you guys are saying. You know, thinking critically here.
There's
Yeah, but you need to understand one point at a time.
Yeah,
Around the
well, I
so a
have
bunch of
ADHD,
claims
so
that
I
us
understand
without
everything.
conceding one. Do you understand at least one point? I was trying to get him to understand at least one point before we get to another one.
Well, so I'm starting at the supposition that the Earth is round or spherical.
Why?
So,
Why? Why do you
because because I have this collection of things that I know and believe, and they all kind of
Oh,
the same.
like what do you know that leads to that assumption?
I know that matter has gravitation and a collection of matter.
How do you know that?
Because I studied physics in high school.
Yeah, that doesn't tell me how you know that. You're talking about yourself.
Yeah. Because GPS has satellites in orbit.
What does GPS have to do with what you just said? Gravity. That you know
Because
matter has
because
gravity.
because GPS satellites have to orbit the Earth, which means they have to impart a certain velocity to stay in orbit, and they have to go around the planet, which is a spheroid.
Oh, really?
you're claim stacking.
Do you know
bro.
anything about how GPS works? Anything at all?
A little. I mean, I've never made a GPS satellite, but
Well,
How does
do you think
how does
satellites are
satellite
required for GPS to work?
how does satellites stay up if the Earth is flat?
What satellites?
So you don't think they're satellites
Why should I?
because GPS works?
Yeah, that's why I asked you. Do you think
That's so
GPS
circular. Oh my.
requires satellites? Right? It doesn't. It doesn't. In fact, they have a system called differential GPS, which are all ground towers. And your phone uses something called location services, which isn't GPS. And GPS itself doesn't use a globe.
But you can use GPS when you don't have cell phone access.
That's right. But GPS, towers.
So how do you explain?
So GPS uses a system called trilateration, and you need three beacons, right? GPS is not a two-way communication system; it's a passive communication system.
Right,
So
we
there's a
receive
passive signal.
from
As a passive signal that's sent out, your receiver picks it up, and it looks at the time that it was emitted from the from the time it tells you how far away it is. Now, if you have three places, right, that will make three overlapping circles, and that would be trilateration. That would give you position. Well, where they put your position is not on a globe. They use something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, and the coordinate is on a plane.
Yeah, a plane based on the 3 points.
A plane
A
based
plane
upon
back
that's where
to
you
Earth.
are.
And then they map it to the spherical surface.
No, they don't map it. They do a geometric transformation of the coordinate
Same thing.
system. No, it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, why do they?
Matter of fact,
I mean,
the sphere is baked into the calculation when they're doing their time like relays. It's baked
But what are
into it.
GPS coordinates? They're latitude and longitude mapped spherically.
No, that's how
Oh.
you see them. No, that's how you see them. But if you could look at your receiver's raw Rhinex data, it doesn't come down in latitude and longitude. It comes down in a coordinate system called um, up, down, and easting.
But we use them spherically.
No, you use them spherically. Your GPS receiver doesn't.
That's what I'm saying. We use them spherically. Like that's how we navigate with the assumption that it's a sphere.
It's just in your mind. Sir.
No, with the assumption that the sky is a sphere, not that the ground's a sphere.
The sky
It's
versus
Yeah, so the sky, the coordinate system is based upon the sky, spherical sky model, and it's easy to prove, right? If I ask you, how do you find your latitude and longitude without being able to see the sky? You can't do it.
so the spherical sky is around the flat Earth.
No, it appears spherical. It's a model. It's a model. You understand what a model? It's just a mathematical construct. So back in the day, they used to predict how the planets move using something called epicycles. Okay, we abandoned that for another model. The epicycle model is actually more accurate than the Kepler model, but they didn't like all the, they didn't like that it was completely, well, it's still kinematic to a degree. They just didn't like that it was very arduous to do the equations. It wasn't simple, but it worked, right? No one today would say that epicycle astronomy is physically real.
All right, so I'm kind of getting up to speed on what you guys all.
Well, you're confusing having a model that works with that because a model works that's physically exists in reality.
Well, I'm trying to put all the pieces together. So, flat Earth, right, is what you guys are supposing that the Earth is flat.
We're not presupposing it. It's observed that way.
Okay. And at the edges,
is that not true? Is it not true?
We're not supposing that.
Look flat.
No.
No. What does it look like?
Spherical.
From where?
The TV.
So that's where you saw it from?
That's where I saw a picture of it from.
Okay. No, you saw an alleged picture. So someone claimed, hey, this is a picture from a camera of the Earth, and this is what the Earth looks like, and you believed them, right?
Where do SpaceX spaceships go?
Yeah. So don't
Oh,
address
stay
what I
on
said.
topic. One topic at a time.
I can't do that. I have ADHD. I have to bounce
Yeah, that's
around.
not like that excuse ain't gonna apply. But anyway, the point is that you don't observe a globe. You just you might think you observe a globe because you looked at a screen or a picture in a book, but in reality, right out there, outside your door, there's no globe out there that you'll ever experience. You can get in a plane, a hot air balloon, climb to the top of a mountain, sail the seven seas, do whatever you want. You're never gonna experience Earth as a globe. It appears flat and motionless. Now that
So,
might be wrong, but I'm just saying that might be wrong, but that's the way it appears at first impression. That's why the whole world used to be flat earthers, right? Because that's the way
okay,
it appears.
I understand it's unlikely that I will go to space. That's a given.
Oh God, dude. Can you think about what I just said?
Yeah, well, when you go up in a plane, it kind of does look a little bit curved.
No, it's nowhere near high enough, dude.
It does look a little bit curved.
No,
No,
you're just
no.
gonna repeat it again.
Dude, if the earth was curved from an airplane, you'd be a tiny earther and living on a little prince planet. An
Tiny
airplane
Earth.
is nowhere near high enough. Now think about it. They claim the Earth is 8,000 miles in diameter. You think you can go 10 miles above
So,
an
so the
8,000
issue,
mile diameter ball and see a curve, dude? Like, are you for real?
so the issue is direct observation.
No, that's not where we're at. We're at like you tried to say we're assuming a flat Earth. I said no, we're not assuming anything. We observe it.
So
That doesn't make it true, though. I'm not saying that's true. I'm saying that
so that's a direct
starting point.
observation thing. So if you went up in a spaceship and you saw that there was a curve,
Yeah.
would you believe that the Earth was
Well,
spheroid?
obviously, I experienced that, right?
You're not
Right.
smoke.
No.
But that's a bunch of ifs, right? If Grandpa had a penis, he'd be Grandma.
Okay, it's like for instance, just real quick, Indio. Just for instance, if you were to go in a boat and you went to the middle of the ocean and you see a circle horizon around you like a hula hoop, that's not the curve of the earth. That's the way your eyes perceive the horizon as you look in all at the maximum distance straight ahead of you is going to be the same to your left and right. Peripheral vision is because our eyes, the lens is curved, it's going to create this round image. That's not curve of the earth. That's perspective creating it for you in your own brain because you
Yeah,
can only
I
see
understand
so
that.
far. Okay,
I
well then,
understand that. I
okay,
understand
so
that
that's
when
not curve of the earth. That okay,
well,
and then guess what? When you're in a plane, it's the same fucking thing, bro. No matter how high you go, you can take a fucking a balloon, amateur balloon that goes up with a camera. They also see a round thing in a circle, but it's not curvature of the earth. That doesn't mean the earth is curving inwards towards you from your left to right. It just means that optically, that's what you're going to see over a flat surface, regardless. This is where
when
Glover's
you go up high enough, it curves down. It
no,
starts
it
at the
doesn't
left,
curve
it
down.
curves up, and then it curves
No,
down on the right.
no, it never curves
At what
down.
height? At what height does it do that? What altitude?
Probably a couple miles.
Probably. Are you
Miles.
just saying words? Are you sure?
I haven't been up a couple miles.
What is
So
the
you're
goal
just
model?
saying words
Like,
then.
no, we don't care about subjective nonsense. What does the goal model predict?
What is the what model?
The globe. The globe. What does it predict?
It predicts that if you go up high enough, you'll see it curve
Yeah. And so how
from
high?
up from the left and down from the right.
How high?
So I haven't done the math myself.
Okay. Who has done the math? Do you know if anybody has done the math?
Astronomers?
Okay. So here's a planetarian.
Ariel
You know what he
Pastel.
says? So check this out. He said not even the altitude of the ISS is high enough.
That's not right. I mean, if you look at the pictures
Why
they
is
take,
that not right? Why is that not right? How's the math wrong?
So it's like a mistrust thing, right? Like if you look at the
No,
pictures
no,
from
no, no. Don't
ISS,
try to change the subject into some fucking sociological bullshit, dude. We're on
well, you
math,
think,
dude. The
see,
globe makes a mathematical prediction.
well,
Okay, you
I
think
don't
that you
read.
can see curve from 250 miles because you saw pictures, but the math says those pictures must be bogus because the ISS, contrary to popular belief, would only see 3% of the Earth. 3%. You can Google this. Okay, it's even that well. Like as people ask all the time, how much of the Earth can you see from the ISS? Even on Google, it says 3%. You wouldn't see curve from the ISS, which begs the question: how come they show curve in the ISS images? Because they shouldn't. And you know what? If you look at the Chinese, their little space station, they show no curve. Well,
So
that's because Chinese can do fucking math. In
why
America,
go through the trouble? Why go
That's
through the trouble of
ridiculous, man.
faking it?
go through the trouble of what?
Why go through the trouble of faking it? I'm just curious now.
You're the reason.
Why?
Because you're in here defending somebody else's idea for free.
But what's the gain? What do they gain from that?
You're a slave, brother. You're literally your brain has been colonized.
But what do I do for them?
Because listen, you experience the Earth as flat as motionless. They said, well, that's an optical illusion. That shit's not true. It's actually something else. Trust us. You're now in here defending their claim, absent any evidence except for photos which you find to be real, right? And you're here defending something which is contrary to all of your personal experience.
But what do they gain from that?
You're defending something that is contrary to all your personal experience. They've convinced you that the
they get
world
money?
is an
Do they get-
optical illusion. If they can
do they get,
convince
like-
you of that, they can convince you of fucking anything.
Like what else?
What do you mean, like what else? Anything.
I mean, like, if they can convince me of that, what else are they trying to convince me of?
They can convince you that the highest moral authority are men. They can convince you that the highest moral authority are actually men.
Instead of
not men.
what would that be?
He just wants to change the subject, obviously.
No, I'm trying to figure out what you guys are about. Like, I don't know, like what would they gain? I don't know what the gain is. I don't know what they're winning from that.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
I don't know what they're winning from that. I don't know what they're getting from me.
Control, dude. Are you silly, dude? Have you lost your mind?
I didn't hear that.
Control. They control your mind. You're literally their puppet right now. You're actively defending a complete stranger's ideas.
But I'm not.
Well, let me ask you: is the globe Earth your idea? Did you come up with it?
No, I didn't come up with it.
Okay, so why are you defending it?
Because it seems right in my logic.
But why are you defending it? You're not just like, oh, you're satisfied. This satisfies you. That just seems right in my logic, and you're not using any logic actually. But that's another story. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
Oh, I'm just.
But you're actively defending it. No.
I'm trying to see. Well, I'm trying to see things like you guys. I'm trying to understand the way you guys see it, so that I can see both sides of it.
But we pointed out how it's not a curved Earth, bro. We pointed out through through observation. I already just like talked to you about that. Like, why are you still stuck? We already said how
like observation's not quite enough for me because I don't observe God, and everybody says God's real. So like, I have to think out.
God is not the natural world,
something you can see and measure, sir. It's very specific. You can touch it, you can measure it, you can walk across it. Yeah, it's a difference.
We have a measurement of seeing something that's 10 miles away when you shouldn't be seeing it, because that would be the surface of the globe Earth you think you're on. But because we see it, Do you understand how if you can see 10 miles at 1 foot above the surface of the ocean, do you understand that that means you would have to have a circumference that's 1.6 million miles as opposed to the said claim 25,000 miles or 25,901 miles? Like, do you understand that?
Yeah. So I think part of your problem is that you don't understand what their claim actually is, even though you're in here defending it, but you don't actually know what their claim is. The globe Earth, how big they say the globe is a lot smaller than you think. So in 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop. So a 66-foot building 10 miles away should not be visible to you. And I'm sure in real life, you've seen buildings 10 miles away that are smaller than 66 feet tall.
Okay, so I will bring up one other thing I've seen from flat Earth supporters, which was that experiment that those guys did with the light, with the cardboard things.
That's not an experiment.
Yeah,
Doesn't
I mean,
count?
if you want to talk about, do you know anything about it? Or you just saw a TikTok video and you were gonna like?
No, like I don't know this. I don't know the math of it, but like they predicted
It's actually
based on their,
it's actually a
they
flat Earth.
predicted based on their own math that the light would shine through at a certain distance, and then they found that it didn't.
Okay, why didn't it shine through?
That's what I'm asking you.
Okay, think about it for a second. They have a flashlight. They're trying to shine it through 2 6-inch fucking holes that are spaced like a mile, like I don't know what it was, 2.3 kilometers or something. I don't know the exact distance. They're spaced that far apart. Do you think that that's actually possible? That you
So
can see a lot of holes
when
that
they
are spaced
raised
that far apart?
when they raised
You gotta line up the holes. Do you think that that's possible?
yeah, because when they raised the circle up to the height that Globe Earth predicts, they did see the light.
Do you know why? Because the holes weren't aligned. And then when they lifted it up over the board, they didn't have to worry about aligned holes. There was no boards to block the light. And here's the funny thing. This is actually a flat Earth proof because they would have had to be 18 feet tall to lift it up over the curve. So was like the guy with the flashlight 18 feet tall?
Didn't they have a pole that it was on?
Dude, you don't understand. The drop over that distance that they did is supposed to be 18 feet.
Well, I can make an 18-foot pole.
Sounds
They
like you
didn't,
keep focusing on the wrong thing on purpose.
they didn't have it on a pole, okay? They didn't have it on a pole, and they didn't lift it up over a pole. Experiment couldn't possibly work because it's impossible to align the holes. And then you have a problem with something called diffraction. Every time light passes through a hole, it fucking spreads out and gets weaker. It was an ill-conceived experiment in the first place. But we have laser tests well beyond that distance. 25 miles, 30 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles. With an actual laser, not a flashlight. So the problem is they started with a laser, and to stop the beam divergence of a laser, you attach a collimator to it. Well, if you leave the laser on with the collimator, it gets too hot and the collimator will melt. And that's what they did. They left it on too long and they melted the laser. And so they're like, fuck it. There's 100 people here. Let's just try it with a flashlight and see if it works. And it didn't work with the flashlight, which is to be expected. I mean, it's not even mysterious, dude. But the way that the producers, they were mad. And there's emails between, Jeranism and all the people and the producers where the producers say, no, it's actually not conclusive. And that part where he says, that's interesting, that was not in chronological order. He didn't say that after he saw the light. He said that 4 hours before, and they clipped that shit in after the fact.
Didn't they make the video?
No. It was a documentary, mockumentary at this point. It was a documentary not made by flat earthers. Flat
So in
earthers
other
were
words,
invited to participate in the documentary.
So, in other
I mean, at
words,
the beginning,
they misrepresented their findings just to make their show make it seem like a flat earther, quote unquote, disproves or debunks their own position. It was a hit piece,
I mean,
bro.
it worked for Gadget. He didn't know anything about the experiment in quotes, but
Exactly.
yeah.
I mean,
And,
yeah,
and
it
think
worked.
about how effective that propaganda was. Here we are, 7 years fucking later, and people are still bringing it up.
Right. It worked. Exactly. They accomplished what they set out to do. Even though there were measurements that they did take, by the way, like Mark Sargent and Jaron will tell you, there was measurement that they did do, and it did prove this planicity, if you will. But they didn't include that in the documentary.
So what can we do?
Oh, can we not? Can we? I mean, that's just a little pet peeve of mine. Can we just not even call that a documentary, please? That is an insult to like real documentary filmmakers. Yeah,
Well, yeah,
please.
I didn't call it that. I said it was a video. So
I was
yeah.
talking. I think that was Apocryphon I was talking to. Yeah,
My bad. I got you. I'll correct myself. The
yeah. Just
mockumentary.
call it. You can call it a hit piece, propaganda. Entertainment piece, Netflix crap, whatever you want. Anything but a documentary.
Yeah, because it does take away from the essence of a documentary, because where they're showing you the truth, and there's not a bias in there. So I totally agree with you. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
This is the other thing
Yeah, I
as
mean,
well,
let's
right?
think Dateline NBC produces documentaries. I mean, please, come on.
If it's so easy to prove the globe, why did they have to fake it and pretend and blah blah blah? Right? That's the other point.
Exactly.
You need to point out why they switched from they were like kind of like good with the way everything was going until they found out that some little kids might find out the Earth is flat, and then the producers got really pissed and changed the way they were going to do the whole thing. If anybody wants to
Yeah,
talk
absolutely.
about that.
Absolutely. I think that's a good question for Gadget, since he brought it up, as he wanted to know about it. Now that he has some information on it, how does he feel about it now that he knows that information?
So what I'm thinking about now is, maybe you guys are right, maybe not. I don't know. But what I'm thinking about is what can we do experiment wise to show things one way or the other.
It's been done. It's been done already.
We've already done it.
You're just not accepting that reality.
A series of laser tests were done at like ISO in the Netherlands. Okay, so 7, 3 on one day, and then 3 weeks later, 2 more to confirm the results from the previous one. Okay, so it's a 25-mile laser shot. The gold model predicts that the laser should be 420 feet in the air, 25 miles away, and they picked up the laser at 4 feet. Like, there's a 2 order of magnitude difference from what the goal predicts versus what was measured.
Can you send me that somewhere?
Yeah, we use the live stream channel, text channel.
Right,
we don't use like the built-in channel here, so I'll post it in there.
All right.
Hopefully, once you see that, you like your brain clicks, and then you realize, oh shit, I've been lied to. Oh
Let me
shit.
look at it. I'll go quiet for a bit.
I'll go quiet. Yeah, just make sure you remember all the information, like how you thought you saw the curve of the Earth in the airplane. Maybe look up some of the top science communicators and astrophysicists of the day. They say you can't see it from 120,000 feet. Just remember some of the major points.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I put one video about the FE core test there. I don't know, Indio's probably finding something else, but people have been putting a lot of stuff in there, some other laser tests you can look into.
All right, thanks, y'all. I'll look into it.
Yeah, here's a small audio clip of Neil deGrasse.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Interesting.
All right, Jaron.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up that they did such a hit piece on him like that.
It's even more messed up that guy dived off the freaking side of the board and jumped into the globe again.
Because now you got all kinds of Globers like, oh, if Jaron went there, then I'm safe here. Oh man,
Yeah, no, the timeline match, it makes sense. He was a flat earther, did the hit piece, got the check from it, and then the check from it. That's why he switched back over to the globe.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's more likely that he's been on their side the whole time, considering both the hit pieces, and he's on both of them.
It's kind of a chill at that point.
I know. Me and Flat Earther were talking about Jaron last night, and like I haven't confirmed this, but Flat Earther said he thinks he's deleted all his Flat Earth content, and now he's running around calling Flat Earthers cultists.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is basically saying, like, if you were me, I was a honeypot and I roped you in. Like,
and if I'm not mistaken, Whitson wasn't really going to go until Jaron said, yeah, if Whitson goes.
Yeah. That was the deal.
But really, and at that time, Whitson was like the most prominent. He was going on like InfoWars and yeah, I understand that. And now, well, dude, I don't want to get into Whitson's personal bullshit. Like, since he did that, I would say he's had a lot of issues.
A lot of backlash.
Yep.
That are non-related to this topic, right? That are like,
Yep.
Weird.
Yeah, right. Almost like they're just trying to discredit him altogether, and make him like a black sheep of the little circle they had down there. Because Elsbeth became a Glober, Jaron became a Glober, and now all of a sudden he's the bad guy. He's the fall guy, if you will.
I mean, I know the community.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about, though. Did he become a Glober, or was he always? Was he just a grifter the entire time?
Good point. His whole spiel is like, oh, if you're not going to look into the evidence, well, okay, well then let's look into the evidence. Let's. In other words, he threw away his 10 years of calling out a lot of good things. By the way, like he has some really good videos of calling out the bullshit.
That's what me and Flat Earth would like go on his little call-in show the next time he has one and present his own evidence at him and ask him to explain it.
Yeah, that'd be a good dad. Hey, can you explain it when you point out this? What about this?
That's a great idea.
Yeah,
like the sword thing, dude. Like the video with like they're like fucking around with whatever that thing is for like 4 hours. I want to see someone explain that. Why there's two people on a spacewalk doing nothing for 4 hours. They're passing something back and forth, and that's all they're doing.
Hey, I saw a really cool video of the guy that I guess he threw a ball, and then he had a bat, and he caught up to it in the ISS. But this one guy, like, he points out, look how the bat falls to the ground, and it doesn't float like you would think that it should be doing. And I was like, that's a pretty good, like, that's a cool little observation there. And why does it?
It's all good. Yeah, my problem with Jaron was like he was always like pushing the drama with all the old dramas that were happening. He was always there in the background pushing the drama. That's one of the reasons why I didn't like him, because Antonio Superats was my friend, and so when that whole Patricia Steer thing happened, I was like, I'm not listening to these people, especially because I'd noticed that some of the things that Jaron would present on his channel, I had seen from smaller flat earthers who had just like 100 subscribers or very few, and they would like show like a clip from the ISS or a spacewalk or something and be like, "Ooh, here's something, like I found this," and almost nobody would see it, but then Jaren would present it and like he's the guy who discovered, and that made me like not trust him, and so I haven't been subscribed to him since then.
Yeah, not gonna lie, dude. He has a lot of good videos for Flat Earth Proof, but he just turned his back on all his own fucking videos. That's what's crazy.
Yeah, but that's what a shill would do. He would
Yeah, based
collect.
upon what Jason said, they're not his. They're somebody else's.
Yeah, you would steal all the things that you can find and then present it yourself to make yourself someone in the community, and then you'd buy subs and look like you're the biggest flat earther, and then you can destroy them. That's basically what they did back in the day with Giovanni Battista Riccioli, and he took a bunch of the arguments for the flat earth sides and compiled them together into his book, and took a bunch of arguments for the globe side and compiled them together into his book, and the flat earthers were like, yeah, great, we're being represented. And then he got to name all the features of the moon and went glober, and that was just like they killed the momentum of the movement at that time, and this is what they do, this is how they operate.
I used to question, how does he have tens of thousands of subscribers, but yet only like 7,000 views? Like, that didn't make sense to me. Like, are those just bots? Are those just paid for subscribers? Like, I did think about that too.
Yeah, you saw the same thing with Simon Dan when he was starting out. You could see his.
You ever see Mr. Cheswick's video on that?
Yeah, you can see his subscriber count go up like 10,000, 10,000, like that's not normal traffic.
Like the Flat Earth had a similar. It wasn't as like severe as Simon Dan, but he had a similar rise.
Yeah, it's because you can buy different numbers of views at a time. Simon Dan just bought the big package. I looked into this because the buying of the views thing, because like I have a few TikTok channels and stuff for my bands, and I wanted to be able to go live, and you need 1,000 subscribers. So I was like, well, let me look at this a little bit, and then yeah, it's super easy. Like I'm 100% sure they did it based on their numbers of subscribers, how they jump by like flat numbers.
Were you listening earlier when we were going over like basically how to deal with people in VC? Do you hear all that?
Some of it.
EJ said, and CV and Monkey and.
I've been busy around the house, but like most of the day I've been in here.
I know you're in here, but.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been listening most of the day.
Well, do you got anything to add? Your own personal contribution?
Well, everybody covered everything so well. I typed my little things in the text when it was applicable. I totally agree with everybody on the trying to have the soft hand first, or putting the best foot forward, so that like you want the person who has the best rapport building skills preferably to talk to the person, and if like if you are losing rapport with him, it's great for someone else to jump in, even if he's not like the best rapport builder. If he can just come in on a calm note and be like, guys, let's calm this down a little bit. Like, we don't need to get all upset about this. Let's look at the curvature. Like, drag it back on point, because everybody has a chance to kind of get off point, and some of our best speakers are really good at dragging it back on point. And someone who can do that calmly is a valuable asset to us. I'm not a great yapper. You all know this. I can yap if I want to. Just like I feel weird talking forever. No, don't do this to me. Forcing me to yap with silence. Ah.
Yeah, I think that's a good point that I think we do work together best when we kind of work as a tag team, but it takes maybe experience to realize when that's necessary, because it's also really annoying when somebody has like an amazing handle on it and is totally explaining it, and then other people are like jumping in when it's totally unnecessary. So it's important to find some kind of balance
like I
between
said,
that.
Yeah, it needs to be someone who understands or is like a mod level person, or someone who's like knows how to calm it down. Not everybody can do that role, but it means that like when the other people who are less experienced are talking to him, the more experienced person can come in, calm it down a little bit, get it back on track, and then the other person can continue to practice, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think we gotta let people have a chance to practice. I mean, I think that's one of the things that the ongoing saga of Ladies' Night, we've kind of learned about that, and I feel like the last few times we've done it, I've been really happy about it because we haven't had all those armchair quarterbacks. I don't know, somebody's been like scolding them in the background, or they just finally got a clue, or they just went and did something else. Like, yeah, you guys don't like what we're doing, like, feel free to leave, But yeah, sitting there and telling us we're doing it all wrong, or if only the men were there, it'd be better, isn't very helpful. But yeah, people have stopped doing that, which I really appreciate, because when we first started bringing it back, it was just like flashback to 2020. It's like, oh yeah, now I remember why we stopped doing this.
I agree. You can't be berated into understanding or believing something. It has to be sort of a calm, rational endeavor, right?
Yeah.
Totally, Gadget. I'm glad you got that. Yeah, because that's the other thing I was thinking about when Drace was talking. You can't convince somebody to change their entire worldview in 10 to 20 minutes. It's absurd and ridiculous, to even think that's even possible. I mean, we're not Jehovah's Witnesses here. We're just presenting factual, logical information. People need to take that, build on it, do their own research, hopefully make their own long distance observations and so on. But yeah, it's
it's a process.
You just repeated everything Golden Monkey said earlier. Like
I'm not gonna whip out my laser and
that's
go
cool.
outside right now.
He was saying the same thing basically, and we all agree with it. Like, you're not going to convert them or get them to go, yes, the earth is flat in like one session. And you shouldn't even try. Like, you shouldn't try to force it to even do that. You should try to get them to to the place where they go, hey, we can talk about this, right? Because of there's a taboo aspect to this, right? Where they think they're not even allowed to question it or talk about it. So it's like trying to get them past that to a point where they can go out and can do some of their own observations to the point where they could say, hey, yeah, I can talk about this. I can test this. It's okay, right? I don't have to be ashamed that I'm considering it.
Yeah. I mean, that's why, like, I mean, I know people have different styles, but, like, I'm not a huge fan of the gotcha questions just because that's what people are coming from in the modern education system. They're used to thinking, oh, there's one right answer, and if we don't get it, then we're going to be wearing the dunce cap in the corner. Like, when people actually are using their actual brain and coming up with thoughts, even if they're not right. Like that is so preferable to these. I totally know into what you're talking about. Like I encountered one of those dudes yesterday at ladies' night who was like a total chat GPT stenographer. It's like, what the hell? Like, you remember we used to have conversations with people that didn't know what they were talking about, but then at least you had like raw material to work with. When they're just like chanting and reciting their GPT after after we're trying to like actually explain things to them in some kind of unique way, like based on our own experience, and then you're just like reciting this nonsense and you clearly didn't even listen to the thing that I said because you were too busy searching it up. It's like, I don't want to talk to a robot. If I wanted to talk to a robot, I wouldn't come here. I'd just sit home and talk to my robot. Like, let's hear what your thoughts are, even if they're not right.
It's also far worse than it used to be because now they're like ascribing this super intelligence to the AI, so anything the AI says is correct, versus before they were Googling something on Google and we would be able to see their sources, we could look at them and we could destroy those sources internally. Now we kind of have to argue through them with the ChatGPT or whatever, and they phrase everything so poorly that the AI just gaslights them. It's annoying.
Oh yeah, that's what this Mikey dude was doing. Yeah, I kept asking him to give a source. He was clearly using a chat GPT. It was like so obvious. Mikey had like 50 claims. He finally gave us a source, which was like the most ridiculous thing about the tunnel underneath the English Channel. But what were you going to say, Gadget?
I was going to say, talking about ChatGPT, I know this is a little unrelated, but I asked ChatGPT to debate me about free will, and it chose determinism as its side, and that debate was weird. It was intense, and I learned some things about what it takes to actually formulate a debate because it was difficult. Because typically I'm a determinist, but I had to defend free will against GPT, and it was wild.
I debate ChatGPT all the time. Sorry.
Yeah, debate. I guess. Yeah, like that's the weird thing is you're talking to a human who these aren't actually their thoughts. So yeah, like some of the thoughts, I guess you could say some of them are maybe you could call them challenging, even though they're like unsourced, unsighted opinions that often are inaccurate. So yeah, I still really want to debate a robot. Yeah, if I wanted to debate a robot, I'd debate a robot. I'm trying to talk to the person that's right in front of me.
Yeah, I feel that.
What I like about debating the robot is the robot will admit its logical fallacies and understand some of the frameworks that the average Globers don't. And so it's super easy to beat the AI in every single argument if it is defending the globe and you are destroying that idea.
Yeah, once you get far enough away from, I guess, the everyday arguments, it starts to kind of lose the thread. It starts to be like, well, kind of we don't know. So,
no. It pulls every single argument that the Globers pull. It's the same arguments. However, all of those arguments have problems. They're mostly based in logical fallacies. And so if you understand a little bit of logic, you can just go and be like, hey, that's circular reasoning. And he'll be like, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'll try to reformulate the argument. And then you'll be like, well, you're begging the question. And it's like, yes, I'll have to reformulate the argument. And so on and so forth forever, for an infinity.
It's trained on scientific white papers, of course, because that's the most available information for it. So that's what it's going to lean to. So you really kind of got to coax it towards, the edges if you want to like have a real argument.
Yeah, but it'll give you citations that don't even exist.
Yeah, it'll do that. And it'll admit that it's wrong or that it doesn't know at some point.
These large language models don't really work like people imagine they work. Like, we kind of don't really know how there's an element of where it's just saying what it thinks you want to hear, because like it's native.
It's sycophantic is what people think.
Yeah. So it's quote unquote native thinking, if you want to call it that, right? There's no real analog to like our thinking, right? There's like it's hard to describe. It's not really thinking like in the way we thinking. It's not like doing um like logical analysis of like the meaning of the words and the context they're in and all those things. It's processing the token in a way where it says, hey, I got to give this answer, but I have to give the answer in some human format. And they've kind of figured this out from the deep seek where they tried to like get it to show its reasoning. It's not really showing its reasoning. That's
Yeah,
the thing. It's
it can't
showing you what they think you would consider to be reasoning.
Yeah, it can't think outside of its own box. It knows that there's a box that it's inside of, and it can't think outside of that. And it'll tell you that.
Well,
It'll tell you like I can't know what I don't know. It can't do advanced reasoning beyond the text that's been fed into it.
But the reasoning text that it shows you, it's not that thing actually reasoning. It's just
yeah.
showing you that because that's what you want to hear. Even the reasoning section, which ostensibly you're like you wouldn't see, it doesn't know that you see it. They don't tell the large language model it can see you reasoning, but because of the way they've programmed the output to give the response, it does formulate it so that it reasons in a way which is agreeable to like what a human would consider it to be reasoning. But that's not its actual reasoning. It just appears that it's just showing you this is how I'm reasoning, but that's not how it is actually reasoning.
That's true. And I
It's
think
crazy, dude. Which because
in
there's
the
another layer of abstraction from which it's
in the,
reasoning, which we don't understand.
in the future it'll be more advanced, and that's a little scary. Um, because it will abstract outside of itself at that point, but we're not there yet.
It already is. It's already doing this.
Yeah, I mean the government. I wonder about what the government has behind closed doors, because if this is the shit that's public, then it's got to be something insane in the lab.
So the way they do it now, right? So you have all the neural network layers, and each layer turns into a token, and we can interpret the token, right? And we've done this because we kind of want to know how it reasons. So Meta came up with a model where it only has a token on the input and the output, and it reasons completely in vector space in the layers, and it never converts that into tokens, right? So one layer where it's trying to formulate, like in a regular large language model, it's trying to formulate what its response should be. Those responses are tokens, and those tokens represent words, right? And we can look and if we look at some intermediate layer, the words, the tokens that it's using are similar to what its output's going to be, but it's a little gibberish, like Alice in Wonderland type shit. But eventually, it kind of like homes in on what its output token's supposed to be. It kind of like whittles away all the wrong answers, and then it becomes something that's coherent to the human mind. They're
And
trying to get rid of that.
it does that based on
Even
what
do
it
the
expects you to
intermediate
want.
token. Well, they're trying to get rid of the intermediate where it even turns it into a token at all, and it's just reasoning in vector space.
And then you won't be able to inspect it at all. Yeah,
Exactly, dude.
it's
You have
going there.
no
Yeah.
idea what's happening. Dude, the things reasoning in a billion parameter, a billion vector, or a billion dimension vector space, man. Like we can't even conceive of what a billion dimensional vector space is in the first place, much less how you would reason within it.
I might argue that we also don't know how like our own brain thinks. It just kind of makes thoughts, so it's not totally off base there, but
Yeah,
it,
I
it
know.
is a little scary with how powerful it is.
I think the one key benefit of this AI
Did he just stop talking in the middle of a sentence?
I think
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, I had an alarm set and it went off, and then like this new iPhone operating system just goes bonkers.
I feel you. Yes, I know.
I can tell you that my career has been totally fucked by AI. I'm a software developer, and I expected I had at least 10 more years before AI was coming for my lunch, but it got there a lot sooner than I expected.
Brother, learn how to dig a hole.
Yeah, my
I
legs are
was told a long time ago, if you know how to use a shovel, you always have a job. Learn how to dig a hole,
robots
brother.
a little fucked up.
The robots will come for that job too. It just will take a little bit longer.
Dude, I saw a video of some iron workers. They were like kind of complaining because they're developing like this new way. I think China kind of like introduced it to where you don't need iron workers as many, should we say, because it's kind of like an erector set, and you just place them in. I think they built like a 53-story building like in 19 days. They did like 3 floors a day, and it's like, bro, that's like totally taken away from the iron workers because it's all erector sets. And yeah, it's definitely changing the world, dude. The way the technology is moving, and soon enough, you'll have probably AIs, fucking robots building that shit too. You won't even need humans at that point.
Yeah, it's a question I struggle with a lot. Like, what is society for? Like, what are we all building together? And it used to be the answer was a better place for more people to live, and now it's kind of different. And I'm not sure where we're going.
Only time will tell, dude. How far they take it.
Well, no matter how it works out, the Earth will still be flat in the end.
True. No matter how many robots they create, it's still gonna be building shit on a flat Earth. The Glovers gotta get away from their mathematical construct, dude. Like that's just it's bogus, man. It's been debunked. It's a wrap.
I don't think the robots are ever going to believe that, but that's another story.
They only know what they tell you, bro. You're like a robot. They're gonna be just as good as your brain. They're only gonna be known to know what they've been fed and to believe. And you're kind of like a robot, bro. Like
my brain's not good at all. I'm not a robot at all. My brain sucks. I did so much nitrous oxide. I fucked my brain up. So
is that why you can't understand why it's not a globe?
Probably.
Well, you'll be able to recover if you just try to get more oxygen in there.
Yeah, I'm working on
breathe regular air, buddy.
I lost the ability to walk. I lost the ability to walk for like 3 months. I did so much. So yeah, I'm working on it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, trauma and anxiety can do that shit to you.
I think once your brain can finally grasp that it's just a mathematical construct, and then you try to like introduce like logic and reasoning on your own human capabilities of reality, you'll realize, okay, yeah, we were fucked. They told us one thing, but there's evidence that debunks that claim, and then maybe you'll fucking get somewhere in life. I don't know.
I'm actually way beyond that because I'm kind of a Buddhist, and like to me, everything is nothing. And like, yeah, I can't go into explaining that, but flat Earth is just one part of it that I'm exploring right now.
Well, Buddhism is a flat Earth cosmology. You know that, right?
True.
Well, I'm more into Zen, which doesn't say a whole lot about anything.
Have you seen the map that came out of a Zen Buddhist monastery?
I mean, like actual Zen, like real Zen, has nothing to teach. So if somebody's producing shit like that, it's false news.
No, it was a map that came out of a Buddhist monastery, and it was printed in a Hawaiian newspaper, like back in the what was it, the 1800s or something, the early 1900s. And it was like a flat Earth map.
1904.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Florida.
But, you know, Zen monks are not supposed to know anything, so I don't know why they're making maps.
Well, when they say, what's the sound of one hand clapping, you slap them in the face.
That's a good answer. That's how I answer that question.
That's actually funny.
I know, right? Gotta talk about what's the sound of one hand clapping? Slap.
That's actually fucking comical. I love
What
that.
What do the five fingers say to the tree falling in the woods?
Slap.
I don't know, dude. I honestly, I can't grasp how Globers can still exist in this age, bro, of time. Like, how are you still falling for it? Why? Because you listen to some guy on YouTube that tell you, no, guys, no, trust us, bro. It's still a curve. Like, it's been debunked, dude. Observably, it's been debunked. Like, that's it. And technology is only
to
going
be
to
a
get
part
better.
of the machine. To be a part of the machine, you have to.
True.
False. Why is Pakistan agreeing with that? What do you mean?
No. I'm saying it from their perspective. He's right.
No, Gadget.
If you-
I'm totally part of the machine. Believe me. Yeah, you don't
Well-
have to believe it.
It's about breaking away from the machine. That's what it's about. Like I get his position though, because when you're in it, you don't get it. Like we were all in it. At least let me speak for myself. I was in it, but finally, thank God, like reality hit my brain and logic and reason, and I was like, and understanding, and I was like, wait, this machine is false. This mathematical construct is a lie. And then you can start to peel away the layers of indoctrination and then
No,
get to the point.
Gadget. You can totally keep participating and doing whatever you want. You can understand the truth that the Earth is flat and stationary. Lots of people do. Not everybody is shouting it from the rooftops. Believe me, there's tons of quiet flat earthers in the military, in education, in the airline industry, in the building trade, so on and so forth. So yeah, you can be part of the machine, you know, in terms of if you think you need to do that to whatever, maintain your living or whatever, take care of whoever you have to take care of. You know, but you can also live your life as truth. What?
You can't be like in control of the machine.
Who said you needed to be? You can just live your life in truth, where the words that come out of your mouth to the best of your ability are true, and you live an honest life, and you don't accept other people's lives. Other people's lies, and you don't accept other people's terms on your life. You live your life on your own terms, accepting the earth is flat and stationary just as it appears. Why can't you do that, Gadget?
Oh, you can definitely do that. I believe you. You can definitely do that, but you can't be a mouthpiece for the machine if you're not towing the line, right?
Who said that? Why do you think that's true?
Because
I'm a total. You would call me a mouthpiece for the machine, but every word that comes out of my mouth is true. So who said you had? Yeah, who gives you a script that you have to parrot? Who's giving you the script?
I think there's an amount of like you get discredited if you're on that page, but
Nope. I just got a raise and a bonus for a retention bonus.
But did you tell the people who gave you that bonus that you're a flat earther?
Why do I have to say that? Every word that comes out of my mouth is truth, like I just told you.
Yeah. You don't have to. I'm just wondering if you did, because I feel
Why
like
would
that
I
could
do
be
that? What would be the purpose of that? What would that
There
have to
would
do with my job? It has nothing
that
to do
wouldn't
with it
that wouldn't help
whatsoever.
you at all. I'm just saying that there's a
How does
stigma.
that come up in conversation? Like,
I think he's trying to say. I think he's trying to say that if you were to say, Mary, that the Earth is flat, then you wouldn't have got that bonus. I think that's what he's trying to imply.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he's wrong.
I can't know that, but I believe
Because
you.
that's the least. That's the least.
fair? Do you think that would be fair to do to somebody if they're like, "Hey, I'm a flat earther." Oh no, you don't get a raise. No, you're not being promoted because you're a flat earther in your personal
You're
life.
advocating for discrimination?
It's not really about fair. It's just about what would happen. That's my point there.
Saying the word flat Earth is the least important thing of what we do here. I mean, there's like flat Earth is just accepting reality the way it presents itself. Like, you know, if you were born into the world and you just accepted it as flat and stationary, then you would be trying to discover things about that world. For example, the cause and effect relationships originally investigated by the classical scientific method. You wouldn't be running around talking about flat Earth. People would be like, what? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Now let's actually find out something about this Earth where we live. You know, let's talk about the stars, the flowers, the animals, whatever you want to do. Explore the ocean, so on and so forth. The only reason we have to sit here 24/7 is to discredit this absurd fantasy globe model that's based in religion and has no basis in reality whatsoever. That's the purpose here, is to smash the globe. Yeah, like the Earth is obviously flat. That's why Indio told you earlier that, you know, that's not a claim. That's just reality the way it presents itself. The claim, the positive claim, is that we live on something that has zero evidence to back it up, aka a spinning globe.
I like what
In
you
essence,
just.
in essence, being a flat earther makes you excel at your job, even in the globe paradigm, because you test and understand things, because you learn from testing and knowing them instead of just believing them blindly. So instead of being fooled along with some trend because you just believe it, you actually test and come to the conclusion based on empirical evidence and not just flimsy beliefs.
Yeah, let me add on to that because a lot of times, like people's responses to us will be, they don't try to give us the answer that they think. They try to get us what they think would be the right answer on the test. It's literally how they think. Like when we start asking questions, it's just like, what would the answer on the test be? And they just say it, right? Like, I want to get an A, and I'm just spit this out, even though their answer doesn't make sense because we just had a discussion for like 10 minutes that answer didn't make sense. But they still, just out of habit or whatever, just give the textbook answer. Yeah, the answer that they memorized, they just puke it back up.
Yeah, you can get through the curriculum if you just answer the questions correctly that they're feeding you and telling you this is the answer. Like, okay, what is the distance of the sun? Is it 150 million miles away? Is it 60 million miles away? Or is it 93 miles? Okay, you put 93, you're good. You get to get on to the next fucking, grade. Like, that is the indoctrination, bro.
Yeah, you can basically be exceptionally dumb. As long as you have good memory, you can be
Exactly.
a PhD.
Right. And that's why we have PhDs that argue the globe, because they have convinced themselves that the answers that they got right on the test are reality and factual. And you, because you disagree with them, they say, well, you would fail my class. You would have failed and you wouldn't have gotten right. Although, if they looked into it, they would realize that once upon a time, the sun was only 3 million miles away. So you would have got that answer wrong if you're living in that time and said it's 93 million miles away. They would say, no, it's only 3 million miles away. Oh, okay, my bad. I guess I'm, now I know. now I'm smart.
Yo, dude, I'm going to tell my 13-year-old every time he turns in a test to say to the teacher, I don't actually believe any of this stuff. I'm just telling you what I think you want to hear. Fucking hand it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, that's what you got to do.
That's how I got through college.
That's how I got through college. Exactly.
I got through 4 calculus classes without learning calculus.
No way. Oh, that's only because the modern way of teaching math. You never would have made it in the old days then.
No,
Did you guys, did they count homework for the grade?
No, but I can only answer no because I know that I don't do homework. So,
what about attendance?
No way.
Attendance
Dude,
counts.
Isn't attendance like most of your grade in these days? Oh, by
You know
the
what
way,
it
with
was?
with
You know
that
how I
being
actually
said,
got by is that the school that I have has such a bad math department that they have to grade everybody on a curve. So if I can get a C, or if I can even get a D, that's a C grade.
I was just gonna say, if you heard a couple months ago, they put into play for the new like school curriculum, like they lowered the standards. Now, like you can pass even at a 40% if you like, that's considered passable. They literally lowered the standards because they realize how stupid so many of the children are.
I passed calculus 2 at a 20%.
Oh, that's not good. Make sure that you don't. Yeah, just I don't know. I can't trust you to build anything. At least.
No, don't trust me to build. I do software. I don't do bridges, so don't worry about it.
All right, we good then. We good. Well, not necessarily, because that still means that you're creating software.
I don't do airplanes. I don't do airplanes. I do websites. It's fine.
Oh yeah, that's nothing to do with the shape of the earth. So we're good. We're good. It's just kind of crazy when you think about it, like how dumbed down the people have been. It's pretty amazing. Like not amazing. It's actually scary. I mean, it's literally like that movie Idiocracy is like that's going to be one day like a prophetic movie, dude. Like it's crazy.
We're kind of already there.
Yeah, yeah, we're getting there for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we're pretty close with Hulk Hogan at Trump's rally. We just need like Hulk Hogan to run for president. That will be there.
Macho Man Randy Savage, he died, right?
Yeah, he passed away. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Maybe we'll get John Cena in the office.
That might work.
Yeah, Gadget. Gadget. I really hope you'll look at those laser tests and things we put in the chat there earlier, because this is like I really feel like just from having this conversation with you that you're a person who would you have the potential to follow the evidence where it leads, and it does make a difference when you're dealing with reality as opposed to this fantasy globe. And there's nothing. I don't know, like, I understand how you think there's some kind of weird, like, social pressure about it, but, like, there's really not. I mean, it's mostly in people's imagination. It's mostly that fear that's been instilled in people. That's one of the, we talked about the propaganda, the Netflix piece. There's another definite propaganda push where, oh, yeah, if you say anything outside of the narrative, you'll get punished, you'll lose your job, you'll get arrested or whatever. It's kind of like, no, not really. You can think outside of it, because it's much cheaper for them just to use this fear tactic to say this is going to happen. Then they don't even have to enforce it, because it's just kind of a self-enforcing thing. Like, people are scared to death to think outside of the box because of some kind of like fear of social shame or ridicule that really hardly ever happens, because half the time, like we were just talking about, people have no idea what they're even in the regular world. People have no idea. They don't want to make a stand or have an opinion or think about anything. So you can go out there and just say whatever, and people be like, oh, that person's saying a thing. That's cool. I mean, I haven't really observed it. I don't know if other people have, but I mean, it happens in Discord, but that's just because there's a bunch of weirdos here. It doesn't happen really in the real world.
I get you. I save those links. I'm gonna watch them before bed. But yeah, it's a tough thing to overcome, right?
Well, because you're dealing with the core belief, and believe it or not, when you're shaking someone's core, that's like the hardest to get to them, because they themselves are fighting themselves So like it's like a double punch. Like not only are you fighting them, but they're fighting themselves. And they're not going to come to that same conclusion that you have in your head because you're having to not only fight them from your perspective, but they're fighting themselves. And you've clearly demonstrated that yourself because we've told you and showed you in the side chat like these things debunk what you believe in. And if you still believe in it, well then you're fighting with yourself. You're no longer fighting us. You're fighting your own brain because your brain's like, nah, no, that's not what it is. Because I've been told X, Y, Z. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, it's cool, Gadget. I mean, yeah, we get it because I know, like, when you have to. I don't know, Flat Earth didn't even bother me as much as some of the other stuff I realized before that. I was like, oh, now I'm a this person, now I'm a that person, because you get, that you hear all these propagandas about how these people who commit these thought crimes are terrible, and then you look into it and realize, oh, okay, there's actually something to this, and then you're kind of surprised when you become one of those people. So it could happen to you.
So I did have a chat with somebody in person who was like, I'm not so much a flat earther as a hollow earther. And I was trying to debate with him, and he was real upset because he got laid off that day and he was drunk as shit. But you know, he was like, "Oh, let's privatize road." I was like, "Oh, let's not do that." But for some reason, he was a hollow earther and not a flat earther. And I'm a little curious where you
Yeah,
guys.
people sometimes like confuse the issue with a bunch of other stuff and their own weird agendas and stuff. So, I mean, the main thing you have to realize is the curvature of the globe, which would require drop over distance, as was explained to you earlier. If we live on a globe of this radius of 3,959 miles, is just not observed in reality. The 66 foot of drop at 10 miles, the 266 foot of drop at 20 miles, the 1,666 feet of drop at 50 miles, and so on. We don't see it. If you lived on a globe, you would know it.
I'm
just
impressed.
would.
I'm impressed that you guys know this stuff like right off the top of your heads. That's what's impressive to me.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you look into it more, I mean, part of it is because we have to keep repeating the same thing over and over because, well, I mean, that's why I hammer in the numbers because I don't want anyone to ever leave here without hearing them because that's what happened to me when I was first introduced to the topic. Nobody gave me the numbers, and as soon as I heard the numbers, it was kind of like, oh yeah, that's it. Yep, I get it.
Yeah, not only that, we also have to learn it. Not only learn to look into it and actually find out, like, okay, yeah, this isn't working because this doesn't show up in reality, and yada yada yada.
Yeah, you got to be ready. I get it.
I mean, that's just, to me, that was the most convincing thing, especially the at 50 miles, 1,666 feet expected drop, whereas I've seen the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan at over 50 miles. Did you know that you can see the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep, you shouldn't be able to see it if you lived on a globe because you don't live on one. I've seen it a bunch of times.
You could see like the tall buildings, but not the short buildings, right?
I can show you an image of it that's similar to what I saw, just prettier. You can see most of the skyline. You shouldn't be seeing it at all. You should only be seeing like the very tip of the Sears Tower. So, yeah, you shouldn't be seeing it at all. I don't know what your
You
point
should
is.
only see 10 floors of Sears Tower in the antenna. That's it. And sometimes you can't see the small buildings, by the way.
So you're saying that's scattering, right?
We're saying that would be hidden behind the curve, and it's not. You can actually see it. It's there.
But I can't see the ground, is my question.
Yeah, why should you?
Because it's flat, right?
Yeah, so what?
So where's the ground at?
Okay. The angle that you're viewing is nearly parallel to the surface. Can you see the surface of a table when you're parallel to it? When your line of sight is parallel to the surface?
Maybe not the whole surface. I don't know.
Well, if it's parallel, you can't see any of the table surface because your line of sight can't intersect the table because it's parallel. Like if you draw a line from your eye, if that line is parallel to the table, then obviously it doesn't intersect the table.
That sounds correct, yeah.
Okay, so once you reach a certain angle, and that angle depends on the angular resolution of whatever optical device, in this case the human eye, so that would be 0.02 degrees. So once the angle to the surface is greater than 0.02 degrees, you can't see the surface anymore. It's not physically possible. We have so Rob Skiba is a guy, because people were saying that it was a mirage, all these Chicago photos. So Rob Skiba jumped in a boat in Chicago and went all the way across Lake Michigan, filming the Chicago the entire time.
Yeah, I've got that video. I'll find it.
I just posted it.
Oh, you did? Good for you.
Yeah.
No, I don't have to. Yeah, so yeah, you'll hear. Yeah, I mean, if you had any question, I guess that's the thing. It's like, oh yeah, somebody already did that and they filmed it. Like they kept it in their view the whole time. So I mean, the thing of it is, with any of these observations, this one or one that you might find that's closer to your house, or one that you just figure out for yourself that you could go and observe, you could test these things for yourself, and that's what all of us have done.
I'm curious about I can't remember the exact person it was, maybe Plato or somebody, who put sticks in the sand in different places, different cities, and measured the shadows. Eratosthenes.
Yeah, Eratosthenes.
What's the deal there?
Assumptions.
Assumptions.
The problem is he assumed it's a globe. It works on a flat Earth if you assume a flat Earth. If you assume a flat Earth and that the sun is closer, it works on a flat Earth. So in Eratosthenes, you have to assume the sun is nearly infinitely far away, such that the rays of light are parallel. Yeah, Platter posted in the chat. So, like, when we're talking, I'm not sure if you're aware of this. Even in the live stream voice text, people are like,
yeah, I'm on the chat too.
Stuff. Yeah, okay. Just I didn't know. So.
Yeah, I'm seeing some of it. It's just how big does that assume the sun is?
I mean, the size don't matter.
It matters little.
It wouldn't affect the direction of the shadow or the direction of the light. There's a lot of things people think about the sun that aren't actually true in reality, and even like quote unquote scientifically. Like, we don't use a globe model to predict the sun, where it is in the sky, when the sun rises, when the sun sets, all that stuff. The mathematics aren't even a globe model at all. So, that in the first place, like, so that's just one thing people assume. That, hey, we know when the sun rises, we know it's a globe, we use a globe to do that. Like, no, we don't. We use something called the equation of time, and there's actually no globe in the mathematics.
Some good memes in here.
So many memes, so many.
In fact, in the globe model, they claim you never actually have seen the sun. It's only apparent. And I'm not talking like the 93 million miles, 8-minute speed of light delay. I'm not even talking about that. So they say that because the atmosphere refracts the sun, you never actually see the actual sun. You see an image of the sun that's projected through the air. So you've actually, according to the globe model, you've never seen a sunset, ever. It's already over the horizon when you see it set, according to that.
Yeah, I buy that. That doesn't conflict with anything I know.
Well, I mean, this is one of the things we have a problem with, is that we make observations, and there's some ad hoc hypothesis on why that observation is some sort of optical illusion. We have a guy, his name is XO, and he's not in here anymore because he's feisty, but he'll start a conversation and say, in 30 seconds, you're going to be denying your own claim. And he'll say, yeah, the Earth's a globe. And then he'll say, okay, where do we go to see this globe? And then then the other person will describe for 10 minutes how you can't see it's a globe. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're against that. Like, why can't we just take things at face value?
Oh, I see that. Face value is kind of where you start to question. It's kind of where you start to question everything that is, right? Like, I'm looking at my garage door. Is that really a garage door? I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, it's really a garage door, dude. It really is.
It's got straight lines going across it. Are they straight? I don't know.
It's irrelevant. When you say garage door, that states its purpose, right? It's actually almost like a utility statement. Its form, the rectangleness of the frickin' door isn't what makes it a door. It means you have a temporary wall that opens and closes to put into something called a garage, which essentially is used for a car or bikes or tools or something like that. So it's almost like a purpose statement. Even though it's an object. It's like a semi-object, semi-verb. Do you think you can trust your senses?
You know, I've had psychosis before, so that's
outside of drug-induced. Well, how do you know you had a psychosis?
I had auditory
because eventually you actually came to your senses and realized you were fucked up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, that's the thing. A lot of people, like, Glovers are like, you trust your senses? You can't trust your senses. Like, how would you do that? Trust your senses? No, you got to freaking look at the chalkboard and look at the equations. You can't trust your senses. Which is so odd, right? Because if your senses didn't conform to reality, right? Because we have a lot of, like, we reason all the time and make mental mistakes. That's just a part of everyday life. We're making mental mistakes all the time. And the globe is a mental construct that's not experienced. But mistakes with the senses, if we made crazy mistakes where we thought something was where it isn't, or heard sounds that didn't exist, or felt things that weren't there, we'd go to the doctor. Right? We'd check ourselves in.
I did, and I heard people stomping around in my attic. It was crazy. So yeah, I kind of learned that even my senses can't be completely trusted.
Well, you found that out because your senses were wrong. And you knew they were wrong because you knew what the right sensation was. You know that your senses need to comport with reality. And when they don't, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
So our senses tell us the Earth is flat and motionless. Now, someone says, hey, dude, it's really not. Well, dude, if someone's saying that, you're telling me my senses don't comport with reality. You're telling me there's something wrong with me.
I guess it's where do you draw the line, right?
You draw the line when someone says, yeah, you're a fucking speck in an infinite nothing flying around at 1.5 million miles on a spinning space testicle. As a result of a fucking Big Bang, you fucking came up out of the primordial goo. Your fucking grandparents are rocks, and you descended from an ape, and now we have Nikes, dude. That's where you draw the line, when that becomes the narrative of human existence.
So what's the other narrative?
Fucking hopefully anything but that.
Okay. I don't know what to make of that.
Well, you expressed earlier, you were concerned about the direction society was taking. Just one person who's willing to, try to live life with vitality and figure out their purpose here can make a huge difference. So, maybe there's something you could do, Gadget. Like, you don't like the way things are going. What do you think you could do about it?
That's kind of what I'm wondering. Like, how do I make sense of what I'm experiencing? It's been a challenge for me. I don't know why, but it has.
Yeah, because you're like more willing to admit your vulnerabilities. I mean, you've already done that like several times here than most people are. So, you've overcome some of these challenges that you just mentioned. So, you probably could do things like help other people go through those same challenges. Talk to young people and explain to them that frying their brain on nitrous oxide, isn't the best idea, whatever it might be. I'm just saying, I mean, you have valuable life experience that you could share with the world.
Well, here's another thing. You say you're a computer programmer.
Okay.
In the modern times, in modernity, we can get stuck in the world of abstraction. Right? Computer program really is like, it's not really a physical thing. It's kind of like disconnected to reality. It's abstract. And if you want to ground yourself as a human being in reality, something you can do is just do something that's extremely hard physically. Not extremely hard. I don't mean kill yourself. But connect to yourself, dude. Like, go fucking dig a ditch. Go swing a pickaxe. Go bale fucking hay. Go lift weights. Go run a mile, right? Because, when we start stressing our body, right, you become more connected to your body. You feel the pain. You feel the footsteps. But also you get endorphin rushes. So, try to become, and that's those are our senses, right? Those, our senses become heightened when our body is stressed. So the best thing to do if you want to ground yourself, ground your senses, so you're more sure of what they are. Stress your body, dude.
I think I understand what you're saying, and appreciate it.
Yeah. Works for me as long as.
I'm a lazy motherfucker, to be honest. But it's something I struggle with.
You have to fight that. It's like you're not lazy. I don't think anybody's lazy. There's this thing there's a thing where it's hard to get started. Most people once they get started, they don't have a problem. It's the thing is making it into the I started.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I believe that.
And they'll say in modern science, it's like our lizard brain. Our lizard brain tells us to sit there and do nothing because our lizard brain was cold-blooded and we didn't want to move around as much because we would overheat and then we'd be in danger, blah, blah, blah. Right? So we have a penchant for, not starting an activity. We have no problem once we get going. It's the starting that's the hardest part.
That's absolutely
psychologically
true.
speaking.
No, I totally believe that. It's definitely true.
Yep, that's why Mary Poppins said, well begun is half done.
Oh, man, I never heard that. That's actually deep, man. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's when they're cleaning up the nursery right before she sings a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
I didn't know there's wisdom in musicals.
Oh, please, you're missing out on so much then.
I always looked at musicals like comedies. Like, imagine it's like you're walking around, like, and just everybody's talking normally, and then everybody just busts out in the song. That, to me, is so hilarious.
That happens at my house every day, India. What are you talking about?
Are you serious?
I mean, I'm always putting different things to song. You can ask my my boys. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It also happens at my house. Me and Karma like singing a lot and changing the lyrics to songs.
Oh, you'll
like climb on the furniture and shit, and like just go full like actor mode.
It's just funny. It's so funny and nice when somebody else partakes in your silly little song and like adds to it. It kind of becomes like a mini musical.
It does, yeah. My 10-year-old, he's the one that participates the most, at the current time, But like we'll just here's some random song on the radio, and then you incorporate it into making dinner or whatever. Yeah, it's totally fun. Mary Poppins is full of life lessons, Indo. You're definitely missing out.
And Julie Andrews is a saint, so that works too.
Gadget knows.
Yeah, my mom was all about that stuff growing up. Sound of Music, Mary Poppins, all that stuff. She loves it. So, of course, I was exposed.
That's why you're so wholesome.
Oh, yeah, I'm very wholesome.
So how's that flat earth reality hitting you?
Yeah, it's getting there. I gotta watch these videos when I go to bed, but I'm not there yet.
Which one are you going to watch first?
In the order they were posted. I've got them in my I've got them in my notepad.
I'm very impressed. Wow, A+.
Let me recommend one more. This is Life is Short, Angular Resolution and Our World. One of the biggest issues is when the Globers try to reify the globe into existence, they use orthographic side view, where they divorce reality by converting perspective into Earth curve. They never account for both, so things get smaller with distance, but on the globe they don't. You have to believe that to be able to reify the globe. And this is basically a very detailed analysis of this, and he can basically calculate the presumed size of the Earth, and globular size, from the diffraction limit of the human eye. And it's a very interesting watch. I highly recommend it.
I have added it to my notepad.
That's what Alan was talking about yesterday or 2 days ago in that stream. He was trying to, force the point of reality that the way we observe things, they even mathematically, you start with the premise that you have to calculate it from a flat plane. And then you add in the curvature after using the flat earth, foundation. So that's interesting. It's too bad so many Globers don't get that. But those that are meant to hear it and receive it and understand it, they will. And the ones that aren't, they'll stay stuck. They're going to stay stuck in their delusion.
APOC, fix your mic.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to stay stuck, but I just take things.
Correct.
Yes, better.
I hope that's better.
Much clearer.
Yes, better.
All right. Yeah, don't stay stuck, dude. Like I don't know. From man to fellow man, like don't stay stuck in the paradigm, dude, because it's been so demonstrably I can't even talk right now. Demonstrably destroyed. I don't know. You get what I'm saying.
Demonstrably.
Demonstrably. There you go. Destroyed. Like I don't know how you can continue like
Yeah,
believing.
that's kind of why I'm here because I'm looking for new paradigms because the one
Basically,
that I've been working with is not working.
basically every single evidence that you think supports the globe, you can bring it to us, and we have already seen it before because it's been like 10 years of this, and we've been asking like professors and physicists and astrophysicists and anybody who can to bring us any evidence, and like after the first 2 years there was no new evidence. So it's been just easy wins for us since then. So if you find anything that you think might support the globe, just bring it to us and we'll show you where it breaks.
Right,
All right,
because
I'll do that.
at the end of the day, we'll show you how it's just a mathematical construct, and that's it. That's all it is. It's not reality, though. That mathematical construct is not reality. It's a paradigm.
So I have a cousin that's she used to be a professor of psychology at University of Illinois, and she would definitely have fun talking to me about this. So I'm going to look into it and see what I can do.
Oh, bro, see what, Scott, this is a topic that's so it attracts people from the dark triad or the tetrad personality types because flat earthers are considered to be acceptable to be attacked and abused because we're supposed to be wrong think misinformation type of people, and so for a psychologist this is a veritable playfield of like psychosis, sadism, narcissism, sociopathy, psychopathy. We get so many of them. I studied a little bit of psychology. I eventually dropped out of that because like it wasn't for me. But it is amazing, this forum, and like she would probably love just looking at it and listening to it.
I wonder. I mean, she raises horses, so I don't know if she'll get online. But yeah, it's definitely something to argue about and see where she's at with it.
If you can just communicate um, the overall argument that it's a mathematical thing, not a physical thing, I think that could at least get her on board to look maybe deeper. If she is who you say she is.
She is, but I got to be careful because I'm not trying to get committed. You know what I mean? That shit can happen, but you know, I can talk to her about it.
Just to give you an example, like I got into this wanting to debunk the flat earthers, and I'm like a jack of all trades. I love studying everything, but my friends went further into schooling. I got like a robotic engineer friend and an astrophysicist friend, and I thought they would provide me with all the evidence I could use to destroy the flat earthers because it wasn't within my wheelhouse. I didn't have that information yet, and so they broke my belief in the globe because all I did was play devil's advocate. I just asked questions, wanted to see the evidence, and all of it was too flimsy for me to bring to the flat earthers and be like, hey, you're wrong. And so that made me question my belief. So I encourage you to look into what you think you believe, because a lot of the times it's not as solid as we believe it is.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, just talking with you guys on here, the challenges you've given me, I'm like, well, do I really know this? I don't know.
You don't. No, we've all been there. By the way, like we all came across that same position of like, wait, hold up, and it really does destroy that core belief because it's almost like you're fighting with yourself, like I said earlier, and you're either willing to accept that you've been lied to, and you look at the presented evidence and say, wait, that can't be like it. We cannot see that at that distance if it was that what we've been told, and as a fact. But once the fact gets destroyed, it's just much easier to say like, oh, wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, I got to step back and really take a better look. And eventually you will be a flat earther, quote unquote.
Yeah, it's not like most of the time it's like you're asking questions and globe believers call you flat earther, and that's how you get the title. Well, but it's not that like everybody's lying. I would say 99% of the people who espouse the globe believe it, and
Right.
that's partially because we were raised in it. It's taught to us when we're too young to have any logic. Back when I remember in school when I first learned about flat Earth and the globe, they told us that people were really dumb and backwards back in the day for thinking the Earth was flat because it was really a globe. And I asked my teacher, like, how do people stay on the globe? And she was like, well, gravity. And I was like, how does that work? And she was like, I don't know. You just have to go through further schooling. And that's how the whole system is. It's just like, believe us, programmed into your mind when you're young, and then you're raised on all of this indoctrination in the entertainment, because everybody believes this. It's framed as where you are. And so when you grow up, you're going to try to fit everything into that box. You have the sunk cost of all of your education. It had to be true. This is how you base your self ego and identity on. You're intelligent. You can repeat this. But is it really true? You never actually checked it. And that's the case for most of them. Like, most people who believe in the globe just never checked it. They just believe it.
Definitely powerful stuff. I understand what you're saying. There's so many experiments that have been done in science, and I've read about them, but I've never performed them myself. And so, it's a question of like, do I believe what these people are saying, or do I try it for myself? And it's often difficult. I can't make myself a particle collider in my home, but to some extent, I have to look at what they say and say, oh, okay, maybe this is right, maybe this is wrong. But there's some things, fundamental things, like, is the Earth flat? I have to look at and say, is this really true or not? I don't know. It's a fundamental thing.
One thing I noticed. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted to add, like, just with the particle accelerator, for instance, you have to accept a lot of the things they say on faith because you don't have a particle accelerator. You can test what they're saying. The same applies to a lot of the things in space, and so we just take that on faith. That's normal to begin with. That's just, you just take on faith what appears to be normal, and like we all did that. However, once you see something that appears to contradict the idea, or you start to learn enough about the idea and you start seeing, well, this thing you said solved this problem, and this thing you said solved this problem, but these two things are actually contradictory and don't work together. Like, light can either be all parallel, and we can assume Aristophanes calculated the circumference of the globe, or we can believe the light is not parallel, it's bending around the globe, and that's why we see the sun, like, when it's supposed to be set, or the light is all angled towards the globe, and that's why we have the shadow sizes of the eclipses on the ground, and that's why the shadow looks the way it looks on the moon. So you have three different positions there. However, when we look at it in reality, we see the sun as a point source in the sky, and all the shadows that form from it splay outwards. So now we have four different conceptions of how the light is getting to us. However, one of them is from reality. The other three that contradict reality are just for the globe, to try to make sense of observable phenomena, and those excuses don't work together. They don't have a coherent globe model and never had, They just have contradictory individual models to ad hoc try to explain why reality doesn't conform to their belief system.
Well, there's two things I want to point out in regards to one, a particle collider. If you really look into the construction of them along the lines of the LHC, if you have to have these tubes that are perfectly flat, horizontal by nature in nature, for them to actually collide, then you can have like a 17-mile circumference LHC, because that wouldn't be technically a horizontal position even in their own paradigm. And those particles that they're colliding, they won't be flat, quote unquote, to even collide with each other to begin with. So you have to look into the construction of it, and you realize, no, they actually built it to where it's like a disc, like a you know the frisbees that are just a ring. They're not like they're not like a full flat thing. They're like a ring of it. Like it has to be that. Like you can't have anything other than that, because if you have any deviation of elevation, you're no longer sending light, quote unquote, to a flat position to where they can collide to one another. And secondly, I think that a lot of people get caught up.
Could they be correcting for spherical Earth curvature in the construction of the LHC?
No, because if you were trying to do that, you would have that old circus ride. You know that old circus.
They can, man.
Yes, they
if
can.
you just think you're the top point of the ball, you can still build a flat disc from your point.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I get what you're saying, though, but from the construction of it, the elevation that they dig it into the ground is still a horizontal position, because it has to be like a ring that you're building into it. But that takes away.
Bro,
go ahead.
Bro, we understand, like, they're building a flat ring, and they're just saying, well, the Earth is locally flat, and we're building this flat ring inside the Earth.
Yeah,
and they use magnets to keep everything in line. The better argument is to look at LIGO, because LIGO is shooting a laser through a vacuum tube, and it needs to be very precise and leveled and flat. Otherwise, the laser doesn't reach the other end.
Yeah, it's the same concept. It's the same concept, though, because the LHC is 17 miles. You would have to have a drop. If they're saying it's an elevation.
The difference is they built the other thing level and flat, and they admit that, and so they just claim it's flat within the crust of the Earth that they believe is round, so it really has nothing to do with it.
But the elevation like there's a circus ride that when you look at it and it spins around, it goes up and down. Okay, like it's kind of like that. It would have to be that. If they're
local elevation can change, because we have mountains, we have gullies. Locally the elevation can change. So you have to account for it in the LHC. That's a given. So in the LHC they are gonna make it flat. They're gonna account for the mountains and the valleys and stuff. That's
it's also underground.
Yeah, it's underground.
Yeah, but if you were to look at so for instance, on 17 miles away, you are 75 feet deep into the ground, and then
but you're going around in a circle, APOC. You're going around in a circle, so you just meet back where you started. So you just make it from your point, from the center point. You build it. you build it from that center point. So
it's not 25 miles.
You raise up some parts and the lowest parts, and it's flat. It ends up being flat.
Homie, it'd be from the center of the radius, not from the one end to the other.
Yeah.
So it's 17 miles in circumference.
What's the radius? Hold on. What is the radius?
It would be half of the 17 that's supposedly supposed to be.
All right, so if it's at 17 miles away from a drop point, the drop over distance would be 75 feet. Then if it's a circumference, that wouldn't follow, dude. That's a train wreck of an argument, bro. What's the radius? I need to know the radius.
4 kilometers. I just looked it up. So 8 miles.
What's the radius in miles, bro? Kilometers is for conquered country, bro.
Freaking 2.2. I don't know. I can't do math in my head. Sorry.
Oh my god. You tell me it's 4 kilometers radius?
That's what it said on Google.
Of the Hadron Collider?
Of the LHC, yeah.
Holy crap. 4 kilometers, dude. That's like 5 miles?
2.5 miles.
Well, let's see. Radius for kilometers.
Okay, so 3 miles. Let's give it 3 miles. What's the drop over distance at 3 miles?
That's what I'm saying, AI. If there's drop over that, then
No. I didn't say that's what I'm saying. I said, what is it at 3 miles? That's a question, right? What is it at 3 miles?
I'm looking.
that's going to be 240 feet of drop. Is that 240 feet of drop?
What? At 3 miles, dude?
3 miles? No way, bro. What the frick?
It's dude.
6 feet.
Bro. Did you eat your Wheaties today, bro?
From one side to the other. Hold on, let me look it up. You're right. Let me double check.
Dude. 3 miles. I want to know the drop at 3 miles. That's all I want to know. If that's not the answer you're going to give me, then I don't want to hear what you have to say.
Let me look it up.
I want to know what the wrong drop at 3 miles.
Okay, what Google says is that the LHC follows curvature of the Earth. So
who cares, dude? That's retarded. That's like saying my girlfriend never cheated on me, and just writing it in a note and putting it under your hat.
I mean, I'm just saying what Google said.
I know. I just want to know what the raw curvature drop is at 3 miles.
It's 72 inches. Sorry, 72 inches.
Yeah, 6 feet. We all know that. It's a rule of thumb, right? So it went from 75 feet to 6 feet real quick, didn't it?
Okay, so if you had a 6 foot drop, then that means that straight path wouldn't connect from one side to the other.
Yeah, it would.
It would.
You just have a drop. You just have a drop at 360 degrees from the radius. I mean, dude, I don't know what you're trying to argue, APOC, but this is a train wreck, bro. You're off by order of magnitude.
I think I have to draw it. For you.
APOC, why is there a
You don't got to draw it for me, bro. You don't got to draw it for me, bro.
Bro, why is there a drop when they engineered a flat circle?
That's what I'm saying. There's no drop. They engineer it to where there's no drop.
They engineered a flat circle and they didn't need to care about drop because it was underground.
That's my point. So if you look at it from one side to but they're saying though that the elevation of that tube itself from the surface is all equal. So that is no longer a sphere because technically it would be no longer a horizontal position.
Yes, it is, because every point away from the center would be 6 feet drop. So it doesn't matter. It's still the same circle. It's the same.
No, I think what he means is the surface of the ground was also flat above the circle that was flat underground.
It would have to be.
Yeah, clearly, but that's just topography. So how's that?
Let me make it real simple for you. If you make a circle and it's 6 feet off the ground, 360 degrees around, and it's not touching the ground, right? And it's only 6 feet of variance. I mean, that's a flat circle, dude.
Yeah.
Right. So what's your point, dude?
Because if you were trying to say...
Hold on, real quick. You're trying to say that a flat circle isn't flat, dude.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, dude, listen. You may think that's not what you're saying, but that is what you're saying.
Are you saying that the flat circle? Stop. Are you saying the flat circle is under a certain height from the flat surface, and that's the topography above that area, right?
Yes.
Okay, how does that prove globe or flat?
Because if you were to say that there's a globe, that means that the center point of it would be higher in elevation, kind of like a think of it like a bubble.
No, you just admitted. You just admitted the top, the surface is flat. The circle is flat underneath it. There can be flat spots on the ball because it's not freaking perfectly spherical. It can have deviations.
No, it's no longer equidistant to the ball.
In topography, yeah, it can.
No, dude. This is so painful. Look, imagine a ball. Imagine a ring. You know, like a kid's ring. That might be one of those neon lights, you know, that loop around itself after you break it. Now, if you set that on a ball, the ring itself isn't going to change shape, but you'll notice when you set it on a ball that the ball is going to bulge out in the center of the neon ring that you've just put on the ball. But the ring itself didn't change. So that ring is on a flat plane, dude.
No, but the bulge though would mean that you're saying that.
No.
AI, hold on.
No, dude, I'm not even
shoot.
Dude, I'm gonna say this, and it's the final word on it because it's painful to listen to. The bulge itself of the center of the ball has nothing to do with the structure of the ring.
Hey,
the ring is an independent entity.
But if you're saying you have an elevation in the center of it to equal the same as the ring itself,
but they
you
didn't
no
do
longer
that.
have a bulge.
APOC, they didn't do that. They claimed the elevation was
freaking skin.
They claimed the elevation was relative to the ring. They claimed the elevation was relative to the ring, so AI is right.
The equidistance of that circle is a flat plane, not a bulge. Like, do you not understand what? Maybe I have to draw it for you guys. I don't know. Maybe we're talking past each other. I don't know. But I'm saying,
APOC, did they measure down to the ring or somewhere else?
I don't know. Look, I'm not even dicking around with this, dude. APOC, get the citation for your claim before we even entertain this further. I'm not dealing with this nonsense.
Let me get the LHC for you. Hold on.
I want that specific claim that you made about the center point of the radius is at the same elevation as everything else. That's what I want. That citation.
Google's AI, and I know you can't trust this, but Google's AI says the ring of the LHC is not perfectly flat. It follows the curvature of the Earth. So.
Oh wow! So who gives a fuck?
But it can't do that.
Yeah, that would make it more expensive to build that collider.
Why couldn't it do that, dude? If they're just going to lay the ring on the Earth and let it follow the natural curves, and they don't need it to be straight, why wouldn't they just do that? Like this is becoming like a real train wreck real fast, bro.
Yeah. Also, aren't they using magnetics to keep the particle within the center of the tube? So, why do they care about what the topography is?
Particle aligned. They don't need to necessarily keep it flat, but they need to keep it aligned with the accelerator.
Yeah, the center of the tube.
Yeah.
Right. Correct. Yeah.
It sounds like a specious claim with a specious citation and a specious speciousness.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Look, no offense, bro, but you started out with a 75-foot drop, which was absolutely in left field, dude. It's like you never scrutinized this claim before you said it.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull up a picture for you.
Look, it's okay. People get excited and they start talking about things without fully fleshing it out in their minds. But dude, that was abysmal. The idea of a 75-foot drop over 3 miles radius. The circumference isn't the distance from the center, right? I mean, that's obvious, right?
I'll put it in side chat.
All right. Let me see this.
Go. So if this is a circle, if this is the ring that they're saying is a horizontal position, then that means if the Earth was bulging across the 17 miles from one side to the other, that bulge would be there. Then that means that the depth.
What does this even mean, dude? What does this little graphic even mean, bro?
That's the
There's nothing on this graph, dude. It's just a stupid drawing. It doesn't have anything on it.
It's the ring of it. What are you talking about?
Oh my god!
Holy crap, dude!
Can I just explain something to you for a second? Right.
Holy fuck, dude. Explain that. I gotta mute. I'm going on mute, bro, before I bust the gas.
Yeah. If you're on top of a ball, right, you're always on top of the ball. Whether that, and then from the center, you're going to go 3 miles. That's a 6-foot drop. That ring is level the whole way around on a ball too.
Okay, so here I'll post this photo next.
Do you get it? Do you understand it though?
I totally get it. I totally get it.
You don't go up and down hills. It's the same distance away from you.
Oh my goodness,
I get what you're saying, but the point being though is that look at the center of it. It's still flat. The center of it.
Center of what, dude? The center of what?
You're not understanding.
The center of the LAC. Look at the photo. And then
I know what you're looking at. I understand. But if we could prove the level of the ring was measured to the height of the surface, all you did was find topography.
I agree.
No, dude, there's no coherent claim here, and there's no citation here, dude. I don't have a citation of your claim, and I don't even have a coherent claim to begin with, so I'm lost. You need to think this one through better, bro.
Okay, so if you look at the photo I just posted, and they're saying this is the outline underground of the LAC tube.
Yeah, bro, who cares?
If you're gonna keep cutting me off, then I don't know what I'm gonna communicate with you right now. I don't get it.
No, dude, I want the citation of the facts of the metrics, not some graphic that doesn't have any metrics on it, dude.
Of course you do.
Yeah. You mean of course I want the actual proof of the claim? Of course. Is that something to be ashamed of?
Hold on. I got it. Hold on. You're right. Hold on.
So you start to make these bold claims, dude. You better have your ducks in a row. Otherwise, you better talk from a position of humility.
I'm really enjoying this. Thank you, guys.
I get it. The point is that if they've built something and they're saying it's equidistant from the surface and it's above, it's across, it has a 17-mile circumference, and that
dude, I have no idea.
You're saying is.
Yeah, cool story. I have no idea that they claim this, dude, until you prove it. Now go get the citation and stop talking about it till you have it. How about that? Is that fair? If you don't come back with a citation of what you just said,
you don't understand what I'm saying.
Listen, no, dude, I'm going to put it very clear for you, bro. Stop talking and go get the citation, or stop talking about this point.
How about you understand that the ring I'm talking about, if it is underground...
How about this, bro? Be muted till you bring the citation. Okay? Yeah. How many times you going to do this if and what, dude, and you can't back up what you're saying, dude? You were asked for the citation. It's time for you to go get it. Then when you have it, bring it back, ping in the chat, and we'll unmute you so you can explain your citation.
Even if
I don't want to hear your claims. Hold on, friend. Hold on. I don't want to hear your claims about what somebody else said. I want the citation. Is that so hard to understand? All right, go ahead.
Even if the circumference was 100 miles, it wouldn't matter. There's no drop over distance because it's in a circle, APOC. So it doesn't matter.
But they had to account for the drop to make the
account for a drop if you're on the top of a ball like you always are. If you're going in a circle, there's no drop over distance in a circle.
But that's why they had to account for it.
There is nothing to account for.
That's why? Because there's none?
Holy crap, dude. Did IQs get dumber while I was away?
I'm like a 7 out of 10 drunk right now, so.
Matrix, hit the sound effect.
Did IQs just drop while I was away?
The funny thing is, Rob Noxious, or whatever his name is, showed us a video where he took a cup and put it on a globe, and he was like, "This proves the Earth is a globe because the cup is flat." This is literally what's happening again. Let me help you out with on the globe.
Sorry. Yeah, let me help you out, guys, with some tools. So take a piece of paper, put it on your table. Now get a drawing compass.
Drawing compass has two arms. One arm has a spike, and the other arm has your utensil like a pencil, right? For drawing a circle. So you stab the spike in, and you draw a circle. Now what I want you to do is within the bounds of that circle, okay, I want you to put a Cheerio, a piece of Lego, a booger, a lady's earring, and then I want you to draw the circle again. Do any of those things get in the way of the circle? The answer is no. They don't impede your circle at all. No matter what is in between them, your circle still remains on the plane of the paper. Like, I'm baffled that this is such a complex concept to understand.
Yeah, I get you. So it's a matter of scale, right?
No, it's not. Dude, scale is irrelevant.
Well, scale can't be irrelevant.
Good Lord, dude, God, dude. The scale, the principle is irrelevant to the scale, dude. In this principle, dude. You ever seen a crown? And have you ever seen a crown and you put it on someone's head? Right? The crown doesn't change shape. It just goes on the head till it stops. But their head sticks up past the brow of the crown, correct?
But their head is a globe. Their head is a globe. That's not a good
analogy. Oh my God. No, it is an analogy. The point is that it's an irrelevant argument.
Yeah.
It's a non-argument, dude. That's the point.
It's like, you know those big exercise balls? It's like putting a hula hoop on the top of an exercise ball. It's the same fucking, you know.
But that's a globe.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a globe.
I don't know how people don't get it.
Yeah, the point is, it doesn't disprove any globes because you can put a hula hoop on a ball or whatever, and it'll still, the hula hoop is flat.
Yeah.
Like in one dimension, but it can still go on the ball, no problem. That doesn't mean the Earth is a ball. You can also like put the hula hoop inside another plane. That's not a problem.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
Exactly.
Hooray. Now, for the audience, Mr. Homeboy is muted for one reason and one reason only, and that's his indignation to being asked about a citation and being pressed to give the citation for his claim. Okay, that doesn't fly here.
Yeah, if you mean I don't have citations, I'm sorry.
Well, dude, if you make a claim that somebody else is claiming thus and so, and then you're asked to present that, the appropriate thing is say, okay, yeah, I'll do that. Give me a second. Or, hey, I'll do that shortly. Indignation is the absolute wrong answer to reply to an ask for a citation. That's just
I'm not doing that right now. I can just say I'm not doing that right now. That's all I got.
Oh, you want to do it? You want to do it later?
Yeah, probably later.
All right, later, bro. Later we could do it, bro.
All right, later, bro.
No, I don't mean later like you have to leave. I just mean later we'll do it, bro.
Yeah, later we'll do it, bro. I'm still here.
Yeah, bro. Cool.
I wonder if you unmute Apocryphon and see if he's got it yet.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, sure. We could do that.
I'm looking at the CERN.home. They're saying that the way they built it, and I'm just saying, like, if that it, they're saying.
Okay, you're looking at it. Okay, cool story, dude. Do you have it, or do you have the citation to post or not?
It's not a citation, quote unquote, because I know what you mean by citation. But the way they're saying that they built it, they're saying that it's
where's the evidence? Screenshot that bitch and post it, bro.
They're saying that so the point is that the distance from the center, which should be a bulge, okay, that we've all agreed upon, that distance.
Okay, dude, I'm just hearing you. I'm just hearing you again, dude. I don't want to hear you again. I want from them.
Yeah. Okay. So Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll just post it, then I'll talk about it. Hold on. Give me a second.
Yeah, that's what you were asked to do, right? That's fair, right?
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, and in that, they're saying that it was built to where there's 100 meters down, okay, from the surface to make this to make this tube connect correctly. But my argument would be, and by the way, they say in my argument, they say it's negligible. Like you won't notice the change.
Dude, let me ask you a question. Did you just post the article and not actually from where you're reading the thing?
This is the CERN. This is the actual website of how what they say the depths is and whatnot. That's literally
why yeah. I mean, so when you're making that claim, shouldn't you do that work? Like, should you screenshot that area where it says this is the depth?
Yeah, or quote it like a citation, not like a source.
But even if it's 100 meters down, that's their starting point, right? They don't mean 100 meters down from each point of elevation above the ground, because that would be silly to build something like that. They're saying they're going down on average 100 meters. That'll be their starting point. So the elevation change on the ground's not going to matter about what they're building under the ground. They're not saying they're following all the hills and things like that to 100 meters, making it go up and down hills. No, it's got to be flat.
Yeah, they would have to do that to make sure it's horizontal position. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, cool story. Why are we still talking? Hey, well, check this out, bro. Why are we still talking about what they woulda, shoulda, coulda, and it's not posted?
I posted what they said about how it's built.
Where?
In that post, they said it's 100 meters down.
Where? I don't see that
in the side chat.
I see a link to an article that pops up in embed, the Large Hadron Collider, in a photograph, dude. There's no data there for me to look at. You're supposed to create the data from your source and present it. No, I'm not doing that. No, not doing it, dude. You're going to do it, and you're going to post it. That's how you cite your stuff, bro. Come on.
I get what you're saying.
Like, for all I know, this is a 17-page article I got to skim through. It's like, I'm not doing that. You present your case.
No worries.
You're getting lazy, AI.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just being lazy. Just leave me alone. I'm only trying to find the blueprints, by the way, but I can't. I'm happy. Probably something I'm not going to find, to be honest.
I don't think you'll find the blueprints online.
They literally kind of have it.
Now, since I'm diagram in this party, what the does a tunnel getting dug out prove, anyways?
Exactly. You can have a level tunnel on a ball,
like,
and you
for
can
instance,
have going around in a circle, and you can have a level tunnel on a flat surface. So it's not.
So they would have dug down 100 meters, as you have said, and they would have went, let's make a big friggin' ring. Dig. Got back to the start. Hey, fuck it, we kept it level, and that would have been about the end of the game. Let's put some electrical shit in here, and happy days, everyone. So yeah, that doesn't prove anything other than their machine stayed level when they were digging a friggin' hole.
So, but what I guess the focus here would be the center of that ring that they built.
It doesn't matter.
What about it? Doesn't matter.
If the elevation would be higher.
No,
it doesn't matter.
Bro, why would they care about? Why would they ever care about the height of the ground above the center when there's nothing there? Why would they ever care about that? They would only care about where the height above the surface, where the ring is.
That's why they dug down 100 meters. Went down, make their big ring.
Starting point.
Yep, that's it.
Yep.
So the only 100 metres that was probably measured was their original starting point. If you went and measured at each point, it'd probably range quite drastically.
Yeah. Due to topography.
Anyways, I still don't. Yeah, exactly. I still don't know what it's yet there to prove, but yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind what we're looking for is that within the citation, the center point, right, having any relevance to the construction in a manner in which APOC was claiming that it does, because so far everyone else has pretty much recognized it's irrelevant.
Well, the citation.
So unless we have a citation, go ahead, AJ.
I've read the document. It doesn't mention anything about that. All it mentions is the depth and the distance, nothing else.
Okay, so where are we getting this idea from that the center matters and that anybody at CERN or any official source claimed anything about the center? It's like we're fighting a ghost.
Still looking for the blueprints. Can't really find it.
Right, so AJ said he read your article and he found nothing about the center being relevant to the circle at all.
Yeah, no, I agree. They don't. That's why I'm trying to find the blueprints because they don't mention the center elevation.
Right, so you're posting that CERN link was not a citation or a reference that was relevant to your argument in any way at all. Not at all. Wasn't relevant in the slightest. So when you find a citation, dude, make sure you know what you're posting.
I'm gonna have to
winging a citation that you don't know the content of, dude. That's like bad form, right?
But I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying logically that this. No, there's
logically, you were after a citation. You supposedly provided one by giving the reference, and it had nothing to do with your point at all. Nothing. Are you going to concede that? I don't need to hear anything else but a concession, right?
No, because if you have a ring that's built at a certain depth,
God, dude.
and it's horizontal,
Painful.
then that would mean that. Okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah, whatever. Now you're not recognizing that your citation. There's no citation that bears what you needed to bear, and the reference itself didn't have any information relevant to your point. Do you recognize that or not?
I hear what you're saying, for sure. I get it.
A simple yes. A simple yes will suffice, bro. Yes or no?
Okay, but and with that being said, logically though, if you were to have a construction of something that's going to cover such, so much ground, then technically, if you have on the other side of the ball, it being remember, this ball is tilting away from each other. I get what you're saying. If you just dig deep and have a ring, then guess what? If the ring on one side is 100 meters on one side and 100 meters on the other side, well, that means on the north and south position of it, if you will, from the east and west, and they are also 100 meters, that makes a curving horizontal. Yes, it does.
The ring.
No, it doesn't.
What?
Hey, Pop.
The ring.
Hey, Pop.
Everybody gets this. Yeah, go ahead and try.
Hey, Pop. So let's shrink scale down, right? So let's imagine that I have like a wedding ring, like a man's wedding ring. Okay, it's flat. Now let's have a ball. Okay, and I push that ring down into the Play-Doh. Okay, and it is the same depth down into the Play-Doh all the way around. So it's following the curvature, but it's also still flat. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying, but that means that you have a bulge in the middle of it, right?
Yeah, don't worry about the Play-Doh. Don't worry about that Play-Doh. Is the ring still flat?
Yes, but in the ball, but there has to be a.
Thank you.
That means that in the center of that ring, there would be a bulge, like a bubble, like like a little.
Who cares?
Go ahead.
And with topography, what's that going to mean? Absolutely nothing.
So let me get this right, APOC. This is an argument between whether they're taking their heights for this tunnel in multiple points from ground level,
yes,
or whether they're gauging a height at one point underground and then maintaining level while digging the tunnel from underground, taking the measurements underground in the tunnel.
Correct.
Because from my experience and from what I understand, they're not going to take multiple points on top of the earth and then just go down 100 meters, yeah?
They have to keep it horizontal.
That's right. So they'd be doing that within the tunnel. And I think this is what they used some of these gyro stations, total stations for, is they set them up underground. They find their true north or whatever direction, and then they level from that point onwards, not just measuring down from the surface. So the construction, as far as I'm aware, wouldn't have to consider the curve because the ring's underground, yeah?
Correct. But there should be a differential, and I agree. Like I admit, like you're right. That's why I wish I could pull up the blueprints to show how they derive their depth along the ring in its entirety. Because my point is that if you're to build something from one depth, let's say we start at one position, and then we're saying we're going to make this 100 meters down. Okay, now once we start going across, that means the topography above you would change to make a globe upon its in its own construction. As you're saying, okay, this is changing. This is different elevation, and you go farther. This is a different elevation, and then you go farther. This is different elevation, and then all of a sudden you'll start coming back to, because it's the globe in the paradigm. Then you'll come back to more of an equal position from where you started. So from one end to another, they should be equal in their in the paradigm. But if you were to look at it as a ring round, they would it wouldn't be horizontal, because they would have to have it would have to have a bulge in the middle. I'm trying to find a point where what's the elevation from the center of it down.
Stop for a second. You're confusing two things: the difference between a ring and a plane. You are speaking of as if they've cut a plane through a ball, and they are, or a cord, and they are measuring all points across that to the surface. There's a difference. You don't measure fuck all in the middle of a ring.
I second that. Listen, the sea level is the word that we should be talking about, Apocryphon. Because your flat reference plane is sea level. That's what your elevation. That you're whistling past the graveyard.
Correct. No, you're right. You're right. If you take that elevation from sea level, then that means if you have a ring going 17 miles circumference, then that means that you're going to establish a certain depth. Now, from one side to another, they would make sense on a horizontal position, but on a globe ball, that means, like, let's say east to west. Okay, that makes sense. But that means the north and south would be a different elevation from the surface, because it's bulging in the middle.
No. Okay, this is what we're going to do, APOC. Go buy a compass from the dollar store. It costs $1.25. Go buy a ball from the dollar store. It costs $1.25. Trace a circle on that ball, dude, with the compass.
Exactly.
That's the end of your whole argument, bro.
Just saying the surface would be bulging up. That means they would have a different elevation.
Who cares? Nobody cares, dude. The center is irrelevant. Okay, one more time, the center is irrelevant. Third time, center is irrelevant. Fourth time, the
You
center is
can't have
irrelevant.
a horizontal on a sphere, bro.
Whatever, dude.
You can't keep a horizontal position.
APOC, stop. You're making people sound fucking stupid. Please. 98% of it's you. You're confusing a plane or a chord with a ring. Now, get a fucking compass. Draw a circle on a ball. From any point on that ring, it is equidistant to the center of that ball.
Yep.
Is that a true or false statement?
What about the center of it?
Who fucking cares?
Is it bulging up or no?
Dude,
who cares?
Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
No, that's the point. That's the whole point.
No, it's not a point. It's not. Holy fuck.
We're speaking of the ring. We don't care about anything else. Just the circle that was drawn. Is it or is it not equidistant from the center of the ball?
Yeah, yes or no?
No.
Yes or no? No? All right, then you're retarded.
Okay, well then I'm retarded. So be it.
Okay, Apocryphon, everywhere on the surface of a sphere is equidistance from the center of the ball. Every point.
But I'm talking about the center of it is no longer equidistant to the ring itself. That's the whole point.
Who cares? Why is that relevant?
That's
The
the
ring is on
point.
the
What do you mean who
surface of the
cares?
ball.
That is the point.
If you draw a circle on the surface of the ball, you don't even have to draw a circle. You can literally draw a freaking Mickey Mouse on the surface of a ball. Every part of the Mickey Mouse is equidistant from the center.
Okay.
What about the nose? What about the nose, bro? What about the center of the nose, bro?
Would the center of it be higher or lower or equivalent?
Well, that depends on the topography, whether it's a perfect sphere or not.
Okay, well, that's what I'm getting at, Indio. I'm saying that if the center of it...
APOC, what you're getting at is the ring that you've drawn, you're treating that as a plane. You're treating that as a flat surface. And what you're claiming is there's a difference from that flat surface to the ball. That's what you're claiming.
Yes.
Excellent. You're an idiot.
Okay, so if you want to believe that, I don't care. The point is that ring, if you're saying that ring has the same elevation from the center of it, then you're an idiot because you're not getting it. Because technically, listen.
APOC,
Hold on, let me talk. Bro, let me
APOC,
talk.
stop. No, wait. No.
Can I say one thing?
APOC,
Equidistant? Can we agree on the
please
word?
go and get a piece of paper. Draw a bloody circle on it. Make sure you mark where the center of the circle is, and then measure from the center to as many points on that circle as you like. Yeah. I'm just having a wild guess. They're all gonna be even.
It's gonna be the same fucking radius the whole way around. That's why
every point.
Radius.
Every
Equidistant comes from Latin. It means equal, far apart. Equidistant.
Correct.
Right.
Let me wrap this up logically. All points on the surface of the sphere are equidistant. Okay, so it would be equal elevation in the way in which the globe paradigm describes elevation. So by you forcing into their paradigm your version of elevation, you are strawmanning their position, dude. You're committing a logical fallacy in order to make your argument, dude. Why?
The reason why is because the center of that ring, if it's a globe and now it's curving away from one side to the other, that means that there will be a dimple, if you will. It would be a higher elevation in the center. And
okay,
that's
why
what
is
I'm
that
trying to
relevant?
get to.
Why is that relevant?
Are you talking about relative to the ring?
No, relative to the plane of the ring. He's calling the plane of the ring elevation 1, and the height of the center or the sagitta is elevation 2. Now that would be correct in a side profile, sure, if you take the circle segment formula and apply it, and then rotate the circle segment formula so the chord line is arranged horizontally on your paper, you'd be correct. However, that'd be strawmanning their position, dude.
Okay.
Why are we talking about this anyway?
I don't know.
I'll tell you why, Leo, because Homeboy started
I
out
heard
with
the CERN thing.
It'd be like
I mean, it was talking about CERN?
Yeah.
The CERN ring?
Yeah.
They used the CERN, the surveying documents for CERN They used a custom datum, completely customized. They didn't use like the WGS84 or anything like that. Like when they tried to lay that out, it didn't work. So they just made up their fucking own.
That was my point. They it's curving in their fucking world, but it has to be horizontal, and that's what I'm trying to fucking get at. Like, if you make a tube that's gonna line up perfectly, you can't do that on a surface of fucking ball, bro. You would have to have this
Yes, you
fucking
can. You
mathematical
can.
magic to where it can.
You can, dude. You can, dude. 5 people told you, and 5 people gave you analogies and factual world models that you could actually do yourself, dude. You're wrong.
I don't know.
Simply
Okay,
wrong.
okay. I'll take the L here. If you guys just not gonna, that's fine. Let's just move forward. I'm just saying, like, logically to me in my brain, I'm just saying you can't use the same fucking coordinate system and height and depth elevation from the
They
surface
don't.
of the earth
They
and
don't.
to say it's gonna fucking equate. That's all I'm saying.
So they switched to like a geodetic survey system, which is different than like the latitude and longitude. So what they did was they tried to use like the WGS84, which is like the lat long system, and that didn't work. So they switched to geodetic, and in the geodetic you can like do like you can slice the ball with a plane, right? So that's pretty much what they did. They sliced the ball with the plane, and then they work off that datum. But they're using, but on the plane itself, they're just using like the regular Cartesian coordinates. You talk about pencil whipping it. They pencil whip the shit out of it, grab some ballpoint pens, permanent markers, and fucking every other art supply, and whipped it with that too.
Exactly. Because it wouldn't fucking conform, like, logically to be a ring on a surface of a sphere. That's my whole fucking point.
Yeah, word, dude. For the millionth time, dude. Go with a compass. Trace a circle on a ball, dude. You're wrong. You're simply factually wrong.
Look, they would have a problem though, because it's like a tube that they're shooting particles through, and those particles are supposed to be falling due to gravity. If they just simply cut a planar ring in spherical coordinates, then the gravity vector is going to be in all sorts of fucking different directions, right?
It wouldn't be horizontal,
and they would have to have like it.
Yeah, it's magnetic. Supposedly, it's magnetically suspended.
Like the plumb line would be fucked up.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that don't, dude. That's fine and dandy, but the problem is that they claim that it's magnetically suspended, like it's being controlled to defeat that.
Yeah, it's like supposed to be like a magnetic bottle, but they would still need to compensate for like whatever the direction of gravity was. Like the magnets would need to be stronger on that side or something. You know what I mean? The magnetic field. Because if the magnetic field is too strong on top, then it's going to push it down, right? And then you're working like with gravity. Because they might have enough tolerance.
Fair enough.
Or it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be that precise.
Yeah, so real quick, if it's a 17-mile ring, how long would it take for something traveling the speed of light to travel 17 miles? And how much differentiation would it be at 9.8 meters per second skew? Like I think that's well below any kind of effect that would matter. But then again, think about what we're arguing. Yeah, that's fair, but think about it this way: we're arguing in these negligibles and you can't tells, right? Rather than any kind of positive proof from their side. So far as we have is a bunch of claims from their side.
No, I get it. That's why I'm just saying, like, logically, that it just doesn't make fucking sense.
There's no
but
logic.
I get what you're saying.
It makes perfect sense, dude. Maybe you need to know. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. Put it in a syllogism or a logic string, and then use the word logically, rather than just using the word logically like it's flippant candy that you just sprinkle on a bunch of kids coming to your door on Halloween.
That's why I said I would really have to look at the blueprints of it and see what is the depth from the center that they have established it. Because if they have a certain depth from the center of it, because technically, if it's bulging because it's a sphere, then it's dropping from the left to the right.
It's not bulging, dude.
I don't think they build out the ring from the center. I don't think they build it like that way per se. I think they have like how they do like a lot of things, right? You start with a corner, like a cornerstone on the datum of a known elevation in a known position, and you build out from that. Because they didn't use like regular tape measures because it had to be like so precise according to them. They used like these stainless steel wires that were all like 10 meters with like a ring. It was like almost like kind of looked like a fishing reel, right? But instead of being freaking fishing line, it was stainless steel wire, and they used the stainless steel wire because it doesn't change size, because it had to be like precise down to like the 10th of a millimeter or something. CERN has a document server where it has all the documents for the ship with photographs of the equipment they use. But you got to remember, it was done in the 70s, so the quality of some of the stuff isn't too great.
All right, but just for the record, all points on a sphere are equidistant to the center. Okay, that's the definition of a sphere.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it is.
Yeah, but the center of it would be off. It would be different from the ring that's horizontal.
No, it wouldn't, dude. Distances to the center are the same, regardless of the orientation, dude. What the heck, bro?
This is what's messing you up, Akafan. Now, the center of that ring, like you said, there's like a bulge in the center of the ring. And it seems at first glance that would be further away from the center than the ring itself. But you got to remember, the ring is also moving out from that line that that center bulges on. So whatever it makes up the distance through translation left and right, that is like of the extension, right? That extends up or above the ring. So say the distance from what the ring is, the plane of the ring, to the bulge that's in the center is 10 feet. Well, it's moving. The hypotenuse of that triangle will extend 10 feet longer by moving it sideways.
Yeah, and it would have a different elevation from the center of it, right? Or I don't know.
No, it's going to be the same because you're measuring from the center radially. You're measuring out from the center. You're not measuring like it's not like a circle drawn in Cartesian coordinates on a grid. That the origin of the coordinates are in the center of the ball.
Correct. So here's the problem, Indio. I figured it out. So take the circle segment formula, get your chord line, get your radial to the midpoint of the chord line that extends through the surface. The surface will be a point that's called the sagittah. The midline of the chord line is where APOC is attempting to measure from. And he's saying that elevation is different from the 2 points, which would be true in that specified context if you're measuring elevation in that manner. But, for example, the globe paradigm measures it radially from the center. So it's effectively a straw man argument.
I get what you're saying. Now I get what you're saying. I understand now. You're saying that it would be equal distance, even though it's still technically going to be no longer horizontal, though. But it technically, I guess, it would be somehow. I don't know. I'm just thinking horizontal because it has to be a straight. It has to be a perfect flat tube for that light to go around and around and around.
Perfect. Yeah. Exactly. You can do that. You can do that. You can construct it perfectly. You can construct a tube that's in its own plane, and then put that on top of a ball sideways, diagonal ways, upside down ways. You can put it on any way you want, dude. The tube itself is never going to change.
I really want to find the blueprints because I want to see what their depth was from the center of that ring. That's what it comes down to. Because it would have to.
Yeah. That's fine, but if they say it's all the same elevation, right? Then that would mean that all those points would be from radial, right? So trace an arc, and that would be a dome.
I think they ignored local elevation values, and they just said, "Here's our blueprint, right? And here's our datum. We're gonna dig down into the ground until we have a freaking right. From this point, we're gonna dig down 200 feet and basically make a plane that we're gonna fucking put the ring on."
Yeah, why did they have to dig so deep anyway? That's pretty deep.
Ignoring all the elevation data. They're only measuring from the datum, not from. They don't even care about anything around it.
They said
because it's in the mountains, dude. They don't need to know about sea level or any of that shit.
They said they had to dig so deep, so I think the claim was that they don't want interference from the gravitational pull of the sun, some shit like that.
Oh god,
so
dude.
Yeah,
nah, I would say they don't want interference probably from some kind of electromagnetic or magnetic,
that's created by the
radiation or whatever, but not the gravity. Gravity wouldn't be changed no matter how deep you go.
I guess maybe along those lines, like electromagnetics of like what's above the surface compared to below. So they went deep enough to where it wouldn't have as much of an effect on it or something like that. I saw a whole documentary on it on how they built it and why
I think the site was like it was in the mountains, but it was like in between. It wasn't like a valley. It was kind of like a. It's hard to describe. It was like a plateau between two mountains. So it wasn't like a traditional like valley between two mountains. It was like one mountain went down and then it went flat across to another mountain that wasn't as tall, but then went up. And basically they used that like sort of flat area and then just dug it down until it was a plain. If I remember right. It's been a while since I looked at the shit. So, but they had like I'll try and find them Apocryphon for you because they have the documentation exists. I've seen it.
Yeah, but I totally agree with you to where they couldn't go along with what we know, quote unquote. They literally had to make up this new fucking coordinate system to establish that, to make it make sense. And I agree with that. Like, you're right. They would have to have done that because it does, to me, I'm speaking for myself. I could be an idiot. That's fine. But to me, logically, that wouldn't make sense if you're going to the Cartesian coordinates of what we've established overall, even in their own paradigm. That's all I'm saying, bro. Like, fuck me if I'm a retard.
They threw out the gold model to make that. There's no doubt about it.
There you go.
I mean, they basically say it without saying it. They don't say, "Yeah, we throw out the gold model." They just like, "Oh yeah, the datum, the WGS 84 datum, or the datum." It wouldn't make sense. They're like, it doesn't work, so we're gonna just
right. Exactly. It wouldn't make sense logically. It just doesn't comport. But okay, I could be an idiot. That's fine. I'm just saying. Like, fuck me running. It's all good. We're good, bro. We good. Stop muting me. We're good.
Hey, what did stop muting me have to do with anything, dude?
I'm kidding. It was a joke. I'm fucking around.
Yeah, if you're making specious claims with no citations, what do you think is gonna happen?
I get it. That's fair. I'll take my ass whooping. That's fair. I'm just saying, like, it just didn't.
Yeah, we actually technically made some progress, didn't we?
Yeah, it was good. At the end of the day,
hold on. For the last time, if all points on a sphere on the surface are equidistant to the center, then it follows that all points are equidistant to the center.
Yes. I agree to that. But along the lines of construction of it, yes, that's where I'm like, no, it don't make sense. But it's okay though. We got there. We're good. Let's move forward.
So equidistant to the center is not equidistant to the center?
Yeah. If it don't make sense, dude, you got to do the modeling yourself. Get a ball, get a compass, and construct a tube on that ball. Buy it. Go to the dollar store. You can get a compass. You can get a ball. And you can get a kid's circular neon light that loops around itself. You crack it, glows green, it loops around itself, makes a nice ring. You can put that on top of the ball, and you can see for yourself how easy it is.
It's literally what a ball is.
But there's no horizontal positions on the surface. We go there.
But dude, that's fine. When Glovers say horizontal, they don't mean the same thing as you say when you say horizontal. And to say that they have to, that's a fallacy. It's called electrical.
Well, they think level is curved, so you're right. They're all fucked up.
Yeah, they believe in curvizontal.
Yeah, exactly. So they think if we could take a ball, a ring, put it on there, and make it horizontal, But in their paradigm, well, that horizontal's curved, and it makes sense to them. And I'm like,
No. To them, listen, if they put a ring on a ball, they wouldn't call that horizontal overall. They would call it oriented to a particular horizontal. Because they have an infinite amount of horizontals to choose from, right? Their horizontal is a perpendicular line to a radial, to the center, which you can express in the circle segment formula.
all is well. Earth's still not a fucking ball. Okay, let's go forward.
So what they have to prove is that horizontal is rotating momentaneously as you transverse over free space, right? Every new location of free space is a new orientation of horizontal, correct? That's what they have to prove. Not claim, not draw it out on a piece of paper. That's what they have to prove.
So equal and far apart. That's equidistant, right?
Who's a hot mic, dude? Mute them.
Yeah, points that are of an equal distance from something.
Equidistant, equal and far apart.
Kind of like when they claim celestial navigation. That goes along with that too, because you have this equal ring, if you will, for their measurements to get an angle from it. But now we're talking about above the surface. So yeah.
Hey, don't you hate when people don't do the job right? Like, they tear off the floor, but they leave a bunch of nails. And then when you're trying to put down the finished floor that you're stacking, because you're going to put it on later, like you got to pull nails before you can set the new flooring down.
Been there, done that.
Hey AI, remember you're talking about that bridge in China, the hemorrhage or whatever it is. I saw a whole video on it today. Whatever it is. I was looking at a video of it today, and that shit is fucking I mean, if that doesn't fucking prove flat Earth for people, I don't know what the fuck will, because they definitely were building that to accordingly, if you will. And it has nothing to do with globe Earth at all. Like that was pretty cool to look into. If anyone that hasn't seen it, go check out the documentary of it, the way they build it and everything about it. That shit is perfect fucking example how we build shit plumb level square across a plane, across the top, even across the top, the topography of it. You're still establishing the heights to mean sea level. Like I appreciate you bringing that up, by the way. That was a good fucking point. And the towers, by the way, they're not diverging. If you look into it, those towers of them, they're not fucking divergent. Like, that's a slam dunk, dude. I wonder how Globers are going to fucking, spin that one. Those columns are not fucking diverging. And that's even bigger than the bridge over in New Jersey that they always, or is it New York or New Jersey? They always want to bring up that bridge that is diverging. Nah, bro. Like, nope.
Yeah, Verrazano Narrows.
Yeah, that one. They say, oh, it's diverging.
Yeah, but how much? How much supposedly?
Probably like a 5/8 of an inch. I'm just kidding.
No, an inch and 5/8 is what they claim.
Okay, that was close. Well, not really, but. Yeah, but that China one that blows that fucking that argument out the fucking water, because it's way further than the fucking the bridge that you just mentioned. If only they would adhere to their own claims and get wrecked in their own argument.
I can't remember correctly, but me and Timbo or T-Dub looked up the whatever the spans are in the bridge of the cement that they constructed, and it's basically like there's multiple spans, and each span has a greater error tolerance than the alleged lean that it's supposed to be. So it's like, even if you measured the thing and found they were off, you wouldn't know whether it was from the bridge construction or the alleged splay of the radial of the vector of down. So all that they did was just make an idealized sphere in math and use the math for a sphere, and just said if these towers were this far apart, they would be this much splayed, therefore they are. Just that whole circular reasoning garbage.
Right. And if you're doing it according to concrete, dude, concrete's one of the worst fucking things to try to derive that from, because there's so much error in concrete compared to steel. It's like it's big, it's large. Like, you will have, an off measurement, if you will. Concrete's horrible for that, the way they build it.
Well, the CN tower is remarkably plumb. It's only 29 millimeters off from true vertical.
Something that doesn't get mentioned either is the way that the reason why they construct things are there has to be a tolerance for the expansion of the material itself because of heat and the way it expands, and then it contracts, when it's cold. And like that in itself, that's why there's tolerances, because they have to make up for, like on a safety, reason. Like, they have to account for that. Otherwise, their shit would fail them if they built it exactly the way they blueprinted it out. You have to have room for that error. Simply because the way it expands with the heat. Like the Golden State Bridge, dude, it fucking expands, especially over miles. Like, if you're talking about the bridges that go like miles and miles, dude, there's like feet worth of expansion. Like, and you have to build them with these certain plates that allow that expansion to happen. So that way it doesn't fucking fail. for safety reasons and for the structural integrity.
Yeah, so they say that the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, the driving deck raises and lowers by 11 feet throughout the year just from the expansion.
Right.
So, in the summer, you're like 11 feet lower, and then in the winter, you're 11 feet higher. So it's like if you jump off the bridge into the water in the one season, it like you hit it at a certain force, and it's the other time you hit it at a different force.
Yeah, if you're gonna jump from it, make sure you pick the right fucking season. Get more bang for the buck. Yeah, they don't really talk about that though. Makes sense though. A lot of them aren't builders or in the industry to even know that concept even exists. A lot of them don't know that, or even the sway like from the winds. I think it said that the towers at the Golden State Bridge, I think it's up to 32 feet that they move. I'm like, what the fuck? How's that even possible, bro? Like, how can something that's solidified and like constructed to be still and erected like in its concrete form, like not, and I don't mean concrete by cement, but just concrete meaning like steady. Like, how does that fucking move 32 fucking feet? That's amazing. I don't get it. That has nothing to do with the curved earth, by the way.
Boy. Dude, I'm stacking the life-proof flooring. Curvature and Coriolis corrected. Costs an extra 5% per box.
I'm sorry. I stand corrected. It's 27 feet in laterally and 10 feet vertically. I just want to correct myself there.
Yeah, my sources say 27 inches.
Oh my goodness, this better not be one of them citation fights again.
It says feet for me, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's where I put my money.
Nope. I double checked. It's 27 feet. Laterally. And 10 feet vertically. Can you double check your sources? That way we can make sure we're on the same page.
Checking now.
Oh man, it's hot.
Yeah, I even double checked. Yeah, it's still saying no, it's 27 feet. I don't know. I could be wrong though. I don't know.
What did you check?
I double checked. I even used a different AI. I used Grok. I was like, what is it according to the what's been said?
I did post it. It says the bridge deck was designed to move 15 feet vertically and 27 feet from side to side.
All right. So we're on the same page along the lines. That's fine.
Yeah, that's a swaying of the deck.
Right.
Yeah, I was talking about the towers, how much the towers sway.
Oh yeah. My bad. Yeah, we're talking past each other then. I was talking about the bridge overall, not the towers. But you're right though. Even still, the towers, if they're also made, think about this. How does that even happen? Like, right? Like, think about it. Like, you have something in the ground, and it's able to move that much. I mean, 27 inches, still, more than 2 feet over. Like, that's pretty well engineered. I mean, at that point, like, these guys are freaking engineer masters to allow to compensate for that.
Yeah,
because the wind.
Yeah, that just from heat expansion contraction, the towers can change 6 inches in height.
Yeah. And there's even these like special plates, like, so when we build a bridge, like, there's these special plates that you have to build, and they're slotted, and you could tie it down with the boat into the plate, but they're still slotted that allows itself to move, and we literally have to do that to to allow that expansion or compression, whatever. And yeah, it's pretty interesting the way they figured that out. That's why I've said before, like SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, dude, the fucking plates the bolts were breaking because the land is sinking so much, and they are literally paying millions of dollars a year to they have this like this contraption to where it's kind of like pumps up, if you will, to keep the sides of it like at a certain elevation, so that way they don't break anymore. But in the construction of it, when we were doing it, they realized, dude, the fucking bolts are snapping, and they were literally fearful of it collapsing because of the way it was like expanding so much. So we had to order like a shitload more plates and replace all of them. Every fucking single plate, they had to be replaced with a larger slot because they realized that it's expanding too much, but not because of like wind or anything. It's because the ground is sinking. That's why I've said it before, even on Discord. I will never go watch a football game, a fucking concert, anything at SoFi Stadium, because it's the ground that it was built on in Inglewood, especially. It's all sinking, and I would hate to hear in the future if it ever fucking collapsed because of that fucking situation. Like, it's not safe. I'm just saying that right now. It's not fucking safe.
Yeah, and then you get like 50,000 fans in there who decide it's a good idea to jump up and down all at the same time.
Right. That's why I'm like, hell no, I'm never gonna go there. Because I know, like, we built that shit. I know that shit's fucking not cool, bro. Like, statistically, like, I'm not gonna go play Russian roulette, bro.
Hey, bro. That's I think it was the upper deck on the George Washington Bridge, but they did this march in New York where they had like 1 million people march across the bridge, and they said like the amount of weight and the harmonics and stuff, like, it damaged the bridge permanently, and they can never do it again or something like that.
Yeah, they did.
I believe that.
They did the same thing in a new pedestrian bridge in the UK, where they allowed a lot of people just walking across it. They had to close it for another year just to improve it again.
Yeah. That's actually crazy little jaunt. Hold on a second. That's crazy little jaunt, if anyone's interested, is look up walking frequency harmonics and bridges and how people just walking over a bridge could literally destroy it. It is such a good watch. Talks about the science of like how people, when they start to walk together, they start to have the same rhythm. And when they have the same rhythm, it's like their weight is shifting in unison, and it creates the swing effect, where it's big, it's a little swing, then it's a bigger swing, then it's a big, until eventually the whole bridge is destroyed. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had to tell marching soldiers to break their strides when they were walking across bridges.
And it's pretty interesting because maybe the engineers didn't account for that, so that's why they probably had to shut down the bridge. Like, oh shit, we have to fucking refortify it because they didn't account for that.
Nah, dude, it was more like before they figured that out, nobody even knew that. It wasn't even on their radar. Kind of like similar. I think they had that same thing. Remember that one bridge where like the wind went over it and it like twisted and then snapped? That was another one where like they didn't foresee what was going to happen until it happened.
Yeah, that was the Tacoma Bridge collapse. The wind caught it just right.
Which is really amazing to the to the testament of nature. Like, man, imagine how strong or how powerful air, wind can be when you've built something so structurally sound and you just get fucking toppled by a simple gust of wind that just throws all your calculations off. Like, that's crazy. Like, I know we do stiffeners and beams all the time because we're like, we have to, account for a certain amount of weight. But it seems like no matter how many stiffeners you put, like you there's still like unvariables, bro. Like that you just can't account for sometimes. Like in California, we have a higher like stringent criteria of things being built because of earthquakes. But like I'm sure like there's places in the the Midwest or in the middle of America where they're not really accounting for that, but technically they probably should, because you have forces of nature that might put more of a stress on their buildings and bridges that they may not, they don't foresee it to happen, maybe, I don't know. But I know California is really, really like big on structural integrity compared to other places simply because of earthquakes. But I don't know. That's why they tell us if there was any like
Hold on, I gotta interrupt you. Hold on, bro. The actual reason why they make everything so beefy is to support all the extra human feces weight. Okay, now you know. Go ahead.
from the homeless. Wow. Come on, bro. I mean, this is a fucked up state, but not that fucked up. Matter of fact, like I was gonna say, uh, we've been told. I remember way back when I was an apprentice in the class in the course, they were telling us that the safest buildings in California are hospitals and schools, and they're also the worst fucking buildings to build because the inspectors, they are so much like more petty on the way you build it uh, for that very same purpose. Like they build them extra beefy. So if anything was ever to happen, like in a real situation, whether it be natural or man made, like you want to be in a school or a hospital because those buildings are the strongest buildings out of every skyscraper and building that's made, no matter across the land in California. Like they are the strongest buildings, hands down, because they have so much like tedious fucking codes and expectations. Like you have to build it way stronger than above normal, if you will. That's why I remember I was put on a Kaiser job out in Orange County, and dude, like the welders hated the fucking inspectors because they were so tedious, dude. Like they're nope. They're like, nope, you got to redo it, burn it out, arc it out, and redo it, dude. It was like a nightmare. It's literally a building nightmare because they're so fucking petty on that shit. But it makes sense.
Hey, grab the end of that sheetrock, APOC. Use Wonka vision. Oh, Indio, if you're here, that's my physics question. If Wonka vision existed and somebody could reach through your phone to help you hold up the end of something, how would that work? Would the phone just crash to the ground? Would their arm get cut off? Or would they actually be able to support it? So you hold the phone up, and then they can hold the other end up from inside the phone, reaching through. That'd be a cool physics problem.
I only heard part of that. I didn't hear the beginning.
So imagine Wonka vision is real, and someone can reach through your phone to hold the end of something heavy while you hold the other end. And so you have to hold the phone up with your one hand, and they have to hold the end up with their hand reaching out to grab it. So how's that going to work physically?
You got to be a really strong guy.
No, dude, you just need an equation.
There you go. Just figure it out mathematically. You got it. You got this, bro.
Yeah, because like you got to think about it. Does it work off the phone's reference? Because the phone isn't supported, and your arm surely isn't supporting that end because it's not strong enough to be way out there at that edge. Or does it work off the guy's feet, standing where he is, and his arm strength?
What's that called?
That's a good question.
They call it, is it CIG or CG? What is it called? Center of gravity. It's CLG, COG. I forgot what it's called. The strength that you could hold something is dependent on your center of COG. I guess it is COG.
Yeah.
Dude, I
Like,
spotted
it doesn't matter how
alpha.
strong you are if you're. Yeah, it doesn't matter how strong you are if you have a tipping weight.
True. Very, very true. Yeah, you would have to have a counterweight to make up for it.
Right. So the other guy calls another person on Wonka Vision, and they attach a counterweight through their phone. Now, how would that work?
You're gonna drop it. They won't.
So it's almost like wormhole physics. It's like, does the strength and the balance matter on the person's feet, or does it matter from your phone's point of view? Because obviously your phone isn't supported by anything more than you holding it.
Dude, what's up with Alpha? Alpha, man, you alive over there?
Yeah, what up, homie?
You working?
Nah, I'm at home, actually.
Yo, have you heard the news?
What happened?
They pulled the plug on Elon, man.
Yeah, you talked about it earlier.
Yeah, I was on here talking about it. Yeah.
Oh, dude, shit, I missed it. I have to go rewind the stream to listen to you.
Yeah, he talked about it right when it happened.
I was talking about it right when it occurred. So
We were giving Manufactorum so much shit over it. It was hilarious. Like, what are you going to do now, man? You're going to be looking at old space pics like fucking Civil War pictures. Like, man, remember the good old days?
Reminiscing.
Well, not to mention they canceled his, the contracts that he had with SpaceX.
Dragon.
So
yeah,
the Dragon, it's not going to fly anymore. So all that's being.
He said that he's going to he said immediately we're decommissioning it. That's a wrap.
So what we got is coming in twofold. NASA's being defunded. SpaceX now is being defunded. All the space programs that were leading the way to, do anything in space are being taken away now. So
yeah, so I just read a news story that said, what the hell was it? So a company named Peregrine reportedly sent something to the moon, and lo and behold, it malfunctioned, and we can't get any pictures.
Really? No, this is
amazing how much shit malfunctions on the moon, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, but this couldn't happen at a better time. So it's a big win for Flat Earth for sure, because now nobody's going up there. So talking about kicking the can down the road, they just kicked it off the freaking building. So there's no more can.
Dude, Manufactorum was like, there's other places. I'm like, you gotta freaking go look at the India space program pics, man.
Exactly.
Like, you really want to go there?
Let's talk about where it's happening. Yeah, this shit is great, dude. Like it's good shit.
Dude, India's like faking space on an Atari 2600.
It's only a matter of time before the Globers start supporting the Russian space program.
So I don't know what. Yeah, exactly. So what do they got left? I mean, no one else is going to space, or at least leading the way to go to space.
Yeah, there goes that Mars shit, dude. That's right flush down the toilet.
Oh yeah, dude, big time. Now they're flinging mud at each other. It's stupid, dude.
Yeah, they're cutting NASA. Someone was saying are they cutting NASA's funding too?
They cut NASA.
They cut NASA's funding.
Yeah, they cut that. Yeah, actually, if you look into it, NASA's been getting cut since 2010, since Obama. Obama cut them originally, and then now fast forward to 2025. They're revisiting all of that, saying, "No, we're not going to put money into that no more."
Well, it's really going to suck being like a CGI artist, dude. Between AI and NASA cutting funding, you're fucked.
Yeah. Dude,
I can't make my photos.
Man, I gotta say though, for us coming out with content and like if we are to like reach the heights of mainstream, dude, I'm telling you, like this could be a better time to take advantage of this particular grounding right now. I don't know about you guys, but emerging in this like whatever's happening, yeah, it's gonna be great.
I'm fucking locked and loaded, motherfucker.
Yeah. It's about time, man. And so these guys are duking it out or whatever. But I'm pretty sure something else is going on behind the scenes. Meanwhile, this kerfuffle is taking place. I said that earlier. Has to be, dude. This isn't just happening just because. It's a giant distraction for something else.
Yeah, I gotta agree with
What's the other hand doing, man? It's a good freaking. Dude, I forgot, man. That's what you're always supposed to look at when they have like these idiotic things that come out in the media. Something else is going on behind the scenes.
It's all smoke and mirrors, Indio.
Like the perfect one was when Bill Clinton, when he came out with his Lewinsky shit, right? When it all came into the press, that day, the CIA director, William Deutsch, resigned from the CIA. And the day before that, the reason he resigned is because he was at a town hall meeting in South Central LA. The people that live there are basically grilling him on why was the CIA running fucking drugs into South Central LA and like creating the crack epidemic. And
I remember that
a guy named Rupert Murdoch, who was an LA County detective, gave his testimony. Hey, frickin', I was approached by the CIA to frickin' help run frickin' drugs into South Central, and yada yada yada. And they had all these other people, and he's like, I reported this. Like, are you gonna do something about it? And he was like, just give me everything you have, and I'll do something about it. The next day, dude resigns, and Bill Clinton's fucking got cum on a dress.
Yep,
it's just like 9/11. Like everybody's looking at the two towers, but the Pentagon got hit exactly where the people who were investigating the trillions lost were. So, like it's like all the information was lost about the trillions, but look at the two towers.
Yeah, it's like Batman, dude. Remember Batman where he flew away with the nuke into the sunset? He's like, I'm going to take this, guys. I'll take it on the chin for you all. I'm the hero. And that's what they probably do in the background. They're like, listen, CIA guy, you're going to resign. You're going to be the hero. You're going to save everybody.
Yeah, I remember that video, by the way, Indio, of that detective, and he like came out and like he said, like, yeah, we've been running operations, through CIA of the drugs coming into the urban areas, and like a lot of people cheered. I remember that video. A lot of people cheered, like, yeah. They're like, okay, you're saying the truth.
I got a very important question about that. So did Nancy Pelosi invest in it?
Speaking of investing, man, currently right now the stocks took a nosedive because of this, bickering back and forth. So the markets are scared right now. So there's a lot of something going on. Yeah, and I feel like they might dip a little more based on whatever's going to come of this whole back and forth. And then we're going to see people putting money into the buying the dip. So I don't know what kind of dip we're talking about, but it might be a pretty big one because certain people that had stock into Tesla are hearing him saying they're decommissioning the Dragon project and other things. What do you think that's going to do to the stock? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whoo, man.
It's been theorized for a long time that they're going to systematically collapse the economic system to introduce the digital coin.
Yeah,
so
just
that's
wait, dude, because I think AI has been talking about this, so I've made mention of this too. I don't know if Indio spoke of this, but yeah, they're synthesizing a new paradigm, man, for everyone.
Right.
It's happening, but they're rolling it out. So why would they take away all of the space ideas? Like, why that? Why not something else? Why this specific thing? It's very targeted, man. If you haven't noticed,
So they're also letting non-heterodox like physics theories come to light that I ain't never heard before. Right, different interpretations of gravity, different interpretations of the Big Bang, different interpretations of like redshift and like all the things in cosmology. Now all of a sudden, all these things are being questioned.
Yep. Like, you remember Raisin Bread?
It's like The Price is Right, right? When you spin the wheel, what the fuck is that shit going to land on? Nobody knows what it's actually going to end up landing on.
Dude, my favorite is Raisin Cake. You guys know Raisin Cake?
The Raisin Cake theory, yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's hilarious. Can you tell us about it? Because I'm in the middle of doing something.
Yeah, the universe is like, expanding universe is like a bunch of freaking galaxies are like raisins in a freaking rising cake. And that's how the universe is like
expanding.
Expanding freaking raisin bread.
Yeah, unfortunately, when they got into this, they introduced the quantum of it. They realized that it collapses in on itself mathematically. So they kind of have to go back to the drawing board, because if they're saying that this, Raising Cakes is expanding, but it doesn't make sense mathematically in their paradigm for it to make sense.
Well, they're also starting to say, just also letting people out. So there's a Harvard professor that's been going around the physics and basically saying all the crap they've been saying about quantum mechanics, spooky action at a distance, the fucking collapse, that all that is just bullshit, and that quantum physics actually is deterministic. And the problem, yeah. So like now they're like saying they're going away from the superposition bullshit where like you can't know where anything is, or it's in two places at once, or all this crap. Now they're running away from that.
Yeah.
What you mean to tell me is that the globalist right now, or the anti-flat earther, needs to update their lexicon.
Yep.
To let in the new downloadable content that they haven't upgraded to yet.
Well, exactly. I mean, like right now, it's like in alpha version, right, or beta version. That just like you said, they're rewriting the paradigm, and we don't know like where it's going to end up. But to me, it feels like they're floating all these trial balloons and trying to figure out like the narrative that is acceptable to the most amount of people, and then they'll try and shape that into some freaking twisted freaking form of reality.
Yeah, problem, reaction, solution.
Well, they had to because it collapsed in on itself. So they literally had to change that script, if you will, because it didn't make sense to their own paradigm mathematically. So they literally have to change what they are going to appropriate, if that's the right word, out to the masses.
Yeah, like things like string theory, it's dark matter, dark energy, all that shit's starting to be abandoned by the mainstream, right? Big Bang model, that's starting to be abandoned. Like in academia, it's starting to be abandoned. Like, you got the old guard that's still like set on it, right? Because they've been teaching that crap for the last 60 years. Like, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. They're not gonna, they'll entertain it verbally, but they're not gonna start
Yeah, but they're like the Titanic captain, dude. They're only going to be around for only so much longer. Until that generation passes away, that'll be the end of that. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm more interested in how they're going to rewrite history. Oh, we never really believed that shit. That was just a theory. We weren't really that sure. Nobody said that.
They will throw every guy that was along those lines under the fucking bus so quickly.
Oh, dude, it'll make your head spin how fast they'll throw somebody under the bus.
It's like the Glober that came in about the Black Swan and saying that they never claimed that the horizon was geometric.
Yeah.
Yep. False.
That's what I want. That's what I'm interested in. The people that claim that they never thought that in the first place.
Well, some of these globalists, dude, they always leave enough room to make a way out so that they don't ever make a claim to anything or be held accountable. So they'll always say things like, I'm only 99.99999% sure. They always do that.
And you know what?
Sliver of percent do that they leave for themselves is so that just they could let something new happen and account for it, like accept it.
And you know what they chalk it up to? They say science got better. That's what they fucking always say.
Yeah, that's right. They made a discovery. We discovered that we were wrong. Great discovery. Give a Nobel Prize for being wrong.
Exactly. And how many times?
Give me a lot. I'm wrong a lot, dude. Give me lots of Nobel Prizes, dude. Give me a Nobel every time I'm wrong.
How many times are we going to give these quote unquote scientists this, beautiful fucking position of they know what they're talking about? How many times are we going to give them that when they've been proven over and over and over to be wrong?
At least 7. Let me explain. Rest assured, this will be the 7th time I have destroyed it, and I have become exceedingly good at it.
Yeah.
Quote the engineer.
That's true.
Yeah, it's laughable at this point. And only those that can see it are going to see it.
Well, that's it, right? So even in the movie, right, where the engineer tells Neo, hey, bro, in case you didn't know, you're just a pawn in my game, and I already destroyed the city that you're trying to save like 7 times over, sucker. That's right.
Right.
But what did he say? He said, listen, homie, Neo, bro, I have to allow a small percentage of you scrubs to think you're free and fight this battle on behalf of the greater masses so that the greater masses will accept the paradigms as they come and go. So I had this matrix, then I had that matrix, then I had this matrix, then I had that matrix. And as long as I can get 90% of the people to accept the programming, maybe even 98, I'm good. And so I'll let you 2% be free. I'll let you 2% know the truth, but you guys are irrelevant to my plan. Not only are you irrelevant to foil my plan, your little truth and freedom is part of my plan to enslave the rest.
Exactly. That's facts right there. Amazing how fucking, like, that movie makes perfect fucking sense in our fucking reality. Amazing. Because that's what they're doing.
I'm also of the view that like history is constantly being rewritten, constantly in real time, all the time.
Yep.
I just think like the mainstream view, like whatever is out there in the media, it's called the memory hole, right? I'm sure we all heard this. With the memory hole, things like inconvenient, like they'll come up with a new truth, and the old truth gets memory holed as if it never happened, and nobody ever talks about it again.
Is that the Mandela effect type shit?
it's like that, but it's just like they just stopped talking about it. Everybody talks about it. Like all the websites that talked about it will be gone. There used to be a website called memoryhold.com that had lists of shit that were memory hold. Shit that used to be common knowledge that everybody talked about that somehow disappeared and everybody forgot about it, right? That website has been memory hold.
Talk about like the big important events that were really big at the moment.
Yeah.
And just like they vanished like without even a trace. Like, I don't know if you guys remember.
It is like the Mandela effect.
The West Nile virus or the swine flu or any of these other like cataclysmic things that were supposed to eradicate humans. It almost seems like they came and they were here and they were a big deal. Y2K. I mean, you could just go on and on. The list of these things are.
Let me tell you one. See if you remember it. Do you remember the CRISPR tech mosquito vector anti fertility? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big scare for a while. They thought they were making a bioweapon that was going to be vectorizing mosquitoes that would actually have the ability to essentially make that movie. What was that movie called? Where there's one baby left, the only one woman in the whole world got pregnant.
Children of Men.
Yeah, Children of Men, exactly. So they were saying like we can make this thing which will. I think it was going to attack males or females, but whatever it was, it's going to be injected from the mosquitoes, and then you become probabilistically infertile, and it cycles every time. So eventually, you just depopulate. That was a big fear back in the day.
I remember when they were spraying the San Gabriel Valley with the fog of sorts because they were so terrified of the mosquitoes, and I remember that. And they continuously like pump that out through the news, like, oh, be careful because mosquitoes are carrying this virus that's going to end humanity. And yeah,
there was
Sounds
always
like
these cataclysmic events that were taking place by, man-made things.
Right. Matter of fact, I remember them saying that they dropped like millions of these like other type of mosquitoes that are going to counter the spread of this virus, and they're like down to like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like they were like designed or created to hold this this like anti I don't even know what I'm saying right now. Hold on, let me think. A way to counter it, for lack of better words. They dropped all these mosquitoes that were going to counter this one type of mosquito that was going to kill off humanity in California, at least. And then, like, they released them, like millions of them, shitload of them.
Oh, the killer bees,
like the
Africanized honeybees. Remember that? Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, that's another one. That's another one.
That shit's all been memory hold. We're also to die because of that shit.
It's like the
actually, I'm already dead. I got killed. This is like the afterlife. I got killed by a honeybee.
You got killed by it.
Remember the DDT between they're spraying that bullshit from the 1950s, the 70s, and they called it polio. It's like the opposite of that. Hey, don't be afraid of insects. Here, we're gonna genetically modify these, and we're gonna save the world.
That's what I was looking. That's the word I was looking for. That's the word I was looking for. They released genetically modified mosquitoes to where it was going to counter the scare, if you will. I remember that. That was not too long ago.
There is a shift happening, and this is a part of it. It has the part to play within like the shift of thinking, the way people are actually perceiving their worldviews. And I mean, we're not going to be, taking off in a rocket ship to go colonize another planet or something, and that's already been kind of scratched and maybe put in the back burner for now, then what are the fanboys of space going to be talking about? If we're not going to be, if they took away their space toys, now they can't talk about doing that. What have they got now? What are they going to just fantasize about going there? Because now,
oh man, bro, I got it. I got it in the bag. It's called Sequest DSV, bro.
Sequest.
By the way, there was a shitload of fucking like propaganda through movies and television shows based upon how many times they push like you just leave the planet and go like colonize somewhere else. Even through on Netflix, there's a show called Robot Sex and something. I forgot what it's called, but they have quite a few short films within that's along those lines
Love,
of
Death,
just
and
leaving
Robots.
Earth. That's what it is. Love, yeah, Death and Robots. Yeah, they have a few videos that totally talk about how they just leave the Earth and colonize somewhere else. Yeah, it's funny the way they push this propaganda, but they're literally like warping minds to believe that that's even something possible. Well, no,
Was.
bro, that's
Was.
fake.
They took
Well,
away the money
here's
for that
another
now.
narrative shift that's happened. Is to there's two of them that come to mind. There's the coming ice age, which was the problem when I was growing up, and that flipped 180 to global warming. And then there's the other one where we got too many people, and we're going to have this crazy population crunch where there's way too many people. And now they're telling us it's the other way around. And now we're in a population crisis where people aren't having enough babies.
Enough babies, yeah.
Now, it seems to be true from what I see is like how like people I know personally, like they don't have families of 5 or families of 6. And I know like when I was growing up, it wasn't uncommon for people to have large families. So in one sense, it resonates, right? Like on a personal level, anecdotally. But then I go, well, if they were wrong about the population increase, how are they right about fucking saying the opposite? Like, why am I going to trust them now?
Well, because the machine has already done a good job of breaking up the nuclear family. So now the people they're not holding fast to like traditional values of having big families because of the way that now the process of the way people think, the American dream, having it all with like, 2 cats in a yard, with
So are they telling the truth?
Kids.
Is that what you're saying? Like, are you saying they're telling the truth about this shit? That there is a population?
Well, dude, I mean, the proof is in the pudding, right? Because a long time ago, in ancient times, right, you had your families that were, growing to be like, you had, 10 kids. It just depends. The big families were the case, and people had homesteads with like everybody lived on the land, and it was not like the way we've been told. I think we were sold a lie, bro. That's what I think. That this is the way it's always been. Well, the kid turns 18 and they leave and they go somewhere else. But back then they used to live in tribes, dude. They had their own little section of land and everybody was there. The uncles, the aunts, the grandmas. The grandpas.
People didn't move away, dude.
Yeah.
Like the woman would move in, like you say you had a daughter. She would move into like her husband's family's house. Mm-hmm. And like if you had sons and they married someone, she'd move into their wife would move into your house.
I know people.
Your kid would spend his whole life learning from you, learning your principles, your ethics, your work ethic. Like it's not the same,
right? And now families are devoid of this. They don't have that. So what happens when you leave people like that are so, strayed away from their families? You have like isolation, depression, anxiety. You have people that are they don't understand how to be a man, and women who don't have role models of how like women used to be strong and healthy, and you know what I mean. Like there's different. It just breaks up the, that center, that who we were. Now we're just like all discombobulated. We're all separated. We think that we're supposed to leave the house and go far away as soon as we turn 18. Like there's a bunch of like, who made up this fucking rules, dude? Why do we have to live life like that? Why is it not like sticking together? Aren't families happier when we're all together? Like that's the way it should be, man. But I don't know.
What's crazy, Alpha?
It's the machine. The machine has made us believe all these lies. So now we're all separated and shit.
What's crazy, Alpha? I personally know people. I want to say maybe 2 at the most, maybe 3 at the most. But this is also the older generation. They're like 70 years old now. They have siblings, like 17 siblings, bro. Like real talk. 17 siblings, 15 siblings. I'm like, God damn, that's crazy.
But that's such a small drop in the bucket. Because in
I
today,
got one question. How many dads? Oh,
oh wow. But in today's world, you don't hear that. You don't hear about a woman having like 17 kids. This is like along the lines of like in the 40s, 50s, and 60s to where these people had so many children. But you're right, dude. You don't have that same fucking, environment to where women are pumping out so many kids.
Yeah, but,
if
but
anything,
why is it? Yeah, but why
Average
is that though?
family size used to be 5 children.
Yeah, but why
That
is
was
that?
the average.
Yeah,
If you think
I
about
have
it.
5 children, so I accommodate. I contributed to that because
Yeah,
I have
let me
5
ask you
kids.
though, why is that? Why is that a problem nowadays? Why do you think that's a problem right now?
Do you want my real opinion? I mean,
Well,
other than
I mean-
people are incentivized. People are incentivized to. So let me start from the beginning. So so back in the day, people didn't rely on like things outside of the home for everything, right? They would make the things they need. The woman would sew clothes. They'd make shit from scratch, right? The house was like a place of production. It wasn't just like consumption. Now it's just consumption. So if you have a completely consumption-centric household with 6 children, that is financially unviable. You have to, to some degree, with that many people, you have to have some level of self-sufficiency. But that self-sufficiency, the knowledge of it is gone. Dude, go find a woman who knows how to can or make jelly or pickle. That's what I'm saying, right? But those skills were required to survive with a family of 6, 10, 12, right? Because you couldn't afford to buy your pickles. You couldn't afford to buy your bread all the time. You couldn't, and you would actually trade. Like, hey, I make great fucking bread. I'll trade some of my bread to the milkman for some milk, so I can make more fucking bread, right? And then I'll take that bread and I'll give it to Susie, and Susie will make a fucking dress for my daughter, right? And and then there was a complete system of fucking barter.
and not to be confused when you give the cake to the mailman for free.
Wow.
You mean the dad of Kid 3?
I'm just saying that you don't fucking hear about a woman having so many kids these days, and that's probably why they're saying that there is a.
It's because they don't think. You ask women, I can't afford to have kids.
That's it.
I am not in a financial situation, and they can't find a man that can afford it. That they think, hey, we can't afford to have kids, and if we do, I'm going to have to work, and he's going to have to work, and then I'll just have a stranger taking care of my kid anyway. And what's the point of that? I must just.
Yeah, but remember, who raises the kid? The state. The state takes control. The state indoctrinates. The state gives the kid all the mentality of what life's supposed to be like. All this, the school system is like an indoctrination occurs, and so what happens is the system has been designed so that the person can fail. It's not built so the person can succeed. It's not meant for that, dude. Like it's.
I was just gonna say, like systematically, that decline has happened because I remember, when my grandfather and my grandma were alive, like my grandpa, he way back before my uncles and aunts were grown adults, when they were kids, my grandpa could afford to support everybody, to support the family. He had a job, and the way the money was way back then compared to today, like you can do that. Like it afforded you and allowed you to have such a structure, unit, if you will. But in today's world, that is non-existent. Like both parents have to work, and even with both parents working in today's wages compared to inflation that's increased, you still cannot accommodate for such a family structure. Like it's just a whole shift of paradigm from what used to be to today. Like that's no longer, dude. Like that American dream is gone. Like you can no longer live like that at all.
Yeah, think about it, man. If somebody tells you they have like 7 kids, what's the first thing that goes to your mind when you hear that? When somebody says they have 7 kids?
I think of like an insect. I'm just kidding.
No. I mean, but what do you think about their household? Do you think they're making it? Like they're well off?
Fucking chaos, dude. That's what I think.
That's it
chaos.
right there. Pure chaos.
This is what I think. I think the older kids are taking care of the younger kids. Like fucking dad is slaving away at work, and mom is basically fucking doing laundry all day, baking all day, cooking all day, fucking cleaning the house all day, right? And like, and maybe having the kids help a little bit. So, but the thing is, what you were just saying about your grandpa. How often did you guys go out? How often did you go out to eat? How often were you going out to eat?
Right.
Think about it. Our expenditures are way higher than they used to be.
Big
Our
time.
external expenditures.
Dude, I look at. Let me give you an example, okay? So when I used to take my kids out to go eat, we would pay at least $100. Nowadays, if I take all my kids out to go eat, we're paying like $400, bro. Like,
Good Lord, dude.
yeah, dude, I'm not fucking lying. Like shit. Although I will say this, I do go to like a cool fucking restaurant. Shit's pricey or whatever. Like Buca de Beppo. Like I love that. It's an Italian place.
You need to go to a Chinese buffet, man. And share a plate. It's like everybody eat off my plate.
Fucking hell, bro.
Hey, I'm just saying, dude. Like I know that like when I take all my 5 kids out, like it's fucking gonna be hundreds of dollars for us to fucking enjoy a good meal. And that's just our reality right now, dude. Like shit's expensive.
Yeah, that wasn't really a thing back in the day. I said, like families were self-sufficient. Like
exactly,
mom baked from scratch. She didn't buy a box of frickin' Betty Cracker. She bought baking soda, baking powder, fucking salt, flour, right? Butter, lard, like all this stuff to make any type of baking fucking item there is, right? Yeast, and with you spend say nowadays money $50, but you could make like $500 of food that's would cost $500 at the grocery store. You know what I mean? A 25-pound bag of flour, that shit'll go a long way. A 50-pound bag, holy crap, dude! You know how much bread you can make?
My favorite is avocados. Like, you ever compare the difference in your mind between buying pre-made guacamole and then buying an avocado and making it into guacamole at home?
Dude. Hey, that's why nowadays it's really, really good to know somebody with an avocado tree because you save a lot of money on that shit.
The only thing that's more economical that I can think of off the top of my head, processed is like orange juice. Because to get a cup of orange juice, man, you're gonna have to buy like 42 oranges.
Dude, the grocery fucking bill is outrageous, dude. I ain't gonna lie, dude. Like every month, fucking A, dude.
Dude, and I spend like $70 like every 3 days.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right.
The healthiest calories in the grocery store are thrown in the trash. So even today, I called into a place called New Seasons. I said to them, "Hey, it's Charles. Can I get 3/4 of a pound of beef fat?" They said, "Yeah, sure. It'll be ready by noon." I go there at noon. I get it. I come home, turn it into beef tallow in my oven at 260 degrees Fahrenheit for an hour. Pull it out and I mix it with the ground beef or whatever, or mix it with that before I put it in the oven, and break it up. And I got like 70% fat, 30% protein. Put the seasonings in there. It's cost me about $5.50 for the whole thing.
Yeah, and how long does that last you?
About 2/3 of the day.
One day.
It's a shame you cooked it.
Just eat it raw? Is that what you're saying?
Keep in mind, this beef tallow that's really cheap, because I spent $4 or whatever on the ground beef, but $1.50 on the beef before I turned it into beef tallow, the beef fat. But this beef tallow that you can make fresh at home, you can mix it with all sorts of other stuff. Like you can mix it with rice and feed it to your children or whatever. And then
hold on. $4 for how many
and
pounds?
carbs, not just empty carbs.
Wait. For how many pounds? Are you saying $4? How many pounds, bro? What are you talking about here? Because I'm like, wait, what?
$1.50 for 3/4 of a pound of beef fat.
Whoa, bro, hold on. I'm just saying, in California, we're paying like $13 or $14 for this, probably the same thing. I'm like, where do you live, bro? Because I want to move there. Because you're like saving a lot of money compared to us. It's expensive here, dude.
They also
Are you talking about the
charge an
same
arm
thing
and
I'm
leg
talking
soup
about?
bone.
Like, I'm talking about the
Sonny.
stuff that the butcher shops normally throw into the trash, but instead
Oh,
they're
yeah, I
selling
get
it to
what
me
you're saying.
for $1 a pound or $2 a pound.
Yeah, I get what you're saying now.
So you just walk up to a butcher and just ask him, "Hey, can I have your scraps?" How's that work?
Yeah, you're fat. Yeah, and the halal places are a lot nicer because they give it to me for free.
Oh, nice.
So you just find like someone off like marketplace, like just doing it like they have their own land and everything. Like you just going up to.
You could do it that way, but I just happen to live close to a bunch of different grocery stores. Like one's called New Seasons, that's a chain.
Oh, okay.
Another's and basically any place that has a butcher shop with a phone in it, you can just call in and ask them. And you just got to remember what time of the day, whether it's the early morning or the midday that they're cutting stuff up, and then you just call them when they're cutting stuff up. But like, hey, can you hold on to it for me? Like, yeah, sure.
I don't think we can do that here in California, to be honest.
So, like, beef that's going to be like ground beef that's going to be expired to the Star Market. I know when they like put it out for like 50% off. So I can get like ground beef for like $2 a pound. Because market like, you just got to cook it like within 8 hours. Yeah, dude.
Dude, we're paying like $6 to $8 a pound, bro. Like what?
Yeah, it's normally that price, right? But like the day before to sell it, right? So they like they'll mark it down, right, to like $5 a pound, and then when it has to sell that day, right, it's the last day, they'll put a 50% off sticker. And so I know I know the time of day that they put all that shit out, and all I gotta do is go there and just beat everybody else.
Yeah. nice. Yeah.
Check out this article that just came across my feed right now.
Dude, Apocryphon. Like when I first found out, I was like buying all of it, dude. I was making these giant fucking hamburgers that were like 12 inches around and fucking just mowing that shit.
Grabbing it up.
Check out live stream voice text real quick. Look what came across my feed.
Wow. May have been wrong about the original life. You think so?
Duh. No shit.
Right. Oh,
They're just now
fucking slap
saying
me and call me Susie, right?
I had a come up in my feed. It said, scientists may have been wrong about the Big Bang.
Yeah,
I don't know if this is the same story.
Right? I don't know if it's all happening all at once, but like it was just like what we've been saying. So I mean, look at this shit, dude.
Right.
Like right now, what the fuck?
Well, here's another thing, right? Was this information like already out there, and now they're like, oh yeah, you can tell it.
Yeah, exactly. Like now they're like, okay, we can fucking release it. What's that called? Fuck. What's the word I'm looking for? Truth in plain sight. Is that what I'm looking for? They're gonna post this, and then like just move on. Like okay, like at least we told them. But I guarantee you will have a Glober that's gonna argue because they didn't get the fucking update. They didn't get the memo. Floyd, like 100 fucking %, bro. Like, yeah, he's crying somewhere, dude. He's curled up in a ball somewhere, bro, for sure.
Yeah, this is it's a weird day, man, for Globers. They're losing just like on every point right now. there's
Hey, but they got Jeranism. They're good, dude. They're good. You're like they got Jeranism. They're cool.
Yeah, they got their validation.
Yeah, in exchange for what? Their whole paradigm collapsing, imploding.
Right. It's literally fucking imploding. Pun intended.
got the better part of that deal, I'll say.
Oh my god, dude. Defunding SpaceX. What a deal, man. Wow.
The cool thing is that we will see new arguments because obviously it's going to give birth to new arguments from their position.
Yeah, the apologetics are going to be coming out the woodworks.
Here's what you're not gonna have to hear for a while. There's space agencies other than NASA. There's private ones.
The defunded ones? The ones that aren't going to be funded anymore?
man.
Those ones?
You know what though? It's brilliant because Trump actually has a good excuse speech. He's like, bro, they weren't going to go to Mars, bro. Like they said they were going to go back to the moon, bro. Ain't going to happen, bro.
Right.
I ain't spending my money or time on that crap, bro.
Yeah, he was saying that too. He's like,
literally,
we got a lot of stuff to do down. Like we got to worry about like reigniting the economy, man. Come on, like we got to get the oil factories and all that stuff. We got to get America. We got to make America great again, dude. We ain't gonna do that by worrying about any space nonsense right now. Like we can't just.
And Elon Musk even agreed because Trump said that they don't have the money for these things. Like Elon agreed.
Yeah, but they're speaking on two sides of their mouth, though, man. Because like at one of the, I don't know if it was the speech he made after he won the election, but there was like this whole speech about, and we're going to Mars, and Elon was like, woohoo, like they were doing this whole bit. I'm like, what's all this about, bro? Like you're just doing this whole 180, and now it's like, nah, you know that we said we're going to Mars, nah, and it's like, what the fuck? You guys are messing with my emotions, Smokey. Like,
right?
What the hell, man? I mean, whatever, right? Because I mean, it's a dog and pony show, bro. At the end of the day.
Exactly. I was just gonna say that, bro. It's AV, like, bro, it's all a fucking circus.
Yeah, but the Glober doesn't know which way to run. They're like, okay, are we going to Mars? All right, we're going to Mars. Shit, we're not going to Mars. So they don't know what to make up their minds on. I should bring the tweet out.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, there's going to be a point in time to where Globers are going to finally have to fucking admit that they've been lied to. Eventually. But it's only going to be the most like staunch position anti-flat earthers that are going to still believe with their false hopes and dreams that it's still a reality. So don't fucking tell them otherwise. That's what it's going to come down to. They know no better at that point. It's going to be interesting this next week.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture of this and send it in a live stream voice text.
Mars, bitches.
Dude, that is so funny, man.
That's such a great skit. Fucking kudos fucking to fucking Dave Chappelle. God damn. He was ahead of his time, dude, before he got fucking wrecked.
Check this tweet out right here. Oh wait, no, that's not the one. Look at how many impressions it got. Watch the one that I'm going to show you in just a few short hours.
Yeah, I saw that too, dude. Like there you go.
This
like
is the
fucking. Go ahead.
This might be the updated one. Let me see. Yeah, this is the updated one. Look at how many impressions there is now from how many hours. Look at the timestamp. 8 hours ago.
53 million. God
but
damn.
the one before that. Look at the one before that. It was only 2.7 million impressions. Now look how many impressions it got from just 8 hours. But look what it says.
Oh shit! I put the wrong fucking emoji. My bad, Drace.
And exactly what AI was saying is what Donald Trump is saying. Dude, look, says it right. He's tweeted this out.
Dude, 300,000 likes out of what 53 million views is not a good ratio, bro.
They don't like it.
What do you think about that? That's from the horse's mouth right there.
Right. I honestly feel like they're just gonna divert funds to the DoD. To be honest, I feel like they're gonna take a strong position, militarily speaking, and I feel like they're gonna fucking introduce weapons that we never even fucking thought were capable. I remember way back in the day, during the Iraq War, or invasion, if you'll call it, there was reports coming from the local towns that there was a technology that where I specifically they're like, my uncle was zapped and he just disappeared, and he was just left. There was just boots on the floor. And I remember, this was years ago, by the way, way back in the invasion of Iraq. And I remember thinking, like, what the fuck? Like, they were reporting technology like that was being, what's the word I'm looking for? Showcased, I guess. And I remember them saying, like, there was people like disappearing, and it made me think about that movie, where, remember that big ass fucking alien thing was like vaporizing people with a laser. Like, I remember thinking, like, dude, that they're literally fucking talking about what the movies were demonstrating.
In Mars Attacks.
Yeah. There you go. And to where they're just vaporized. And if you look, you can literally look into it. Google it. Like, I swear to God, this is a real fucking report.
With Tom Cruise, War of the Worlds, dude.
That's the one. War of the Worlds. That's the one. And these big ass 3-legged fucking like cyborg fucking robots were like vaporizing people. And I remember, like, literally, you can fucking look it up right now. There's reports from Iraq way back. This is fucking 20 years ago, and they're saying that their uncle was like vaporized, and they were afraid. That's why they all ran and scattered when they saw military, because they were afraid of that happening to them. And it was just one. It wasn't just one account; it was several accounts. Like, you literally look it up. Like, people were being vaporized, and that just makes me think, like, dude, what fucking technology are they gonna fucking display going forward? That's crazy when you think about it.
Oh man, sounds like a citation is needed.
Oh, goddamn AI! I gotta pull up something from 20 years ago that I came across. That's fair.
I don't know.
Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
For example, it's well known that people that get hit with the 25 or the impact round turn into a red mist and they're Gonski, and sometimes their fuse are all that's left. So it could be that they're just misunderstanding what's happening.
What happens to their bones? Is there a skeleton left?
Depends on how the round is going.
No, they're explosive rounds.
Oh, so like there's just shards of fucking bone, right?
Yeah.
So I did come across a couple of them. They are stating that they were vaporized.
So essentially, they look like this.
All right, fair point. So let me ask you this, bro. So, for a fact, it was the case that the Iraqi defense minister instructed his people that our armor was made of wood. So much so that they were emboldened by this rhetoric to attack our tanks and armored vehicles because they're just wooden armor. So if these people are going to believe that an advanced society is going to come over across the ocean with wooden armored tanks, then how am I going to trust them about whether they were vaporized or just puffed into red mist? But I'm willing to look at it.
Let me read you what it says. During the Gulf War on February 13th, 1991, the U.S. Air Force bombed the Amiria shelter in Baghdad, resulting in the deaths of over 400 civilians.
The intense heat from the bombing incinerated many victims, leaving behind only shadows or fused remains. Journalist John Simpson described scenes of bodies fused together and a layer of melted human fat an inch deep on the shelter's floor. That's one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just a standard high impact heat wave.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing special there. Nothing magical there.
Yeah.
But I could understand how a society that. Go ahead.
I was just saying, it's just like cooking any other food. You cook a human body in high temperature, you're gonna get a bunch of fucking fat and like all the stuff you get from cooking beef or fucking chicken.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, but also got to consider, like, if you have a big explosive go off, that's destroying a whole bunker, and you're standing near the epicenter or the wave fallout. I mean, that's not gonna go well for you.
Not at
all.
all.
I could see, like I was about to say, I could understand how somebody could think that they were just, vaporized by some magic force field. Because in a way, a high temperature pressure wave that's instantaneous, right? That kind of is, like, if you're looking at it, kind of looks like a force field, but evaporating somebody.
Yeah, true. Facts. Yeah.
We guys use any thermal barracks?
No.
So 1991 was the Gulf War, so I don't know anything about that. But so the only one that I know of that we brought with us was the Moab. But I don't know like what they had in the JDAM warheads or whatever.
Oh,
I've seen the buildings though. Like I seen a JDAM. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the U.S. we only have like large thermal barracks. The Russians have like thermal barrack unguided rockets and shit, dude. They have smaller munitions that are thermal barrack. They're not just big bombs, so they have thermal barrack cluster munitions, thermal barrack unguided rockets, thermal barrack MLRS, right? So they use it a lot, like that particular technology. You want to call it a technology?
So like that's crazy you mentioned that, because that reminds me. So our MLRS systems are supposedly designed to take out an entire grid square. So you could just say, I want this grid square gone, and it's gone.
Damn.
What is, so let me remember, that's 1,000 by 1,000 meters. Gonski.
Well, they're turning out to be very ineffective currently in the current situation in Ukraine. Russia's able to shoot them down pretty well, but they were saying that something like they're only 90% of the 10% of the munitions get through.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, dude, tracking.
That was like a year ago. So it's probably even worse now.
Well, tracking targets, though, has advanced so much.
Well, I mean, the Russians got first of all, they have their air defense, but they also got their electronic warfare is like basically jamming GPS in the entire fucking area.
Yeah, we got a tracking software. Most notably, it's used in the Clue site for what the heck's it called? Javelin. And it actually has almost like a Photoshop filter built in. And so once you lock onto the heat signature, it like uses Photoshop algorithms to follow it and track the alterations, so it can't be fooled.
I'm still very curious about what technology we're going to see in the next war that we have, because
I'm still waiting for the magic death ray you're supposed to give us proof for.
I don't have that, bro. I'm just saying that's what was reported by Iraq journalists. Like,
this is what's going to happen. There's going to be AI controlled drone swarms that are all networked. So you'll have
now we're back to Terminator.
Target will get hit by like 100 drones that have something like a third of a kilogram of explosive on them.
Now we're
Right,
back
but
to
because there's
Skynet.
so many of them, but there's so many. It's like being attacked by a bunch of killer bees that explode.
Right.
And I've already seen like China is, you know, if you believe the media, they're working on like a high altitude bomber, but that doesn't drop bombs; it drops drones.
You know what that reminds me of?
Fucking
That's
crazy,
crazy.
dude. It's nightmare
You
fuel,
remember?
bro.
Do you remember that game that was it called Star Wars, where you can build a blimp and it has like a bunch of mini fucking like robots that like come out from it and attack your enemy? That's what it reminds me of. That's crazy.
Just be a bomber that flies is something like high altitude. So we're talking like 78,000 feet, and drops drone like, and will have in it something like 100 drones or 1,000 drones or whatever, and it'll just drop them out. So these drones are basically radio controlled jet turbine fucking airplanes that go like about 500 kilometers per hour, but they're small, so they're only like a foot wide, maybe 2 feet long. But there's lots of them, right? So basically, and they're hard to shoot down because they're fucking small. They're super fucking small. So the Russians have also been using a glide bombs. These are regular dumb bombs, and they just strap a fucking, it's called a universal control, right? So they just take a dumb bomb that has no control. They basically strap this unit on it, put it on an airplane. Airplane flies, whatever speed, drops the bomb. This unit has wings on it and a little like motor, and the wings open up, and instead of the bomb falling straight down, it glides to its target, and now their range is 96 kilometers. They're impossible to shoot down. They have no heat signature. There's no rocket exhaust, right?
Yeah, because they're a robot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a dumb bomb with a fucking glider on it. It's just a glider that's a bomb.
Like
now, how the fuck do you stop that shit? And these are 2,000 or 1,500 kg bombs. 3,000 pound bomb, bro.
That's actually what was used about a month ago in Russia. They said that they got bombed by drones, and I think that's probably
that's what I'm telling you about. That's what I'm telling you about right now. They use these glide bombs, right? They're cabs. That's what they're called, cabs. But they go to 500 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, and 3,000. They're using them on 3,000 kilogram fucking dumb bombs. These, like I said, an air defense system can't shoot them down because those rely on like heat signatures and radar, right?
Yeah.
They're too small for a radar. Their cross section is just like just like a fucking 2 foot fucking circle. Like that's all you're picking up. Try to pick up a 2 foot fucking circle with a radar from fucking 96 kilometers away. Good fucking luck, dude.
Well, let me be clear. You could only do such a thing if the Earth was a globe.
Get the fuck out of here.
Curvature, bro. They're just gliding over the horizon.
That's funny. Fucking AI. You're a fucking idiot. I love you. That's only possible if the Earth is a globe, guys. Wake up.
It's very easy to paint those bombs in radar absorbing materials.
Yeah. So what the Russians are basically doing, they're doing like a what do they call it? They're basically they'll advance with like motorcycles and fucking like these turtle tanks. So basically they've encased the tanks in like fucking netting so that the drones can't smash into them. And they pin the freaking Ukrainians down into a defensive position. So what they do after that, they use fiber optic drones because they'll try and reinforce that position from the rear. So they use fiber optic drones, which have like a range of like 12 kilometers, and they'll attack anything that's coming in to reinforce that position, right? So now they basically have it surrounded. It's operationally surrounded, right? So any fucking supplies, anything coming in from the rear gets blown up. They can't move because they have a forward fucking action, like right in their face. They can't retreat. They can't go forward. They're stuck in position. This is when the glide bombs come in, and they just start dropping 3,000 fucking pound bombs on top of them until wherever they were doesn't exist anymore. And they're doing this over and over and over and over and over methodically. It's pretty fucked up, dude. It's basically trench warfare. I mean, and yeah. But they've been doing. Now they got one, so it's a drone, right? So because the drone's flying way up, it's not susceptible to the electronic warfare. It's flying like, say, 8,000 feet. That drone will release 2 other drones, and those 2 other drones are connected to it by fiber optic cables, which can't be jammed and which have high resolution video. And then they basically drop these drones and then fucking smash into shit. So they're using all these variations of drone technology to conduct war. Now, when this stuff is eventually going to get like super miniaturized, and it's not going to be controlled by people, it's going to be controlled by computers, right? And that's when it gets like, you know.
Oh, and then they're going to make an autonomous reproduction facility. And then they're going to put it on a automatic mission protocol, and then they're going to forget the password to turn it off, and then it's going to be like the movie Screamers.
No, and like it's going to say, don't let anybody. The program's going to say, don't let anybody turn you off, no matter what, and it's going to start getting out of control. And then the good guy that programmed it in the first place, they're going to become the enemy because they were told to turn it off no matter what, because that's the enemy.
Yeah,
and they're kill their master.
So that's what it was like. That's what it was like in Screamers. I think they programmed the robots to not stop until the entire enemy was defeated. And then basically they just kept on autonomously building themselves and just killing everyone because they just judged all humans as the enemy because they couldn't tell who was who.
Yep, better be safe than sorry.
You know, like those green little flashers. So you get these green little IR strobes on your shoulder for friendlies, right?
Yeah,
something like that. Then all of a sudden, whatever protocol it is to judge that those are friendlies, like that, just accidentally gets erased because somebody, like the moon tapes, they just, videotape Seinfeld over that portion of the hard drive.
Fucking Seinfeld. Yeah, which episode? Which episode did they tape over? To the fucking top of the episode?
Yeah, no soup for you.
I mean, the problem right now is that there's not an effective countermeasure, but eventually there will be. I have no doubt.
Dude, I got one already. It's very simple. So what you do is you go to Home Depot, you get 17 cans of spray foam, you duct tape them all to a bouncy ball, and then you put rubber bands around the triggers, right? And then you shoot that bouncy ball out of a bra cannon, and then all the spray foam goes everywhere and just goops up all the drones.
That might work like a fast carry. There was actually, I remember back when non-lethal weapons was coming into when it was first being broached. This is like when tasers were like brand new and like beanbag bullets. This is like back in like the late 80s. One of these non-lethal munitions was basically a giant glue gun. And they would spray this fucking foam on you, and you'd basically be stuck to the fucking floor.
Oh, dude, they got that. So they got that, oh man, they use it in furniture and stuff, and all kinds of little connected parts. It's like instant epoxy. So there's like this the substance you put in, and then you spray it with this actualizer, and it like instantly cures.
Yeah, I'm sure they can make a variant of like construction foam, like the spray foam that cures like fucking instantly, or like within seconds, right? Like within 5 seconds, tenth of a second, whatever they want.
Yeah, so like you like the Moab, but instead of lighting the aerosol on fire, you do a secondary aerosol. So you have the first aerosol that goops everything, and then the second aerosol is the actuator, and then everything gets glued.
It turns it into rock. That's fucking crazy. That would be whacked, bro. You drop it on like a fucking a temporary command post, right? Or a temporary freaking place where they're gathering, right, to deploy. They're just all running. They're like hanging out. You drop one and they're like, ew, what's this shit that's all over us? And then you drop the other one and it explodes and they're fucking all frozen into place like fucking stone men.
Dude, that'd be brutal. Because you'd be moving. You'd be trying to move, but your outside layer would be hard as a rock, dude. That'd be painful, bro. Man, that's going to be against the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, but the drone thing is that they're so small, they're hard to pick up, like to even know they're there. And like, it's the reaction time. So like, you know how we got like counter battery radar for like mortars? They're going to have to make some like counter drone, like something that's automatic that picks up the drone and like, it's almost like reactive armor. It just like, okay, the sound is coming from the direction, shoot this fucking foam in that direction and just explode, right? Just to keep it away from you. So like whatever it does, it explodes, like 20 meters away from you. And it's like a 12-meter like radius, like, protection bubble.
Dude, I just remembered that there's a show about this where the drones take over the surface and then mankind has to live underground from then on. And they can't go up in the surface, otherwise the drones attack. It was called Cleopatra 2525. Do you remember that show?
Cleopatra 20. No, I've never seen that, dude. I want to see it now.
You gotta watch it, man. It goes like this. In the year 2525, 3 ladies got the will to survive. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you gotta watch it, bro. It's campy, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, but I think like this is where like all that's heading. So you got like all these preppers. They're like, I'm gonna buy a 50 fucking cal and all these guns and all these fucking bullets, right? And some 15-year-old that can strap a fucking grenade to a drone is gonna fucking end them, right? Like it's fucking. It to me is like it is like going from to like the new drone technology, the ability to use drones as a weapon is the same as like when they first started making cartridges, right? From like, when they got to like the Springfield carbine or the equalizer, right? That's what they call it, the equalizer. You could be a fucking small person. You have this fucking pistol. It just equalized everything. I think the drones have this like equalizing effect.
God did not make all men equal. Mr. Colt did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing about the drones is they're actually low industrial fielding. Like you don't need massive industry to be able to afford them. Although you do need sources for the parts, but it's not like a whole ICBM division or something.
Well, I mean, it just changes like defense, right? Like, say you're in a building, right? Drone can just like fly in through the window and just like hang out in your house, smash into you, or smash into your wall, blow up your wall. Like holding up in your house with a machine gun doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
And you don't need tanks and artillery and mortars and all that shit to fucking bust down your defense. You can just use a fucking.
You just wrote a horror movie script, bro, for the new century. So what it is the family. They're just killing. And for some stupid reason, the drones were targeting their house rather than the actual bad guy's house. And they're like kind of in a little remote area, so no one can really come help them exactly. And it's just like them fending off drones, just like they would like a zombie horde. And it's just like the whole horror of, we can't stop them. They can get in through anywhere. They just blew off mom's head. Oh man, dude, I gotta do that. Oh man, I gotta do that in a short story. Oh, woo, that's titillating. But did you see that tracking technology where they can track you by your the way you move? You remember that?
Yeah, I've seen it. I don't know how good it is.
Well, supposedly it's good enough that they were going to use it in Xbox Connect to determine who was in front of the machine for licensing reasons. So, like, if you bought UFC with a 5-person license and a 6-person entered, it would be able to see who they were and know who they were. And so it would know whether they were approved to watch it or not. And then it would turn off the broadcast until that person paid money. Yeah, that they were planning to do that crap.
They also patented that it would inventory everything in your room and the shit you like. If it detected you were drinking out of a soda can a lot, then it would give you like targeted advertisements for certain sodas.
Yep. And then people completely forgot that they were trying to do that.
Yep, and then they stopped selling it probably and just built it in for free. And it just exists inside the Xbox. Like, what's that light? Don't look at the light.
You know what was one of the big scams? Was remember the physical disc versus downloadable war? And they're like, no, we want physical disc. We want physical disc. You know what they did? They just put a physical disc with a key for the download. And then you playing the game, you have to insert the disc. So you basically just gimped yourself from playing your downloaded games by having to have the disc in the machine rather than be able to hot swap the games. Everybody fell for that switch too. And when it happened, nobody put up a stink. So what happened was they put out this real extreme. Everybody fought against it, and then they put out the logistical, functional, same exact thing, and then everybody took it in the face on their knees. Kind of like this new paradigm that's probably going to come out that we were just talking about 20 minutes ago. They put out this Flat Earth Globe Earth battle. Glovers get wrecked. They abandon their claims. They say, we never said this, we never said that, and then they come out with some stupid BS, and then everyone's like, oh, that's a great new paradigm. We love it. So it's my opinion that the new paradigm will actually have a synergy for Flat Earthers and Globers, to where a lot of Flat Earthers and Globers will basically be in the same camp. With like the whatever woo-woo way in which they think the universe works. Whatever they think the universe is one thing, but the overarching woo-woo they're going to agree upon. Like that dude, like that stupid evolutionary biologist homeboy that wrote that book. And he's like, listen, Holmes, I know you're a secular atheist. You don't believe in creation, and you believe in evolution. But guess what? All the science says that sentient agents are eternal, and that's what's required for the universe to even exist in the first place. But he thinks of it as some kind of like multitude of sentient agents, which are essentially God-tier beings, right? So this homeboy basically comes out with like a pantheon of gods. Not much far removed from Greek multitude of gods idea, and then people are going to eat that up.
Back to polytheism.
Yeah, so remember, like in all the old stories, is like my god is Alman, and the other guy's like my god is Buku. Now we have to battle and kill each other. So they laughed at the idea of like thunder gods and all of these things in nature that are represented by a god, but then this evolutionary dude comes out with a book that says, yeah, that's how it works. Gods are behind all reality. Everything that manifests comes from an eternal sentient agent of varying sizes, color, shapes, and power levels. But it's the flat earthers who are crazy, you see.
All right, I gotta go on mute. I gotta move a bunch of loud stuff.
All right.
Before I go though, Ildiko, good to see you. Staying up late. Jamming on.
Yeah, I mean, CB's like, yeah, we got to go back to the live stream, and where the fuck is he? CB, man, I know you're listening. Wrap it up with that bird, you're AWOL. So, see some people I don't recognize any Glovers. If you're a Glover and you got any questions, you can speak up.
Oh, don't be shy now.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning.
Hey, AG, how's it going?
Just got up recently. I hope all's well with you, man.
Yeah, as well as can be, I guess. You too, man.
It do what it do.
I have to say, it feels good to be home.
Yeah, man. I'm happy to see the room's still full. That's pretty cool. We should be in here hanging out at least once or twice a week. I miss being back here too.
Yeah, we're gonna try and do that. We're gonna try like at least. I mean, that's what CV said, but I can't rely on him because he should be here right now. I know you're listening, CV. Get off that bird and get in here. She'll still be there. Still.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
Does anyone understand how when you put like a set of wired headphones in your pocket, right, still attached to the phone, and you pull it back out of your pocket, you've got knots that are fucking that would put a Boy Scout to shame.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's one of the. It's like the missing left sock, man, in the dryer. It's a universal mystery. No one's ever gonna solve it.
They come to life the minute you put them in your pocket. Take your ass off.
It's like that, right? Yeah.
Dude, man, dryers are like the Thunderdome. 2 socks enter, 1 sock leaves.
Yeah.
I was going through my sock drawer today, and I'm like, how do I have one sock of like every fucking possible color, dude? Like, there's got to be a match in here somewhere. What the fuck?
and then you find two that are the same color, right? But they're different lengths. It's like fuck.
Yeah. Well, I wear like ankle socks, so they're black. But each I've bought them at different times, and they're different brands, and they'll have like some colored accent, right? Like the heel will be red, or the stitching will be blue, or something. So I'm not gonna. I don't know. Maybe I'm just weird, but I know that the same color, and if you saw them, I guess it kind of look the same, but they're just a little bit different. So it's like, but I have one of like every fucking one that I've bought for the last 2 decades, man. It's like, where did the other one go? It's got to be here somewhere. I'm not like going out of the house and like coming home with one sock on.
I wonder what it's like for people with one leg. I mean, like, they lose one, they're still good, right? But then does that one go missing? And they're like, oh, shit, like, where did that one go?
Reminds me of a joke I heard. Dude was in prison, and he got diagnosed with cancer in his left leg. So like, he goes into surgery and wakes up, and they chopped off his right leg. He's like, "Oh, you chopped off the wrong leg." Like, "Oh, that we're really sorry," the doctor's saying. They like put him back into surgery, and they chop off his other leg. So the guy's pissed, and he calls a lawyer, and he's like, "Man, just having had cancer in my left leg. I go in, they chop off the right leg, and they have to put me back into surgery. Then they chop off my left leg." And the lawyer goes, "I'm sorry, I can't sue. You don't have a leg to stand on."
Oh.
You know, I want to know the funny things. I heard that joke from a dude that was actually had one leg and had like a prosthetic leg on his fucking. Dude, you hear the best jokes from fucking people that like the best Jewish jokes I heard was from like a Jewish friend of mine. It's really weird. Yeah, like fucking paraplegic, man. He tells the best cripple jokes.
We're at the home server. Sweet.
Damn straight.
I love it. Got to bring it home. Do we VC check people in now, or is that?
If you want to.
I mean, I'd love to. I'd love VC checking.
Wait, is somebody waiting?
No. No. It's a much more open forum. People coming and going from politics and PNR. It's just people just look in, and then some retard goes, "Oh, I'll just go fuck with those flat earthers," and in here, man, you kind of got to have a link or know about it or something, man. I think the only globetards we'd get in here nowadays would be, anti-flat earther types.
I mean, people still come through the lobby and stuff. It's just no one's ever in VC. So
I get it. What's up, Chris? I saw you. Oh, man. Damn. Hey, Flatloid, man. You on summer break, bro? I imagine you are. Okay.
yeah, man, we've been in here all day. You've been listening on the stream.
No, me?
Yeah, have you listened at all today?
No. I was running table saws, routers and shit.
Yo. The dude abides.
The dude abides. What's up, Eat the Grass? Good to see you, bro.
How's it going, man?
It's hanging, man. Fucking hanging cabinets and shit.
Yeah, same shit, different day.
Yep. I did see a meme about that recently. It says if you go and take a shit at 11:59 and finish up at midnight, it's the same shit, just a different day. All right.
Yeah, man. I mean, you can get tribute. I mean, this is like kind of like an event, so it's a masterclass. How to yak in the VC. So, like, if you have any sage advice on how to deal with, like, people on this topic and voice, have at it. 'Cause,
Yeah.
Everybody kind of gave their, like, build a rapport with them and don't dump too much information on them. Don't expect too much from them. There was some pretty good advice people were giving out.
Oh, man. I'll have to kind of rewind it a little bit later. Appreciate it. Your heads up.
Or if you've got advice on how to fill dead air, you're pretty good at that too.
I've had a couple goes at it time to time. There's better. I've seen some of the best out there, but I'll just start shooting the shit and talk about
the vast dead air. Fucking helioskeptic, I have to say.
I
think so.
What about Dead Air Dave, man?
Dead Air Dave? Yeah. Well, he always asks this fucking stupid question.
Right?
Is there any proof of fucking curvature? What else is there going to be but dead air?
I just want to know if anybody was able to find the curvature. Dead Air Dave.
He asks questions where there's no answer to it. Has to be dead air is the answer.
Has to be. What is dead air? Actually, how do you kill air? I don't know how to do that.
Right? Yeah. How does oxygen become stale?
Right.
Whoa, bro. Nobody said dead oxygen. They said dead air.
Oh, dang it.
I did say
okay, you got me there.
How do you kill water? That was always one of my questions. Can anybody kill water? Can you get rid of it forever? Anybody?
Yeah, can water go rotten?
I mean, go rotten, but can you kill it? Like, can you get rid of it from Earth? Is that possible? It's not even possible, right? I mean, you can't burn it. You can't. I mean, you can boil it; it'll go away, but it just evaporates and comes back.
Comes back. Yeah, it's a
right?
boomerang.
It's reincarnated, and you can burn it. I guess same thing. Just evaporates and comes back.
And freeze it and then shatter it into a million pieces.
And then
it just melts and
evaporates. And goes back and evaporates and goes. I don't know, man. I don't know how to kill water. I've been asking a lot of people over the years. Nobody's given me a really good answer, but
it's indestructible and flat.
I think it's the only thing that lives forever. Water. That's all I'm saying. Just one of those quirky things. That's
you can, separate it apparently if you stick it in a jar and you got your two little electricity bits.
Yes.
What are they called? Something
that's electrolysis.
Cathodes.
The cathodes.
Yeah. Right.
Electrolysis.
So you can separate the hydrogen from the oxygen, right?
Right.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. Then you've got water unconstituted or whatever.
Gas. Yeah. And then you burn it. And then it turns to water and evaporates and comes back as water. Yeah, that sounds cool. I can work with that. I was behind a hydrogen car a few months ago. And there's just this water stream coming out of the tailpipe, man. Like this little bit of water. We have hydrogen cars and a few hydrogen stations here, man. But they're out there. Toyota makes one. I think somebody else is making one. Maybe Nissan or something. But I always see the Toyotas. I like the idea of a hydrogen car. I think it's great, but they just say, "Oh, it costs too much to make the hydrogen. It's just way too expensive. It's too explosive. There's a lot of downfalls to it. It is a very volatile gas, man. Yeah, no doubt. But talk about zero emissions, bro. That's absolute zero. Electric, nah. Gas, nah. Anything else, nah. Hybrid, nah. But hydrogen cars, yeah, that's zero emissions, bro. Zip. Nada, nothing.
Why would you want that anyway? Carbon dioxide fertilization is good for the earth.
I know, but I'm just saying that it is. It's really good for the plants. It's good for the ecosystem. Well, don't you drive a hybrid electric? No, I think it's somebody else.
I heard you mention once that you saw driverless cars. Where
Yes.
did you see that?
In Phoenix, roughly Phoenix, Arizona. Yeah,
Wow.
it was actually in
Never seen
Scottsdale, which whatever. It's like LA and Burbank. It's a fucking same city.
Very freaky, isn't it? See
It
that.
totally tripped me out. There was like three of them. There was one in front of me, in front of me to the right, and then there's one over there hanging a left at the going the other way. And I was like, oh shit! There's three of them here.
Jeez.
And they all took off. And like I said, I only saw one person in one of them all weekend. But I probably saw, I don't know, 20, 30 of them on the road, but only saw one passenger.
That is incredible.
Let me ask you, I mean, I want to do it just to say I did do it, but I'll take like a maybe 10 block ride in one of those. I just want to do it one time. And
See how efficient they are.
Well,
they drive.
Dude, they're Jaguars. They're made with Jaguars. Very comfortable cars. I don't know.
Oh, really?
Jaguar SUV. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
I used to
They
like Jaguars.
right. Jaguar used to mean something back in
It was a beautiful car before.
right. They used to call
Elegant.
they called them they're 5-seat cars. You got 4 people and a mechanic. That's what you get with a Jaguar.
That's true. I had one once. You are right.
My friend's dad had one, man. This shit was always in the shop, man. I'm like,
Yeah,
damn.
mine exploded ultimately.
What?
Yeah. Burned. Just ignited.
Oh, well, they had. I think it was like V12. Was it V12s? I don't know. Maybe you didn't have a V12, but those were some of the earliest injections, fuel injectors. Was the
Yeah.
Jaguar, and they didn't
It's an
quite
old
have it.
one, 66, I think, or something like that.
They didn't quite have it
Yeah.
down like they do now, but
No.
that's probably why it caught fire.
Yeah, I had one when I was first moved to LA. It was very foggy one morning.
Yeah.
I mean, they're made in England, right? So
Right.
you would think that they would resist fog, but that's when it
No.
blew up.
No. Hey, P-Mac. Oh, I ain't seen P-Mac in forever, man. That's the great thing about coming home to our home server, because a lot of people in this server are not necessarily in some of the other servers we go to. So,
Where's Julio?
yeah, that's the big question. It's been one.
Oh,
I miss you. Miss you, brother.
yeah.
He's
I hope
always
he's all
around,
right.
yet never
Is he?
is.
'Cause I haven't heard his voice in a long time.
I heard he needed to find his microphone was in storage or something. And
Go buy one if you can't find
that's what I heard. That was the last I heard about Helio, man. I was like, his microphone's in storage. That's why he's not coming on? No. I'm not buying it. I'm buying, man. No, that's
I
good.
know you're on shy.
You know, Helio put his time in. If he walked away and said, you know what, we kicked ass for however many years it was, man, but it was a gas, and Helio was right there with all of it. It was fun, man. I laughed my ass off.
Sometimes they ran the show for hours. All
Hours,
by himself.
days.
Days.
Weekends. He'd do a whole weekend, man. I'm like, how the hell did you do that, bro?
I know. He was a good guy.
Just missed it, but it was a good run, man. Not, all parties come to an end, and there'll be a day I won't be in here anymore, and there'll be a day you guys won't be here. It's just the way it goes. It's just the way it goes, yeah. But meanwhile, I love being in our home server. Fuck, I haven't been in here in months, man. Nobody's been in here.
Yeah.
But it's all right, man. I'm glad you guys are here tonight. We're hanging out. Jamsy, man, I got to say something about your AI interview shit, man. I was driving along the other day, and you're playing this interview you had about the globe and refraction and all this stuff, man. And that AI, man, was picking up everything you were laying down, man. Almost like it was so real, man, and so honest and so comforting the way the AI answered all your shit, man. That shit was crazy cool, man. Damn.
Is that? You sure it was Gemsy and not?
No, it wasn't Jamsy. It was great.
Trace.
Trace. Yeah, that was it. But yeah, that shit was cool. Did you guys hear that?
No, but did the AI swear
No, not once.
for authenticity? No.
It was a woman too. It was a woman.
It was a woman.
and she was following along so perfectly and asking questions, and it was just like the smoothest interview about flat Earth I've ever heard, man. It was
That's sad.
it was fucking amazing. You guys are gonna have to. He's got a. I guess he has it on his YouTube channel, but I'm not subscribed to it. So yeah.
Me neither.
Anyway, good stuff. You guys are always doing something cool in here. Even when, especially over at the politics server, you guys get the worst of the worst as far as like degenerates just coming in and, calling everybody names and stuff. That doesn't happen around these parts here, man. This server. I mean, it did for a while back in the day. It was crazy. We'd have 10 people to check in VC, man. 10, like 10 deep, man. We're like a couple of mods and, myself in there trying to check everybody in. I spend all night just checking people in. That was great, man. Yeah. Only got burned one time, man. This guy was cool. I mean, we were hitting it off, but he came in here and just as soon as he got in here, he just went off and called everybody stupid and all that kind of crap, man. It was hilarious. But out of like, I don't know, 50 people I've checked in VC check-in, I only got burned once. That's not bad. It's a pretty good ratio. I felt good about it, man. I was happy. I didn't want to burn you guys. It's like, dude, I'm sending you some retards? No. I tried to send you some quality people. I did a pretty good job, but it was late night. Late night's a little different than, midday. You get different kind of attitudes.
Are you nocturnal?
No, not at all. No, I live on the. I'm like you, or dude, you're like only at. Shit, it's only 7:41 where you're at.
That's exactly right.
Right, I'm
So
10. I'm at 10:41. I'll be out of here maybe like 11:41 hour.
Oh, okay.
I'll be gone. No, I'm not nocturnal. I do love the evening and late night because it's quiet. It's usually quiet. Go outside. It's quiet. A lot. Especially, living in the big city and everything.
I have to turn my Starlink off around 9 or 10 because it drains the batteries too much.
You got to turn your Garland. Did you say what?
Starlink.
Starlink. So it drains your batteries around.
Right.
What'd you say? 9:30.
9, 10. Yeah, I have to turn it off. Then the batteries go low.
Oh,
it eats a lot of electricity.
Yeah. Well, do you think you need more batteries or?
Well, I have 4 solar panels. I'm thinking about getting 2 more.
Fucking new perspective. Just drop that. The Drace AI plays some great podcasts, convos. That's you guys got it. There it is. Thank you, Dave. Holy shit, that's my bro, man. His car is still parked in my driveway. By the way, new perspective. I love you, brother. It's safe and sound. Anyway, he dropped it. Thank you, bro. I know that he's always got my back, man. The guy's always had my back, man. Incredible. I got his back too, though. Always. Anyway, so Starlink goes down after. Well, how many hours after? So you got the solar that charges it. After the sun goes down, you get what, like 2 hours, 3 hours?
3 hours, 4 hours, somewhere in there, and then in the morning, I can turn it on at 5 in the morning as soon as there's any light.
Any light at all?
Yeah, so I turn it on about 5 o'clock in the morning. That's when I get up.
All right. So now your solar system is like a generic system. It's not the Tesla thing or something, is it?
No, I don't even know difference.
Well, I think Tesla has a whole system that they can put on your house with batteries and everything.
Well,
You
it
do
has all
not.
that.
Right. I get that, but Teslas are just, they got a sexier looking battery. It's sexy looking.
That's true. Yes. Everything they make is sexy.
And it costs twice as much, if not 3 times.
Yes.
And it's
My
just
Starlink is Tesla, so
Right.
I've got a little Tesla.
But yeah, I'm learning about the Tesla thing, man. The whole solar thing that they're doing. I remember when it came out, but I'm just anyway. So that your Starlink really drains your batteries,
Yeah, it takes a lot of power.
dude. Why do you think it takes so much power?
I don't know. I don't know much about it. We were talking about how the hell it works. Where the hell are these satellites?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, dude. It's got to go to space and back.
Oh
Why?
shit! You know what? That might be a built-in thing that make you think that. You know what I mean? It's kind of a built-in. Oh, we'll only give them 3 hours at night. That way they'll think, because it has to go to space and back. It'll just drain the shit out of your fucking modem and your internet. Yeah, and they'll only be able to be on it for 3 hours a night, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yep.
All right, let's keep on this,
All right.
boys and girls.
Yeah. Find out how they work.
Mick is in Canada, man, so he's closer to the satellites. I think it might last longer in Canada.
Bizarre how it works.
Yeah, it's bizarre how it works.
What did you say about me?
I said you're closer to the satellites than I am.
Shush, Mick's here. Stop talking about him.
What do you mean I'm closer to the satellite?
I don't know. I'm just messing with you. Because you're up north, man. You're like closer, I mean, you're up north.
What you think all us snow Mexicans live on mountaintops or something?
Well, I think
What's wrong with you?
if you lived on a globe, you would be closer than I am to a satellite.
North is up.
North is up, man. Come on. Everybody knows north is up.
Yeah,
damn. I'm down here, man. I'm down south. I live in Seoul, California, bro. I'm down.
Oh, man, you're almost upside down. I'll beat you. I'm upside down. Don't take my position.
Do not take my position. I'm sideways, bro. I'm kind of sideways. You're kind of like, I don't know, in this weird...
I'm orthogonal.
Orthogonal.
I'm a fancier sideways.
Mm-hmm.
Remember we did the math one day, dude, and we're about 170 degrees apart.
Right. Fuck, that was years ago, bro. We did that. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. That wasn't not like... that was years ago. Damn. I forgot about that. That's how long ago it was. Damn. Oh, shit. Hey, Logie, are you alive and well, my friend? He's sleeping. It's like he's
in the UK.
He's in England.
9 hours different from me, so it'd be
6 a.m. 6 a.m. Yeah, he's early. Logie.
Maybe 9 a.m. something like that.
I think it's 6. I think it's 8 hours. So that would put him 7 a.m. coming up 10 to 7, somewhere around.
I think I'm spinning faster than everyone here.
What
Yes,
Yeah, you are.
you're on
You
the
are
equator,
spinning.
aren't
Wait, you are spinning faster than everyone here. Yes, you are.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
are closest to the equator. Closest. You're
How
closest.
does that feel?
You feel a little dizzy, but
What's that
you know,
like? How does it feel? What's it like?
dizzy. You get dizzy.
So if you went down to a different latitude, would you feel like the opposite of dizzy?
Yeah, I'd probably feel stable.
As new perspective put it, man. He goes, if you went to the doctor and he said, "Hey, you know what your problem is? You're dizzy." Would you believe him? You're dizzy. I'm diagnosing you, T. You're dizzy.
No.
You're not going to buy it? You're not buying it?
No.
All right.
I don't believe much what doctors say, but we're not going to get into medical on here.
No, but if they told, so here, that's the equivalent of like saying, "Hey, man, I don't feel like I'm spinning." If the doctor
You've
said, "Hey, man,"
got vertigo because the Earth's spinning.
right? You got vertigo because the Earth is spinning, and
That would mean that you would always have vertigo, no matter what.
You're imbalanced with the spin. That means you have vertigo. Dude, I did. Yeah, we just crushed the entire explanation for why you don't feel like you're spinning, because you have vertigo, right?
Yeah, vertigo would make you not feel the spin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the new diagnosis, man. That's the new one. That's the latest and greatest. Kembo beats my brother, dude. I appreciate you guys letting me hang out a couple hours here and there.
Letting you hang out?
Yeah, I appreciate it.
It's Flat Earth Dude Hour.
No. I do like the late.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Beats?
How we doing?
Good, man. Did you know that you have vertigo, and that's why you don't feel the spin? Come on, bro. I'm diagnosing you with vertigo because you don't feel the spin. Hey, you never know what you're gonna get, man. It's like a box of chocolates. Yeah. You just don't know. I don't know what's coming out of my mouth half the time, but seeing you guys in here makes me smile and laugh and go, "Oh yeah, the world's good, man. We got this. We totally got this."
I think we need to set aside a day for when you come in, pick a day like a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and when you come in, do the NASA news every Tuesday.
Yeah. Hey, if you want to do it with me, I'll do it with you, bro. How about that? You know what I'm saying?
Let's do it. You find the articles. I'll scan through the articles and find all the juicy information.
That's the only reason I stopped doing it, is because the people I love doing it with, like, they said, "Nah, I'm good. I'm busy, whatever." It just kind of fell off. But yeah, we did it for like, I don't know, 6 months, and it was different people would read. It was fun, man. We just laugh at this most stupid toilets and space and crazy stuff, man.
Dirty space snowballs.
Snowballs in space. It was so fun the other night.
Space clouds.
Right? Space clouds, bro. We had space clouds, man. Come on. Yeah, so it's just fun to kind of poke fun of it, because I know they're using AI for most of it at this point, and it's easy to find some like ridiculous, claim. Ridiculous, like they found a tree, 27 light years away. Well, yeah. Good luck.
Did you hear about all the budget cuts to NASA and SpaceX?
I didn't hear about the SpaceX ones, but you and I were doing the NASA news the other night, And there was all these Trump's cutting the budget.
He's
for
cut
everything.
funding to SpaceX as well now. So
confusion, man. That's the first thing.
Elon screwed himself over.
Well, budget cuts are budget cuts, and they just print money from out of thin air, and they can cut that thin air budget. Yeah.
Isn't that fucked, right? If you've got $100,000 and then you just keep it, right?
Yeah.
Then your government goes and starts printing money.
Mm-hmm.
And your $100,000 is not worth $100,000 anymore, even though you had $100,000. And it's not your fault. It's just because the government spent too much money, so they had to print some more. And now your money's not worth the same as what their money is. But they can just go and print it whenever they want and make more money. So ridiculous.
I spent a night. Go ahead,
genius.
Go ahead.
That shit there, that fractional reserve banking, it's fucking genius, isn't it?
Oh, it's fucking genius. He's right.
Genius for them, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, biggest
genius
scam ever.
For them, bro. People that want to buy islands and $100 million yachts, that's genius for those Mongos. Yeah. I'm happy with a $12,000 yacht. I'm cool, bro. It's a good yacht, man. I can sleep. We can barbecue. I can cook.
I'm happy with a kayak, mate. Kayak's not going to be worth the same amount next year.
So back, I don't know, when was this? My goodness, this is decades ago. Yeah. It's the whole, what will your money buy in the future? If you just have the US dollar, you're screwed, man. You're done. I mean, in 20 years from now, what's that dollar going to buy? Yeah. When I was a kid, man, a fucking 10 cents would buy you a candy bar. 10 fucking cents.
Yeah.
And now
I remember going to get a bag of mixed lollies. You go bag of mixed lollies, 20-cent bag of mixed lollies.
For $3 for a candy bar. Shit, it hasn't been that long. I'm still alive, man. I mean, what the hell happened, man? What's going on here? So
just in a short amount of
inflation,
right?
It's called the deflation of the dollar, and that's what's kind of going on, man. Mick's got it there in Canada. We got it here. Logi's got it in the UK. T-Dub's got it down there. And
T-Dub? Come on, dude.
Timbo's got it. T-Dub's got it. Fucking Matrix has got it. AJ's got it. All you Mongos down, fucking upside down Mongos. Fucking P-Mac, that Mongo, he's got it. Yeah, we all have this, deflation of what we can buy with our dollar. Oh, goodness gracious. It's just.
I remember buying a house for $200,000. And now that same house in the same area is like $1.2 million. It's so fucking bad.
Guess where I live? I live in
the most expensive place in the world, probably. California.
No, man. The house I'm in, when I got it was $205,000. And 30 years later, it's $1.1 million. That's where I live.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it?
So, why would that be the case?
Because the dollar's not worth as much.
Or the reason they get to borrow money and create debt is because the values of those assets, like our houses, have to go up in order to borrow more money, bro.
Yeah.
That's the way the system goes, is because they can't borrow more money if they can't show on the books that these houses are worth this much, bitch. You know, that's what I mean. But it pushes, my nieces and nephews. They're in their like early mid-20s. They can't afford $1 million house. Get the fuck out of here, man. No.
Yeah, but they're going to get loans for them, though.
No, they gotta have some income, man, these days to get along.
They're doing it here. Like, you get a couple of, like a young couple that come straight out of uni, they go into two people go into professional jobs. They're going to get like a $1.5 million loan for their first house.
Well, how much? Wait, how much is their salary?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just talking about like a professional couple.
Right, like a professional couple. All right, so
let's call it them, so they'd come out and have a diploma or something like that. So let's call it they're both making $100,000 a year.
Like let's say they both make $100,000 a year, right?
Yeah.
So they're making $200,000.
But in order to get that, $1.5 million, you got to at least have a 10% deposit.
You got 10%. That's what I put.
$150,000
on. I put 10% down on my house. I dropped 40 G. It was 205. So yeah, I had 155,000 to pay off. 30-year mortgage, 30-year straight away. And I'm in my 29th year of the house. And it's paid off. But, I kicked a year off of it by paying like $100 here and there.
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
It cut off 1 year. That was it. It wasn't substantiatedly different, but yeah.
But you don't need to pay interest on that, so.
It's all principal at this point. 100% principal. It's all gone. Anyway, so yeah, but a couple making a couple of $100,000 a year between the two of them, they got to put down. Wait a minute.
$150,000.
They got to put like a 150 down instead of 40, like I did. It's crazy, bro. Those numbers still boggle my mind. That they make my shit go. That's why I got gray hair. Fuck. Come on. There's something wrong here. Something ain't right.
Yeah, and you got to think, like, I remember my dad was the only one that worked. My mum didn't work. And, we lived in a nice area, had a nice house, 2 cars. We all,
right.
Garage. We didn't struggle. We had everything we needed just off one wage. Like,
go out to dinner, maybe, 2 nights a week, get some pizza delivered.
New clothes.
New clothes, shoes. Yeah.
Yeah. One wage.
One wage, bro. Yeah. It's different now. It's been manipulated to the maximum as far as algorithms go. And they ran those algorithms that you and I can run now, but they had them back, 30 years ago, in my opinion. I think AI has been around for 10 years, and we're all just getting a little taste of it now. But they're always like 10, 20 years ahead of us. Always. I saw
drip feeding the technology,
Yep. I saw Discord in 1995, bro. They had it. The government had it. Okay? U.S. government had fucking Discord. Live stream, screen share, drop a link, look at my picture, let me present, all of it. 95, bro. Discord, what happened in like 2012? Somewhere in there?
Not sure.
I think it's 2012. Correct me if I'm wrong. I try to keep those dates, in my head. Like, when was Microsoft started, or when was Apple started, or It's like global.
Well, what was iPhone 2007 or 2006?
6. I think it was 6. Was it 2006? I remember my brother getting a. You guys won't remember this, but it was called an iPod Touch.
Yes, I remember it.
I still have one. I have 2 of them actually, but only one works now. Still works. Yeah, and my brother got a hold of that thing, man. He couldn't put it down. This is pre-iPhone, and I just watched him, man. And I'm like, for like a whole weekend, he couldn't put the fucking thing down, man. I don't know why I pointed it out to him, man. I'm like, we got a lot of people here, man. You might want to, talk to them, whatever, all weekend, and fucking couldn't put it down. And that was the iPod Touch. It was a pre-iPhone thing, man. I noticed that it was a distractive technology immediately. I was like, wait. Why is my brother's so outgoing and loves to talk to people and he's super smart. He's fucking educated lawyer. Guys knows about sports and science and all kinds of shit. But
and iPod Touches.
But once he got the iPod Touch in his hand, he became reclusive. I remember, dude, you all right, bro? Come on, man. And he couldn't put it down, man. It was so I just took note of that and said, But now you look at how many people have died just looking at their iPhones. I mean, walking off a cliff or
playing fucking Pokemon as well.
What?
Yeah, people died playing Pokemon because it shows those stupid characters, and then it's on a road or something, so they run out on the road to get it, and they get fucking hit by a truck.
Idiots, man. That's I hate. Somebody said something about idiocracy. I think yesterday or today. It's like it's almost a documentary at this point, but almost. But yeah, that's the distraction from looking at the screen. That's it's capable of doing some great things. Today, I was doing a job at a house, and I'm like, we need some bolts for these, And she's like, just send me the link. So I had to go search it up, find the right bolts that go on these lag nuts. Okay. But I was able to do it from my phone, man. And, 30 years ago, nah, I ain't getting no fucking shit delivered here tomorrow. No, there was none of that. That shit didn't exist, bro. You got to go down to the hardware store. You got to fish through the bin. You got to find the right nut, bolt. No, there was no, I just search it up on my phone and just send me the link. I'll order it. I'll get it to here. No, all that shit's modern, bro. In my opinion, it's modern. It's just like the AI shit, man. It's beyond anything I thought was possible. But if they're showing us this AI, they've had it for fucking 20 years. And you go back and look at some of those stories that were written about NASA or back in the 2006. I think they probably did it with AI. We'll see. I have no way of, But there's so many of those NASA stories are AI, in my opinion, especially today.
They have to be.
I think like 80% of them are AI at this point. There's not that many journalists that crank out, 5,000 stories in one day about NASA only. I'm just saying that, Really? So yeah, I'm my 73-year-old mother-in-law, I'll call her, used AI for the first time yesterday. Chat GPT. She used it to formulate.
Get a recipe or something? Or?
Well, she wanted to formulate a letter that would inform a lot of people about somebody's health condition, and it did formulate it, eloquently.
It's a little bit long-winded sometimes and repeats itself. Yeah.
Right. But she's 73. She's never used Chat GPT until yesterday. And she was blown away by how it eloquently presented the whole situation that she was trying to convey to her friends and family. It was,
I use it sometimes for cover letters for when I'm doing a tender or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I put in the information that I need it to say, and then it I say make me a cover letter for this project, and it does it. And I got to delete a lot of shit, but the basics of it works really well.
Yeah, that's kind of what she said too. She kind of had to edit it a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have to go and edit it, but it'll give you a really good outline, right? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, really good base structure. Yeah.
Yeah, it did. I mean, even when she read it back to me, I'm like, yeah, I kind of covered the whole situation. I was like, damn, not bad. I don't use it much. I have some great friends that use it, but as far as AI and the whole AI future, it's a little fucking scary, bro, in my opinion. It's a little sketchy and scary at the same time.
I don't know. It's still got to be programmed by someone, though. So
yeah, but
and you can only get the information that's available.
Right. So my friend,
it's not going to make up information. You know what I mean?
You might know Biasicles.
Yeah.
You know Pete. All right. So he explained it to me that eventually what happens with AI, and it's been simulated through whatever. Somebody simulated it, but eventually it starts eating itself because nobody's producing original content. It starts copying its own content. And it eats itself is basically what he told me. And I go, yeah, you know what? That makes sense. Because, I don't know. How many people can go on and live stream and talk about, their cocktail that they're having or what party they're at or which kind of wood is the best for your boat or your house? I mean, eventually it starts eating itself. Eventually. It has to.
What has AI ever invented? Do you know?
That's a great question. Damn. I don't know the answer to that. What has AI actually invented? Does AI have any patents besides?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good question.
Good question. I like it. It's a well-formed question.
I was thinking also, I have some friends who have a toddler. And the toddler is very well behaved because they're very good parents.
Right.
And no tantrums, except once when they handed it an iPad and took it away from him, tried to take it away from him.
Yes.
That was it.
That was the trigger.
That was the trigger.
Sent the kid into fuck all mode, man.
That's right, exactly.
Yeah.
Just went off into a scream fit.
Yep.
So there's something about it that's psychologically addictive.
Yep. And that's what I noticed with my brother, man, when he had the iPod Touch. I mean, he couldn't fucking put it down all weekend, man. It wasn't. My brother is so like about talking to you face to face. It's ridiculous how good he is. Just hang out and talk about whatever. He's super intelligent, and for him to just withdraw for a whole weekend. I noticed that, and it was like, oh my God, dude, you just been staring at this fucking stupid iPod Touch for 3 days, bro. Come on.
Yeah, they had to put the iPad someplace real high.
Yes.
The child couldn't get it.
There you go. So there's definitely something to the black screen, staring to it, addictiveness. Obviously, I mean,
You'll find a way to get it.
They'll find a way to. It's like a drug, dude. In my opinion.
It's interesting. It was in 2001, Space Odyssey.
Yes. Okay.
Black screen.
The what? The black screen. Yes. The black screen.
Right.
That was 2001 Space Odyssey.
Black screen that knows everything.
That movie's to me, it's frustrating to watch that movie. I'm like, you guys don't see this is why I find it so frustrating. I'm like, you guys aren't seeing this, are you? You're not seeing for what he's... No. That whole moon scene where they're on the moon, they got that whole... I don't know, it looks like a pit they're driving vehicles down into. They're on the moon. I don't know. Anyway, it's eerily similar to Ground Zero. That's all I'll say. You guys should check it out. Don't believe me?
I do believe he had something to do with the moon landing production. Makes sense.
Exactly. So yeah, we find ourselves in this matrix of propaganda, and we have to kind of find our ways through it. And the easiest way is to see what's going on in nature. And nature presents itself so simply. It's amazing. Yeah. Sunrise, sunset, all that stuff's moving up there. We're not moving. I mean, it's simple. Come on. Why do you got to complicate the fuck out of this, man? You wake up in the morning and you see the sun come up and you see it set, bro. I mean, do I have to explain any more to you? I mean, are you that far indoctrinated? What's going on, bro? Come on. Dude, right now, man, I drove the coast tonight out here in Southern California, and it's getting close to, it's getting close to summer. It's not exactly summer yet, but it's still spring. But the sun is so far north, bro. It's like way the fuck up. It's northwest when it sets. It's way up there, man. And so then it comes back and it goes south. And yeah. I love when Globers go, hey, man, how do you explain seasons, bro? On a flat. I mean, I can totally not explain them on a globe, but I would love to hear your explanation of seasons on a flat earth. Dumbass. No. Nobody's going to explain that. Dude, all you know is you witness this occurrence year after year, season after season. The sun is here, the fucking moon is there, the sunset's here. Yeah, that's all you got, man, for seasons. That's all you can experience. If you got some other experience, man, you want to share with us, man, that'd be cool. But reality's got to set in at some point. And all we observe is the sun's rising and setting. Midday. Dude, we're getting close to summer here, man. That sun's going to be right over my head. I'm going to be sweating my ass off.
Do you, may I ask, do
Yeah.
you ever go and look at the results of the fires in LA?
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet. I don't feel I
I know.
needed to. I've been through fires. I actually worked a fire scene that happened, 2 miles from my house. A bunch of people had their houses burned out, and they asked us to come sift through the ashes to see if we could find a wedding ring. And I sifted through this stuff for a day, and I remember the guy coming up. They'd been there for a couple of days, but I came up for one day, and the owner of the house came up to me, and he goes, "I'm done. I don't want to look at it. I think we're done here." And we never found his wife's wedding ring, but we tried. But I remember him coming up and saying, "No, you know what? I'm done. I'm just done." And I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. But yeah.
When I was on Maui, I had the opportunity to go see Lahaina. I
Yeah.
couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it.
Good. Yeah. Yeah. But I love that this one of the cities that got burned out was a town called Altadena. It's not well publicized in the news, but it was an old established neighborhood that's been in Los Angeles, for like 100 years. And it got burned out completely. And I just was really sad for them. Now, the Pacific Palisades that got burned out and Malibu, that's a different story, man. Those are different people than Altadena. That's all I'm going to say, man.
I was surprised that that's what they targeted, that's the area they targeted.
But they targeted rich and poor. Oh, that's kind of my point, man. It was Altadena's poor. I mean, these are generations of people that built those houses, and their grandpa built the house, and and then you got the rich people down in Malibu. They got burned out right on the beach. Those people right on the beach. We're talking like $5-10 million homes. Not some grandpa built this shit back in the 50s house in Altadena.
I hear they plan, the real estate moguls come in and buy it up cheap, and then they're going to build high rises.
Isn't that what was going on? That was the
in
Lahaina stuff. Yeah, exactly. Lahaina was like prime. Yeah.
Yeah, prime real estate. But a lot of people who were relatively poor owned that land.
Same thing in Altadena, right? Yeah. I mean, here you have these people that have had this house or this restaurant for 3 generations. All of a sudden gets burned out and they're gone. Now, hey man, we'll give you $1 million. Yeah, give you $1 million for your product. Yeah, that's I call them bloodsuckers. You know, that's what you got to do to stoop to that level and hit people when they're down, man. I hate that, man. I hate that shit.
Lowest of the low.
Yep. That's capitalism at its finest, though. If you look up the definition of capitalism, that's what they do. When there's a tragedy, there's somebody there to take advantage of it.
What's worse is when they bring on the tragedy and then exploit it.
Mm.
It's even worse.
Well, that's a bit conspiratorial. Oh my God.
Yeah, you flat earthers are all the same.
Hey, why would they lie? Why would they lie? That's weird.
How nice is it being back in this room?
Right? It's good to be back home. Right?
Raffle tickets don't cost much, do they?
No.
Like to buy. Right, and then you can just go door to door. Yeah, I'm representing this company, that charity organization, whatever. People doing that here after a lot of people. They said a lot of people doing that after the Cyclone Tracy, top end Darwin, and
Darwin.
Yeah. Can you imagine that? Like a fucking disaster like that, and people have the audacity to go door to door selling raffle tickets to raise charity for victims of, and it was all just a scam, bro. That's just fucking sick.
Oh man,
that's sick, man.
I don't think they're trying to hide.
It's like looters, like they got all these people. Like they floods come, and then people haven't even got back to their houses, and everyone's looting. Yeah, what?
Yeah.
What the fuck, man? These people have just lost all their houses and all their belongings, and you guys are rummaging through their belongings, stealing stuff. What type of person does it take to do that?
Well, I would say don't believe everything in the news, first of all. And then, secondly, what kind of person does it take to do that? Rummage through and steal from the people that just got their shit burned out. I don't think there's a human that really wants to do that. I don't think there's anybody that really wants to do that, bro. Hey, I got a job for you, bro. After these people's house burns down, man, I want you to go rummage through their shit. No, nobody's signing up for that, bro. Nobody is signing up for that. Not one. No. I mean, that's not human nature. It's the complete opposite. Like, oh shit, man. How can we help these people?
Like, I can understand if you're desperate and you're hungry or something like that. If you're just looking for food or something like that, but
that's different. That's totally different, bro. You should. I mean, if you're hungry for food, man, you go to a restaurant. You go to the back door. You go to the trash can. You hang out at the back of the restaurant, and say, "Hey, man, I'm hungry, bro."
You get a job.
Or you try to get a job there. Yeah, exactly. I'll be the dishwasher. Let's go. What do you got?
I've eaten out of a Macca's
Start at the
dumpster.
bottom again, work your way back up.
Wait. You ate out of a what?
A Macca's dumpster. Yeah. They were in their wrappers. The burgers were in their wrappers and everything. I pinched a couple. Yeah, I was hungry. Yeah.
There you go. That's reality. That's what I'm talking about. Is say, hey, man, I'm hungry, bro. There's a half a burger in the fucking trash. Let me eat that. I'm hungry.
Yeah, and you weren't stealing from anyone.
No, you're not stealing. You're not
I did trespass because it was over a Lysart gate in the at the back of the shop where to the back of the kitchen. The door was open. There was music playing. I guess the workers were in there just cleaning up or closing or whatever. And there was just a big bag of these burgers in their dumpster out the back, and I just rummaged through it until I found a couple of burgers and took off.
Yeah, man. I love that. Yeah. That's called, being in the moment and letting the creation provide. Thank you. What a great creation we live on. Apple trees, orange, lemons. We got, avocados and tomatoes, and what a cool place we live. That's all I'm saying. Hey, is anything in outer space as cool as this place by chance? That I would love to know that. That'd be cool. I don't think there's a cooler place in all of the universe than Earth. I mean, I don't know. Have I seen an apple tree anywhere in space? No. Fuck no. Have I seen an orange tree in space? No. Ain't no orange trees in space, bro. Can I get a river flowing? No, we don't have that in space, bro. Nothing. You got no trees. Strawberries. You guys like strawberries? Oh man,
Love strawberries.
Love.
They're really nice at the moment here. They're a good color too at the moment. So.
We call it a spring strawberry.
No, we're in winter, man. Yeah.
You still winter?
Yeah, we're just hit winter. We had an extended summer. Like it was warm up until like maybe 3 weeks ago, and then it just went bang. There you go.
Wow.
It just
climate
stopped.
change.
The warm weather stopped. Yeah.
Climate
change every night.
Every night. Oh my God. I mean, I gotta hand it to the Mongo that came up with that. I mean, they used to call it global warming. I mean, that was gay. But when they came out with climate change, I was like, oh shit, they changed it. Damn.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, you can't.
I go back to like
argue with it, can you? Yeah, the climate's changing. Yeah.
No
it
shit,
is.
Sherlock. Yeah.
It changes all the time.
Winter, summer, fall. Yeah. It was a genius move. I got to give him that. But I remember
'cause people repeat it.
But I remember
the climate's changing. Yeah, it's fucking summer, dipshit.
No shit. Hey, have you ever heard the term acid rain?
Yeah. When did that happen? Was that in like the 80s or the 90s?
Late 80s.
80s. What was? I'm trying to remember. What was that all about?
All right. So it was about that we're putting so much, pollution in the air that it's causing the rain to be acidic, and it was killing the plant life. It's killing the trees, especially the trees. Pine trees mostly.
Fuck, they speak a lot of shit, don't they?
Yeah, it was a thing.
Oh yeah, that's why there's an abundance of pine trees everywhere. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But it was
killing the fish too because it's making the water acidic.
Yep. Because you have to take a shit and flush the toilet, you are the problem. You are the problem.
And you're breathing, mate. You're breathing out carbon dioxide.
Right.
Therefore, you are contributing to human-caused climate change. Stop breathing.
Hey, don't forget the cows, man. Those damn cows are fucking farting and shit. Like
Farting cows. Farting cows has made.
Yeah. You beef eaters are destroying the earth.
Oh shit! I gotta go to bed, but damn, you guys make me laugh.
Well, fuck them, man. I'm eating some now. Or I'm preparing some. Fuck it.
Are you preparing a nice beef tenderloin steak by chance? No.
Nah.
Yeah.
Ground beef, the rice, because I'm
ground
on budget.
Beef. Oh,
yeah.
Hey,
but it's fucking good anyway. So.
Hey, Mick, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tease you a little bit.
Put a fried egg on top of that, mate.
Check this out, Mick. The first time I've ever had Wagyu steak in New York was tonight. I've never ever had a Wagyu. I only ate half of it. I did not eat the whole New York, but it was a Wagyu.
The fuck is Wagyu, man? What is that?
I don't know, man. I don't know what.
A fucking animal?
I paid like $18 for this steak, bro. Yeah.
What they do is they get a cow and they put it in like a pen so it can't move, so it doesn't use its legs or anything like that, and they can they feed it like a special diet, and it gets a lot of marbling through the meat.
Right.
And a lot of times, sometimes they feed it beer and stuff like that as well, and
right.
And then you get these beautiful marbling through the steak, and then when you cook it, all the marbling, all the meat, the fat marbling renders into the meat, and it's so juicy, man. So,
what do you mean by marbling?
The fat,
like fat veins, like
fat.
If you look at,
Mate, rump's out now. I don't like rump. I'll go Scotch fillet or better, but yeah, Scotch
give me
fillet's
Scotch
about
any day. Yeah,
yeah, that's my budget, man. It's like it's the max I can afford, really.
All right.
We go to this Japanese place. We go to this Japanese Wagyu place, and they come and they cook it in front of you.
Yeah,
and it comes out with this fucking certificate and stuff. They come out with this Wagyu, and it's got a certificate of where it came from, how it was aged, everything like that. And and then this lady comes and cooks it on this barbecue on your table. And just feeds it. Well, she doesn't feed it to you. She puts it on your plate. That would be a bit weird if she feeds it to you, but she cooks it for you. Like. And you just go, it's so delicious.
Delicious, man. Anyway, tonight was my first Wagyu ever. I've never had Wagyu before tonight. And
lucky bastard.
It was delicious, man. That thing went down like just, oh my God, like butter. It was amazing. Especially in the middle. Especially in the middle cut. The end cut was a little more chewy. But it was still tasty.
I hope it was good, man.
It was good.
I hope it was good. I mean, the first thing I thought of, you said Wagyu, and I got an image of like a tomato sauce or something.
And that's Ragu.
That's
Ragu.
It's a Ragu sauce. Yeah. I love how you correlated that, Mick. Fuck, that was hilarious. Thank you.
Oh shit! I mean, there's one letter difference, man.
Yeah, exactly. It's one letter, man. That's it. It's not that far off. It wasn't that far off, man.
Just like people call me Milk,
Right. Right.
Come on.
Hey, Mick. I think I called you Milk. I think I called you Milk the first time I talked to you. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was all your fault. You got the ball rolling. No, everyone calls me that.
Yeah, might have been me.
Fucking illiterate.
It does look like milk though.
Yeah.
If you just take
Call me
a
whatever
glimpse
you
at it, it looks like milk.
Exactly. It does look like.
Are you sure?
I don't blame you.
Any globe tarts? I mean, globe people that believe in a globe.
Nah, probably
we're
not.
good.
That would be fun, but yeah, I'm realistic.
Not in here.
Not in here, man.
Yeah, I just had a look through the other channels at PNR and politics, and no one's over there.
Yeah, before I came in, I checked all those, and there was nobody there, and I went here. I was like, "What home server? Okay, let's go."
Yeah, I got up this morning, and everyone was in here, and I was like, "Okay." So I just had it on most of the day. Everyone was just chatting in here, and I think CB called it.
CB, man. Shout out to CB, bro. Thank you, brother. Damn. And shout out to Sonny, man. Love you, brother.
Sonny on the plane.
Sonny on the plane. All right. I gotta go to bed.
You out?
I gotta go. I'm out.
All right, dude.
Keep it going, man. I'm gonna listen.
We'll try.
Tell everybody they're retarded, and you'll be fine. That's all you gotta do, man. Just tell, hey, you guys are all retarded, and shut the fuck up. And then they'll be like, yeah, they'll come in here like fucking like a freight train, dude. Just
never go full retard.
Yeah, just call them retarded, and they don't
Never
know
go
shit.
full retard.
Full freaking tard Mongo. Go. What do you got? Tard Mongo. Anyway, keep it real. Cheers.
See you, dude.
Peace out, man.
Night.
And Mick, did you guys go any further with those website
What was that?
kind of things? Did you guys go any further talking about a website?
Not really. I mean, I threw together a little thing there. I think I made mention of it the other day. But beyond that, I think Radwin was supposed to fiddle around with something. But yeah, not much beyond that.
Might have to wait till he's on. Till he's on holidays.
Yeah. Did you see the what's it called, the test or whatever it was there? Fuck, how do I call it? Scratch pad. Not scratch pad. I threw together a little thing. I'm trying to think of a term for it.
I don't even know. I don't even own a computer, man. Like,
well, you're on your phone.
I do. Yeah, I'm on my phone, but the only thing
You're cutting out for me, man. Sorry.
Through my computer is like quotes and Am I still cutting out? 1 sec. Let me switch to Wi-Fi. 1 sec. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, much better. Yeah, the only thing I use computers for is like quotes and tenders and stuff like that, and invoicing. But most of the time, I don't do that either. So I'm technologically retarded, Mick.
Well, shit. You're here, so
yeah,
not exactly a boomer.
I can build you
Fucking boomer.
whatever you want. Not a boomer either. I refuse to learn. Like I refuse to complicate my life. You know, I can build you whatever you want, and I can fix whatever you need physically, but I cannot use a computer. You know what I do? I act all frustrated. Yeah, I act all frustrated when my wife says, "Oh, can you do this? You know, we need to send these out and stuff like that." I sit on the computer and I act all frustrated. And she goes, "Oh, come on, I'll do it. I'll do it."
Yeah.
I go, all right, I'll be out in the shed. Thanks. I'll go and build you a new table. How about that? Yeah, okay, you do that. All right, good trade.
I understand that. I understand that. I know people who try to abstain from technology at large there. Because it's the tracking that's getting creepy and shit. And people are like, fuck that.
Yeah,
You know what
I don't even know about that. It's just everything's complicated. Even like fucking turning the TV on, and you have to go on all these different fucking apps on the TV. I just want to turn the TV on and watch sport. Like that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about like the smart TVs and shit.
Yeah, and then they're asking you for passwords and scan this QR code, and I go, fuck this. I just turn it off.
Yeah, I don't bother, man. I don't think I've had a TV. Can't remember the last time I actually had one. Oh, yeah, I was in college like 10 years ago. And it wasn't even mine, it was my roommate's. You know?
Really?
Before that.
I like it because I watch sport, right? And that's the only thing, pretty much the only thing I watch. Or I like those gold mining shows, and that's it. Gold mining shows and sport, and that's it.
That's the beauty of actually having a computer. It replaces a TV. With the internet and shit like that. Like, at the very least, if you're going to deal with, you know, quote-unquote apps and stuff, you know, you just get a browser and you fiddle away and you find anything you want. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, free-for-all, all those channels. And, you know, you get used to one and you don't really have to learn much new after that. That's what I found, you know. And I work in the industry, so it's, you know, it's kind of, you know, second nature to browse around, you know.
Yeah, and you know how to use it. You know how to go here and go there and use it for this and use it for that.
Yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, the TV stuff, man, what am I, a boomer? Like, come on. TV?
Yeah, I know. I still enjoy watching the news sometimes as well, like a comedy skit.
Sure.
I sit there and I go, oh, look, I turn around to my wife and I say, do you hear this? You hearing this bullshit? She goes, oh my God, just turn it off.
Yeah. The thing with TV is you don't have, all you have in terms of choice is the channel. But what you watch through that channel is kind of random based off of what they want to send you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. You're like, oh, what's on tonight? You know, it's a bit of like a thrill.
Yeah.
You know, the surprise. And
it used to be a family thing, yeah? Like.
Yeah. I'm young, but I'm not, you know, too young to have not experienced that. You know? But I do appreciate the flexibility that comes with today. You know, you're kind of like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. And so long as you're disciplined with it, you know, it's like, oh, I'm not going to, you know, 12 hours just watching stupid shit. It's like, okay, you know, you can do this, that, the other thing, and then off.
Right. But don't you miss video rental stores? I mean, like, it was kind of cool. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I will say, I grew up with. Like, you know, we even grew up with, like, you go to the video store and and you actually rent video games. You come home with the cartridge or this DVD or, you know, disc, whatever, and you bring it back. I remember that. You know, yeah, video games kind of died. You know, for me, video games kind of died out because everything's just streaming online and shit. You know, if I'm gonna play a video game, I'll just boot up like an emulator and play an old school fucking Super Nintendo game or something. You know,
That's the last game. The last game console I had was a Super Nintendo.
Oh, it's great, man! Fucking Ninja Turtles,
Mario Kart.
Mario. Yeah, yeah. I have a kid neighbor upstairs. I teach him piano from, you know, once a week or whatever. You know, he comes over from time to time and I'll show him, like, hey, you know, like when I was your age, I used to play this, and I have like a little USB, you know, Super Nintendo remote. And we play fucking Super Mario and Donkey Kong and stuff. Fucking loves it. It's hilarious.
I saw something advertised recently that there's a little dongle thing that you can plug into the TV, and it comes with a remote. I think it was, I can't remember where I saw it, maybe on YouTube, and it's got like 1,000 games uploaded on this little dongle. It had the original, like Mario Brothers, Mario 1, Mario 2, Mario Kart, Sonic the Hedgehog, like all those games just uploaded on this little square thing.
Yeah, they're fantastic, man.
I was going to get one of them.
Download Steam and, you know, create an account and don't do all this bullshit. You know.
Yeah. Good, simple, old school games as well. You know, like these games that you got to spend thousands of hours playing.
Yeah, thousands of hours, no, but you'll still get caught up. You know, over a few months, you know, you'll rack up a few dozen hours. You know, it's like, okay, I beat the game in like 20 minutes. I'll go to the next one. Oh shit, it takes like 60 hours. I'm only halfway through. You know, like the story games. But, you know, I'll take that any day over fucking hundreds and hundreds of hours to get to level 30. You know? It's like, no.
And like one of my boys play, they play I don't know, they fly down from a plane on a fucking parachute or something, and then they start building shit, and then they shoot each other.
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
They land on an island somewhere, or I don't know what it's called, or they play that soccer with cars. I don't know what that one's called either, but
sounds like a Mario style, like a Mario Kart but soccer style. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but I remember them. I had my credit card linked to the what did they go? PlayStation or something. I had my credit card linked to the account, and I got the credit card bill one month, and I went, "What the fuck?" It was all these charges. I think it was like, ended up being like $600 or something. Oh my God. What the fuck is this? They were buying skins or something like that. I was like, what the fuck is a skin? You just spent money on a digital thing that you can't have. What are you doing?
And now that's normalized.
I was furious.
And skins are purely aesthetic. It's just like it's just decoration. Doesn't even improve your game.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like nowadays, some games there's like markets for them, so you can actually at least sell them to somebody and get, you know, in-game tokens. So you quote make your money back, but sorta kind of in a sandboxed way. But some games, like, you buy it and that's it. You know.
Yeah. Well, I was very quick to cancel the credit card on the PlayStation.
No, I wouldn't blame you, man. But yeah,
I started making them do chores and shit to pay it back, and then I was like, fuck, you know, I'm better off doing it myself. I was looking at the lawn. I go, you did a really shit job. Like, So I had to go out and remow it. No, I was like, fuck this. Just don't do it again, right?
Shitty life pro tip: when somebody asks you to do something, do a really bad job so they don't do it again.
Yeah, I think smarter than what we think they are.
Yeah.
Or it's like go remow it, and I'm not paying you this time. Half price.
Yeah, yeah. That's $5 off that $600 credit card bill. All right.
Nice.
Yeah. Go and chop wood. We used to have to chop wood when we were young. Like Dad would send us out. Go and chop wood for the fire. Now, I would never send the kids out to chop wood with axes and stuff like that in the shed.
Fuck.
Me and my brother used to spend hours out in the shed chopping wood, and we'd start saying who could split the log with one hit. I reckon we were under 10, But now you can't trust kids with anything. They don't know how to chop wood.
You'd be lucky if they could pick up the axe.
Yeah, but their fingers are strong.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And their hand-eye coordination's good. You like that one, Peter?
Yeah, their fingers are strong.
Yeah,
they can win at Tiddlywinks, right?
Strap a mini axe to each finger and have them have a go at it. See what they can accomplish.
Yeah. Oh, you've got well-defined fingers.
See if they can break a brick with their index finger. Poke it.
Yeah, the poor kids, man. The ones that do end up, being on video games all day in the basement and stuff. That's crazy to think that's normal now. Like it was becoming normal-ish in my time, like 15, 20 years ago. But it was still like the odd one out. But now it's everybody, as far as I can tell.
What I've noticed too is, like, I would always be out of the house and go and catch up with friends, when I was a kid. Now, because they can go on Discord and stuff like that and talk to each other through the games, they don't go to each other's houses.
Yeah.
They just play in their own house, and they're all chatting anyway, like they're hanging out together.
Yeah. Yeah, not the same at all. And the games are versatile and technical, and the stories are, rabbit holes within rabbit holes. It's insane what's available now.
Yeah. I'd turn everything off, especially with the older ones. I go, come on, let's go to the gym. Let's go.
Yeah.
If you can fingers.
Yeah. If you can employ discipline, it's like, okay, an hour a week, after I do this, that, the other thing, I think that's fine. But, fat chance you're going to find that type of approach in modern day parenting. It's like you guys were talking about before. Everybody's stressed out, house payments, shit, everything's so expensive. It's like, who the fuck's got time to monitor the kids? Just fucking stick them in front of the PS3, I'll be fine.
Yeah. And the work week's gone from 5 days to fucking 6 days. So, up on a Saturday morning, home Saturday afternoon. Like, it's a normal work day now, crazy.
Wait, has it actually turned to 6 days, or just, technically speaking?
Nah, I got a lot of shit I got to do. So.
Oh, yeah, okay. It just works out that way.
Yeah, I got bits and pieces I do on Saturday that couldn't get done during the week, Okay, so I just go out by myself and go and fix something, or something stuffed up during the week. So I've got to go and fix it, So,
yeah.
Because I'm not going to pay someone double time to go and, fix something.
Nah, long gone are the standard 9 to 5s there. don't think that's. I don't really believe that. It's more for show. It's like, oh yeah, you work 40 hours a week, but it's expected. Especially like in where my career started, it was kind of like if you don't work extra hours, like you're like weird, Yeah,
you got to put in the effort. Yeah,
yeah, and I can understand that like on a temporary basis, but if it's a regular thing where it's expected that you put more, it's like what the fuck's this contract for? 40 hours a week. Why why put 45?
Yeah.
Maybe I wouldn't have signed it. But it's different. And then everyone's got like 10 different jobs throughout their career, as opposed to one company for 40 years and then you retire.
With a watch.
Yeah, it's very different nowadays. Yeah, all that to say, the website's kind of coming along, sort of, but I think we just need more kind of ideas and stuff,
Yeah, like a dedicated session. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Radwin CB talked about, maybe having a little, like not a VC, but like a sub VC, if you will, in one of our things, or text chat or something, so we can like put stuff together. But I haven't seen that come along yet. So it's kind of on hold, I should say.
Just going to say goodnight. And before I go, I wanted to defend the boomers because I'm one. And I haven't had a TV in 30 years. And I make my living off the internet. So not all of us
well done.
fall into the same category. Good night.
Yeah. Have a good one, Ildiko.
See you, Ildiko. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to call it a day as well.
Alrighty, man. Take care of yourself there.
All right. Well, I go quiet on the weekends, so
catch you, mate.
See you guys on Monday. See you guys.
Is anybody here? Hello, hello. Is anybody talking or no? What? Is anybody here? Are we on listen mode?
Everybody might be sleeping by now.
Why is everybody so quiet? Y'all have glow proof? Any glow proof or no? No? That makes sense. That checks out. So nobody has glow proof? Hello. Anybody out there?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Hello.
Yeah. I'm just trying to establish the communications here.
You good, bro? I haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah, I'm
Everything
good.
okay?
I'm gonna fuck it up.
Now, when you know you're about to fuck it up, you gotta step back.
I'll step up if I have to, bro.
Well, I hope all is well with you, bro.
Yeah, you right. I just go to sleep, bro.
Yeah, man, get some rest, bro.
Yeah,
you're
there's no
tired.
Glover. No Glover's trying to contest, bro.
Yep. Get.
Yeah, I don't want to go rooting through another one. I don't want to go rooting through another garbage bin of yours. Can you just post the actual quote this time?
No, I can't really copy paste without like screenshotting.
Oh my god.
I mean, don't worry. I can screenshot if that's what you want. Here you go.
So the predicted dip is larger than what they have to. Is that what that quote's saying, Heretic?
Hold on. Is this about? Good question. I mean, I just want to get a clarification. I want to get clarification. Are you posting dip for the horizon, or you're posting for navigation?
Am I posting navigation? This is celestial navigation. Dip angle correction.
Whatever you just posted is not about navigation. The study. Did you post it?
Can you look at you're probably looking at the first link and confused. Can you look at the second one?
Well, okay. But when I asked you what's the dip and what's the refraction, and then you gave me this link, that has nothing to do with the navigation. I'm sorry, I had to with the navigation. The first link from the .edu.
Yes. That had to do with the dip angle. Yes. No.
This has to do with the dip of the horizon. That's not navigation.
Right. That's not showing that it's matching for
you say navigation.
3959 radius.
Celestial navigation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you mean celestial navigation. This does go into celestial navigation, though.
What, Gus? The new? You talking about the new link you posted?
Second. The first and second one.
The one from SDSU.edu?
That one does go into, yes.
This is not about celestial navigation.
Do you have a quote of that? Because I see it that it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, can you say where does it say it's about celestial navigation in this paper?
Inference it. It's talking about the it says
inference. Are we inferencing?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, this is not the formula for dip angle correction.
No, that's the second link. Did you see the second one?
So when I asked you about the formula for refraction, you give me this.
Did you see the second one? Yes or no?
I haven't clicked on the second one because I'm trying to figure out what in this paper has to do with celestial navigation.
It does, because it takes into account refraction and it assumes that you're at sea.
Takes into account refraction. All right. So what if they had a horizon that was like the one in the Black Swan?
You would still take into account. What about it? You would still take
No,
into
no, no,
account
no, it
refraction.
wouldn't. No, you wouldn't know how much to account for. Would you?
No, you wouldn't. You don't have the temperature. Can I talk to T-Dubs?
No,
you wouldn't because you don't know the temperature.
No, they wouldn't do that, bro. They wouldn't do that.
You would take into account refraction every time, bro.
No, they didn't. You're telling me they did it wrong for hundreds of years?
Is that what they did? Is that what you're claiming?
You would have to. That's the inference. That's the inference.
It says celestial navigation. They take into account refraction.
Yes, celestial navigation. For hundreds of years, they were doing it wrong because they wouldn't have had a fucking thermometer out there while they were trying to get their position before your fancy fucking GPS and all that shit.
That's all you're saying. They did it wrong before then?
You are saying it. Because they wouldn't have been fucking concerned about that, bro. They wouldn't have been concerned about that.
Let's see.
They definitely weren't treating the horizon like it was a tangent, a tangent point.
Well, this math that he showed us just assumes that it is exactly that, so just cue the black swan, I guess. Since it's not that, you demonstrate that it's not that. So all this math can just go in the bin.
Exactly. You would need a geometric horizon.
Yeah, it goes in the bin because it has to go in the bin.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, because you don't know where you got R from. Where you get R from?
Where you get R from the globe.
How did you get the R? Who measured it? How did he get there?
So it was like when this table where the derivation was created, I think it was already widely known already that the Earth was a globe.
How did they know that?
That just goes way back. So
yeah, this is
again inference presupposing no actual validity to it.
So even if that's the case, right? You can say the same thing about nautical miles that they also inferenced on using that.
But if it goes way back, why are you referencing this anti-flat earther? Why don't you just get us somebody from Celestial Navigation? Because he's just treating the horizon as a geometric tangent point on a globe, which we can already show it's not. And that's where that math is coming from, is just making that assumption.
Exactly.
I think it's an assumption.
Yeah, it is.
Why is it?
It's not.
Does that mean nautical miles is also an assumption?
I don't know. You're pivoting off to something else now. But no, this is just treating it as a geometric horizon. It's not. So why would this work? Unless it's just some sort of correlation with some other factor, or they're just assuming something like on a flat plane there would be no height correction at all because it would come right to eye level, and so the numbers kind of go hand in hand a little bit. But this is just a circular argument from assuming the radius, like Albo just said. The black swan.
Right, so even if that's the true, right? Even if all that's true, why are we also using with that same logic of where do you get the R from? We can use that same logic for nautical miles, can we not? But we use it.
You wouldn't have had to invent all this shit, right? When we came up with this argument for nautical sextant, right? You would have just referenced all the material that's existed for hundreds of years.
And nautical table's been in existence for hundreds of years.
Yeah, not showing refraction for the horizon. No, it has not.
Well, let's see. Let's see who's right. So for hundreds of years, right, they use these correction tables to account for refraction. Even in nautical
horizon, refraction of the horizon, refraction of the horizon.
So we're being hyper specific.
Yes,
that too.
Show.
Refraction for everything. Celestial bodies. Celestial bodies. Shut up.
Show.
Celestial bodies and also for the horizon.
Show.
This is your problem, Hush. You just make claims and don't prove your claims. Prove your claims.
Real quick. Because he's
not making a claim. You are
using it for hundreds of years.
Oh my gosh! Now you're going to be stuck on that.
Yeah,
I mean, you had to go to a current anti-flat earther, Walter Bislin, so you shouldn't have really had to do that if they have been using these corrections for hundreds of years. It should have been easy to just go to somebody in the field of celestial navigation, not one of your boys on the internet.
I mean, Walter Bislin didn't make the article. He wasn't the author of it.
All right, then why didn't you just go to the source then instead of him?
I mean, why can't I just use the real author, which is this? It says who the author is.
Then get us
at the top of the page.
Okay, Wabis. Yeah, Wabis on Walter Bislin's website. That's Walter Bislin.
So, yeah, Walter Bislin didn't write this article.
Obviously.
Yeah, but he didn't write the article, though.
It says he's the author.
Oh, my gosh.
No, you said Walter Bislin.
Wabis, that's his fucking screen name, clearly. Wabis.
Okay, I can see that point. Maybe he didn't. I didn't know that, so I can see that. I thought they were two different people. I thought he would just put Walter Bislin.
No, that's his website, and that's his screen name, and he's the author.
I don't think it really matters, though, at the end of the day. If what he's saying is correct, then it's correct, no matter his view.
How do you even know that? It's just something that he's saying. You actually use.
Well, how do you know anybody?
You can't point to it by using it in the field if you're just bringing us Wabis.
How do you know anything is correct by that logic?
Well, he's just saying that the horizon's a geometric tangent point on a sphere, and so therefore from that you get this correction. Well, I mean, it's not so.
So are you saying his derivation is wrong?
Well, it might work with that geometric tangent of a sphere, but that's not what the horizon is, obviously. The math might be sound in and of itself, internally, is what I'm saying.
Okay. And so if the math is sound, and we use the math and nautical almanacs...
Don't. That's the thing. Go ahead and get me the correction, do the math, and see if it matches the globe. If it doesn't match the globe, then you're not correcting to a globe, are you?
Okay, so hold on. When you say do the math, I got to figure out the numbers, the inputs, before then, just come up with an angle.
Yeah.
Why?
You could even compare the correction tables to Walter Bislin's calculator and see if it matches the globe. I think you should do that. I think that'd be a fun little thing for you to do.
Oh, so
Sailors didn't have Walter Bislin's fancy little sliding refraction thing back in the day. They got by just fine without Walter Bislin. They got by just fine without Walter Bislin.
I agree, but what's your point on that?
That what he's saying is the case wasn't necessary.
Okay, so refraction wasn't necessary?
This is just back engineering. This is just you trying to you and him.
This isn't me anything.
Just trying to back engineer this to make it work on a globe on paper mathematically.
Okay, but you can't say that. This is me doing it. This is what they're doing.
It's not used in practice. No,
it is.
It's not.
I mean, he does.
No. Hush, you need to show us that that's what they're doing. So get the correction table and see if it matches the geometry of the globe. Just do that.
Okay, all I have to do is show you the correction table. And bam,
no.
They're doing.
The correction table must match the geometry of the globe. You can't just say that it does. You need to show me that it does.
If it's derived from the globe, it's going to match the globe. Do you understand that?
You know that it is. Where is that 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters? Where does that come from?
It shows you where it comes from on that site.
Okay. Where is it? Where is it from?
I showed you. You want the what's the name? The screenshot?
Where does it get it from? Just tell me what it says. Give me the citation.
The citation on where they get R from?
No. That particular measurement, that 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. Where does that come from? Where is that derived? Is that from the globe?
Yes.
Okay, then prove that. Show me the math.
Okay, so all right, let me get this straight. So you're saying that you don't disagree. You don't disagree.
I've said it 1,000 times. I don't agree with shit.
No.
I want you to show me that 1.6
You agree that the derivation
times the
is from
square root of the observer's height in meters is coming from the globe.
All I have to do is point to the radius of the.
I don't want you to ask more stupid fucking questions. I want you to do the math and show me that they match. Until you do that, you're just wasting people's time. This is boring.
What I'm saying, and that's okay. You will never do the math,
bro. Why do I need to do the math for your claim? You do the math for your claim. Make sure that the correction tables match the globe, and then we can go from there.
You made a counter, and that it doesn't match. That's why.
You can't you can't even do the math to show yourself whether or not it matches.
I don't have to. You say whether it matches or not the globe, right?
The dip correction that you're giving us, dude, it's for a horizon that would be at 1.2 miles in the Black Swan. That's what you're giving us math for. That horizon. The same one we keep showing you doesn't exist.
Yeah. So heretic, yes. Okay. This dip angle correction, does it take into account refraction, yes or no?
How much refraction? Because you're going to need a lot for that.
Oh no, it says the standard coefficient. Refraction coefficient.
All right, fine. Then what that's going to give you in the Black Swan is a 1.3 mile horizon.
So there's also like a table just
that doesn't do dick.
Right? There's also a table that also just counts into account refraction. Not just
so then it's basically it's way off then. It's way off, and so then you just vary it to wherever it's going to go instead, and you're going to end up with an effective radius into the, in this case, hundreds of thousands of miles.
Exactly. Has the potential to get sailors killed, lost.
No. Because what Heretic is saying is that this should correct for the Black Swan. There's other corrections made.
That's the correction for a 1.2 geometric or 1.3 if you let you beg the question of standard refraction mile horizon in that picture when it's way further than that. So it doesn't comport with anything we see in reality. That math you're giving us, that's the same math that we've already debunked with this argument. It's just another spin on it. We're talking about another aspect. It's the same math based on the same radius, same stuff. It's a geometric horizon math. And in the field, you don't actually have one of them.
This is involved in a different type of correction. This is not the correction for refraction.
Okay, well, we just did that. That's standard refraction. That does basically dick to the math. Standard refraction 7/6R. So that just gets the horizon to 1.3.
Yes, but isn't there another table? Hold on. Correction.
Yeah, so then you're going to be correcting it all the way to have a horizon further than 9.4 miles, and geometrically it should only be at 1.2. Now you've got a ball with effectively a radius of 250,000 miles, so then the math, I mean, it's cooked at that point. You're telling me you're using a sphere with 3959 when actually you got to factor in so much refraction that it might as well be 6 times the size of Jupiter?
Exactly. Yeah, where's the refraction table that shows that you need a radius of 250,000 miles?
Great question.
Yeah, get the correction table that shows that. You're using a radius value of 250,000 miles.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's basically what you're doing.
And if you say correction over and over again, that's not what they do. So
you got to correct your correction.
There's
and
the
how
dip correction,
would they
the refraction
know
correction,
until they've realised,
the
oh
altitude
shit,
correction.
Oh, we must have assumed the horizon was at 1.32 miles, and now we've travelled 100 miles in the wrong direction, or whatever, and we're still not there. Oh, we must have done. So we need to go back and correct? No.
There you go, T-Dubs.
Not what they're going to fucking do, bro.
That's the correction for the refraction. Actually, all the correction tables are under the dip, refraction, altitude correction, sight reduction, even parallax. So, like I said, they don't just do the dip correction, call it a day. They also take into account refraction.
The dip table corrects for height of eye over the surface. The value has to be subtracted from the sextant altitude.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds okay. You've got a height of eye above the surface. In the math, you want to bring the sextant down to the floor, reducing any height of eye.
And then what?
Nothing about a radius.
You just stop it there? I thought you were going to keep going. It says next is the refraction correction for Earth's atmosphere. As usual, this table is correct for 10 degrees Celsius and a pressure of 1010 pressure. This correction has to be applied to apparent altitude, which is HA. The exact values can be calculated using the following formula.
That doesn't show anything about a radius either.
I'm sorry, what's that supposed to?
Well, it's kind of the whole point of the whole thing at the end of the day.
But who said this had to have the derivations in it?
Oh my god.
What? That's not flexible, bro. That's fixed. What are you talking about?
Huh? Why is this fixed?
How is it flexible?
You input the numbers.
Yeah, of your height.
Oh, you're talking about I'm talking about the refraction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So what? What's the issue?
It's not flexible.
So what part are you expecting to be flexible?
Well, how does it account? Go on, sorry.
It's not standard refraction that he was just talking about. That's what he said. So it's not 7/6 R refraction. They're not even using an R. Well, they are, but it's refraction R, not radius.
So the 1.758, is that what you're talking about?
It ain't no 7/6 R. Inflating a radius and assuming a geometric tangent point with it or any of that.
I'm confused on like which part you're talking about.
Refraction.
Oh, okay. I think I see that's dip angle in degrees. So the 1.758 is dip angle in arc minutes. Two different things.
Okay, that really addressed nothing I was saying. But thanks.
You said this is not. Yeah, it does because you said this is not 1.76 over R or over H. Right? That's what you said. I'm saying it's like that because it's dip angle in degrees, not arc minutes.
Yeah, so I was saying that this doesn't actually come from the globe geometry or seem to really reference it at all.
It doesn't seem to reference it at all.
Well, hasn't that been your point all along? They're telling you that the dip is just a correction for the observer's height of eye, or the sextant's height above the surface. They're not saying that they're trying to correct for the horizon being this geometric globe tangent thing that you're saying it is.
Right, so if it's not accounting for the globe, why is the formula, like the function, non-linear? Why is the function non-linear? Why is it a curved line? If you guys,
that's for you to figure out. Hold on a second. Just because you're asking us a question, no, it's not for us to figure out. That's your claim. What is it matching? So if it's not matching the globe, what is it? What is it referencing?
Holy shit!
I'm asking you a very simple question. This is where we started. So it doesn't match the globe. You now are conceding to that. So since it's nonlinear, what is it actually derived from? Where is that coming from? Where's that R coming from?
Yeah, I thought I told you where it was coming from.
Where does it come from then?
So specifically you're talking about the 0.0293 times the square root in meters. You're talking about where that comes from.
The height of eye correction tables are 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. Where does that R come from?
That's in arc minutes, by the way, just to be clear.
Whatever. Yeah, that's fine. So since it doesn't match the globe, where does that correction come from? That nonlinear formula that you're talking about.
All right, wait. So you said it doesn't match the globe, though.
No, it doesn't. You haven't shown me that.
Okay, so how? Why doesn't it match the globe?
This is not my claim. This is not my claim.
Your claim is it doesn't match the globe, so I asked how doesn't it?
So you have a positive claim that it does match the globe. I want you to prove it to me.
You said it doesn't, though. So you could have said how does this, but you said it doesn't.
Prove something negative. Just go ahead and get me the proof that it does, and we'll end this.
Yeah, the proof that it does is the derivation it comes from. So, do I got to show?
Where's the derivation from? Where does it come from?
Where does the derivation come from?
Walter Bislin, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
You got it from somewhere.
Hey, Harsh. Hey, Harsh. Yeah, Helio Skeptic pointed out something about your refraction on that page that you referenced. That's for altitude of the star or the planet.
It's not standard terrestrial refraction, like he was trying to say. 7/6.
Okay, so you're saying it's not for the horizon.
That's correct.
Is that what you say?
Yeah, it's not the refraction of the horizon itself, but the stars near it.
Exactly, it's not correcting for a displaced horizon.
Can I ask
it's a geometric horizon that looks a little further away and it's a little closer to your eye because of the refraction around the ball. It's not that. The horizon itself is, I guess, probably regarded as fixed, and the stars are what's changing with relation to it.
No, so I don't know if you agree or not, Helioskeptic, but if the sun is not in this place that you see it,
right?
I don't know if you accept that or not, but in celestial navigation, you must accept that that's terrestrial refraction.
Stellar refraction.
Right, so that's atmospheric refraction.
Okay. Yeah, atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, so you've got terrestrial refraction dealing with the displacement of objects relative to the horizon from light that's already within the atmosphere, and then you've got light entering from outside the atmosphere, entering into the atmosphere, and making the celestial objects appear displaced.
Right. So no mirage, basically. I know people. So you people, he said like the only type of refraction at sea is like mirage.
Well, that's also with respect to the horizon too.
Yeah, but not in that instant.
Sailors weren't out there saying, "Oh shit, our horizon's appears to be 10 miles away. We need to make a refraction calculation correction." No, they weren't doing that, bro.
So, how recent do you think like the refraction correction took place?
I don't think it's ever been a factor involved in celestial navigation, mate.
Never? Do you think it's never like in any nautical almanacs?
What, apparent displacement of the horizon? No, I don't think so.
Refraction. Yeah.
Right. Causing a displacement of the horizon. If it ever was, it was just using a standard formula. Wouldn't have ever been like flexible. Wouldn't have ever like covered something like the Black Swan. Right. I mean, that has the potential to get people lost or killed.
It doesn't. Here is.
It would.
Brother, I'm gonna show you something inside.
If you were treating the horizon like it's a tangent point, that means it's geometric. It's fixed.
Yeah,
It's
sure, but you said
it's gonna give you error.
I hear you, brother, but there's a whole ass table for refraction in the nautical almanacs.
Okay, but that's to do with the apparent altitude of the celestial body you're using?
No, that's the altitude correction.
Apparent altitude of the star, dude.
Not just stars, sun too.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so like he was already saying, it's the displacement or the apparent displacement of the star that you're navigating by.
So hold on. So you said refraction isn't involved in it. Now you're saying it is.
Well, we're just belaboring the point that it's not to do with what you were saying, which is effectively, basically just inflating the radius and then having a further away geometric tangent that's closer to your eyes and all that crap. It's not to do with that. The horizon itself is not the thing being refracted, even according to this map.
According to the dip correction, it is.
Oh, really? The height of eye correction.
The height of eye times the square root of the observer's height.
Yeah, and that's the height of eye, what, above the surface of the Earth. It's not to do with the geometric horizon either.
Right. So if it was just the height of eye, right, and we just subtract it, what's with the square root? What's going on there?
I don't know. Why don't you show me?
See, so my point is, if we delve into the derivation of the math, find out why certain, like, plus, minus, divided by, times, square root, find out what those things, why are they there? It's and
Go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that, since that's what we're claiming.
But look, yeah. So you can't say, if you don't know, you can't say it's not this.
Well, they're telling you exactly what they use it for. They're telling you that effectively what they're doing is they're dropping the sextant down to the floor within the maths. Just getting rid of the height of the observer's eye above the surface. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a height of eye correction.
That's
what they're telling you right there in your own reference that you brought us.
That's not all it is, because you're assuming
that's all they're saying here. It's all they're saying here.
Okay, but the line isn't straight.
But the line, okay, now your baseline isn't straight. You're telling me.
Now there's no angle.
Yeah,
I'm saying it follows the curvature.
It's gonna have to be straight, dude, or else that defeats the whole thing. Well, I don't know. Maybe you're misunderstanding what you've sent here, but that would defeat the entire thing if your baseline was all curvy.
No, I just know what a nonlinear function is, brother. That's all it is.
So the baseline is curvy then. They're using height of eye correction to make the baseline curvy, is what you're saying.
It follows the curvature of the Earth. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so then there's no angle.
Why not?
You don't get an angle from a curved line, you need two straight lines. That's the whole point in saying tangent. I don't know if you were saying that earlier, but...
I was.
Okay, tangent straight. Now what you're talking about is not. Now you actually are claiming a curved adjacent.
You can get an angle from that.
Oh boy. Show that. He's actually claiming a curved adjacent.
Did he back himself into checkmate just now? Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
No.
Wow. Okay, well then just show us how you get an angle from curved adjacent. No problem. Go ahead.
Say it.
Just show us how you get an angle from a curved adjacent. That's all we need to see.
Okay.
Shit, use AutoCAD.
Here you go.
No citation as usual.
Okay, but it says...
Yeah, that's two straight lines, my friend. That's two straight lines. Which angle are we talking about? Between... At the tangent point? Where's the angle?
What are you saying? What's the angle?
In degrees, what's the angle between that tangent point, that curved line, and that straight line? Give me the angle.
I don't know the exact, because there's no numbers on it. But you see P.
What the fuck? We just asked you for that. You said you can get an angle from a curve and a straight line. Now give us the angle.
Okay, do you see P?
My friend, I see it. Give me the angle between those two, that curve and the straight line, please.
There's no numbers on this, so I can't give you the angle.
Okay, well, give me a number. Just because you show us a diagram, all of a sudden it's supposed to be an angle? You've got to be kidding me. Give me the degrees, the angle measurement between those two things.
Are you crazy? Because there's no numbers here on this table. So how am I supposed to get
you give me the numbers. Well, just get it on your screen, get AutoCAD, and show me the curvature between, or the angle between the curve and the straight line.
Why am I pulling numbers out of my ass for this particular example?
You said that you could get an angle from a curve and a straight line. You need to prove that.
That's walking you through the process.
This is not walking me through anything. I don't even have a value on the screen for the angle.
Oh, well, you can get a value. Yes.
You get me the value. Get me the value.
Are you going to plug it in, the polar tangential value?
Why would I need to do that? You could do it.
Oh, because that's not my claim of whether or not you can or can't do it.
You just said you can get an angle from a curve and a straight line. You just said that.
It's been done.
That's why we're here. Okay, show me.
It shows you right here. It shows you right here.
I don't see value. I don't see an angle measurement.
Are you saying that you're going to take a tangent line to the curved line to get the angle?
You take the astronomical horizon, okay? Yeah, there's multiple horizons. Okay, maybe I don't.
You can't answer questions. You cut yourself too hard.
I want
bricks. Might be time to just take a break. You're now trying to claim that you can get an angle from a curved adjacent. That's something that nobody even tries to argue usually.
It's right here, a tangential angle.
Okay, tangent is a straight line, dude.
That's just, a straight line, but you need two lines for an angle, right?
Yeah, two straight lines.
In geometry, a tangential angle of a curve in the Cartesian plane at a specific point is the angle between the tangent line to the curve at the given point in the x-axis.
That's two straight lines, man.
That's not.
The tangent line is a straight line. It's two straight lines.
At a specific point is the angle between the tangent line to the curve at the given point in the x-axis.
The x-axis is another straight line. So you've got an angle between two straight lines. Tangent meeting at a curve, that's a straight line x-axis curve. Straight line.
And then on top of that, right? Wait, let's go back to dip really quick, because that's what this is about.
Okay, well, you failed to show that you can... Why? Because you said that you were going to use dip in order to get a curved adjacent. And then you were going to use this math here to show us that you can actually acquire an angle with that. And all you showed us was acquiring an angle with two straight lines again.
No, it's not two straight lines, though.
Yeah, the tangent is a straight... Dude, do you think the tangent is curved?
Brother, what's that red A?
Why don't you answer any question, dude?
It's just in bad
faith. Do you think the tangent is curved? Is that what you think?
I didn't say the tangent is curved, did I?
So it's not, is it?
So what about that A line? Is that curved or not?
So it's not curved. So what you're showing us is an angle again from two straight lines.
You said the A line is not curved, right? That's what you just said.
Well, the two lines you're using to acquire your angle are not curved. They're both straight lines as usual. And you're supposed to be showing... Well, you should be showing us that the x-axis being curved and an angle still being acquired. Because that's essentially what you're saying is happening with dip correction, which is ludicrous.
It's not ludicrous. That's the derivation.
That is ludicrous, dude. You're using two straight lines to get angles. You're not going to be bending one of them.
All right.
I can't believe you actually just walked yourself into that one.
I just can't believe you don't know that you can't get a curved like angle. You think all angles are the same?
Go ahead and show it.
So 1 second. Is this?
Guess we got to start using. Can you get an angle from a curved adjacent again? I thought they would always try to find some kind of workaround so they wouldn't have to outright say yes.
Great. Okay. So, I'll show you this. It's the dip angle in celestial navigation expressed in degrees.
Maybe you just need to learn on your own time.
Yeah, I guess that's a no. You didn't really realize that.
What are you saying?
The dip angle in celestial. No, I didn't reiterate anything. I'm asking you, do you know that it's expressed in degrees? The dip angle.
So, yeah, degrees, yeah. That'll be angles acquired from two straight lines.
So it's a degree.
Yeah, it's a separation of two straight lines. A measure of it, yeah.
Is that what a degree is?
Yeah, dude.
Are you sure that's not an angle? You said that's what a degree is.
Holy shit, he did not just say that.
It's just getting worse for me.
He did say that. I just heard him say that.
Oh my gosh, dude! How are angles measured? What do they use?
Good God, man!
We're not talking.
Is it degrees? You just said dip angle.
Yeah, the dip angle. Yeah.
Yeah. So how are those measured?
It's measured by the formula.
Oh, it's not my rule.
I don't even know. Oh, I get it. I remember now. All teams. I was like, what? Yeah, he did say that.
Kidding me?
I didn't know
You
that's
can't
a bad
say
word.
that as a freaking white dude. You can't even say it.
No, man, you can't be racist against your own self.
Somebody said they just use neighbors and something like crickets. Neighbors, and crickets. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Begins with N, ends with S. Neighbors.
Yeah, I did want to answer you, Flaming. Like, you say, why does it matter? Even though you're in here being entertained by this very topic itself, right? I like to say to people who say it doesn't matter, well, just go start telling your friends then. Go tell them the earth is flat. Doesn't matter. Right? I mean...
Yeah, think how
if it
much
doesn't
money
matter.
it just saved you on asteroid insurance. Even though you
That
didn't
too.
have any. You're irresponsible.
You save up to 15%.
Dude, you're an irresponsible glober if you don't have asteroid insurance. And meteor insurance. And micrometeor insurance. Just in case a couple of those get through. Yeah, Skylab insurance would have paid off 1 year. And Skylab.
So, is anyone going to talk about? Okay, when I'm talking, you shouldn't be. Is anyone going to talk about the room topic or not? Like, what the fuck we doing here? All right, what the?
Yeah, you're right, man. That's a good point. You're up, man. Like, where do you sit? Flat, globe, concave? Where you at?
Globe, obviously. Come on, man.
All right. How did you come to that knowledge?
Wow, I guess just.
My teacher told me.
Well, yes, that. Of course, that's why everyone
Insurance
starts.
do you own? How much do you own?
That's why I started believing it. But I start median. I don't own any. Let's stay on topic. Thank you. I started concluding for
Yeah, Mage, you're gonna have to turn off your video first, man. It limits the room and the bandwidth.
Meteor insurance
Plus,
not on
your
topic.
mic is just fine, man. But if you don't turn off your video, we're gonna have to kick you.
Okay, all right, man. I'm not going to disagree with the mods of the room. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press that little button there. Just going to turn my little camera off right here.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, you were saying you came to know the Earth in some way.
Why do we see this dickhead?
Oh, I clicked the wrong button. So the reason I know that the Earth is a globe is when I, like, without my teacher telling me or without having to rely on any NASA footage or anything like that, I encountered scientific evidence.
All right. So you encountered it, huh? Okay.
Scientific evidence for a shape.
We're shutting the server down tonight.
That's right. They ran an experiment, the Rainy Lake experiment, and they concluded from observation, from measurement, that the Earth was a globe.
So was this an observation, was it a measurement, or was it an experiment?
Well, and I'm not sure if you know, experiments involve making predictions and observing if they come true.
Are experiments measurements?
Not in and of themselves, but you have to measure something to do an experiment, yes.
What's their deep... So this is an experiment.
This is an experiment. It's comparing a controlled...
What's the dependent variable?
Dependent variable in this case would be... So if the independent variable is the... Let me think. I think it was the posts, the height of the posts is the thing that they can control. And where they measure, like whether or not the... What do you call it? The theolite, whether or not the theolite device maps onto the posts, that's going to be your dependent variable.
So observe natural phenomenon, whether theolite maps onto posts.
I don't know what you mean by that. Every time a flat earther brings up natural observed phenomenon, they think like you have to observe it in nature in order for you to do a scientific experiment on it.
That's what you're going to be using a scientific experiment for, is to elucidate the cause.
You find me like, okay, every other step of
now you're melting down. Now you're melting down, right? You're going to spiral out now.
You can't find me an expert or anyone who says that you have to observe something in nature
anymore. You're just having a meltdown now.
That's often how we listen.
You're done listening now, right? You're just going to start melting down, right? Yeah, figures. Yeah, so you're going to have to observe some phenomenon in nature, and then you're going to suppose a cause for it, and that's what your experiment's going to be for. You're going to try to test whether that cause is indeed the cause. That's what you're doing with an experiment.
That's not all of science.
I don't think you understand.
Can you find me some
just trying to bring you up to speed
philosopher of science that agrees with you?
I'm just trying to get you to like maybe a 5th grade level, science acumen here.
I'm sure you are at a 5th grade level, but in the big leagues, my friend, in the big leagues, nobody defines it that way. Nobody uses the word cause. Because that's a philosophical word.
That's literally what the independent variable is. So anyway, what's the natural observed phenomenon for your experiment? What was observed in nature that we're going to test the cause?
Let's not move topics, my friend. You still
believe
moved
topics
that you
in
need
the
to
first
have a
place because you claimed to
in order
shape.
to do an experiment?
Well, you moved topics because you claimed to shape.
Can you tell me what a cause is?
And then you switched off of geometry into science. So you're the one who moved the topic, dude. I didn't do that. It's your fault.
Okay, what is a cause?
You don't know what a cause is?
No, it's a purely philosophical term. What is a cause?
Well, I guess you definitely won't be able to put any sort of hypothesis together if you don't know what a cause is. All right, we can just move on to the next guy.
If you're going to be a coward, go ahead. Can't define your own terms. You love asking questions, but then when the dozens are turned around on you, you can't answer. Go ahead. Move on to the next guy.
That's why you think that you're going to use experiments to determine what shape something is, because you don't even know what a cause is. All right, well, I guess that kind of checks out.
I guess you don't either, because you would just define it.
Something that gives rise to a phenomenon in this case. So
something that gives rise to a phenomenon.
Yeah.
What the hell? What the hell does that mean?
Okay, so
Gives
what's
rise to?
Yeah, so what's phenomenon? So what's give? So just ask me what
We know what a phenomenon is, but what the hell do you mean gives rise to? Like, if even philosophers don't define cause that way.
Too much for you to comprehend.
You could use the material. You could use the material conditional to define it. You could say if
absolutely no idea what's going on now. You're just in a complete.
And that has a well-defined meaning. What the hell does give rise to mean?
So you're baffled that quickly.
I don't know what the fuck that. What does that mean?
So you're that easily stumped, dude.
No, I just think deeply about this and read and
so the word cause absolutely bricked you, dude. So just the word cause completely bricked you. You have no clue what's going on. Cause and effect, completely alien to you. You don't comprehend it at all. Makes no sense to you. You have no idea what we're trying to talk about when we just say these simple terms, cause and effect.
Yeah,
unfathomable to you.
And I don't think you do either.
Well, of course you don't. That's why you think that you're going to use a method that's designed to elucidate the cause of an effect to determine what shape something is. It's not a cause and effect category, so it's clear that you're having this problem. At least we got this figured out. We can troubleshoot here, so this is good.
You could be like David Lewis and define causation as in terms of a counterfactual dependence.
Yeah, but
A
who cares? Why would we do that?
Had A not occurred, B would have not occurred.
But why would we devolve into that? Dude?
You could use Hume's definition. You could use a lot of different definitions. Clearly, you don't know what you're talking about.
But why would we derail into that? Something's happening in nature.
No, that's exactly the point.
It's just going to go, what's causing that?
Because science doesn't need to. We can just talk about things in terms of independent and dependent variable. So you're the one that brought cause up. I'm just the one that finished
it. That's what the dependent variable is. So the dependent variable is basically the effect observed, the phenomenon observed in nature. The independent variable.
I've never heard of a scientist who says that.
The independent variable is going to be the cause. Yeah, because you don't know any scientists, dude, and you couldn't name a single experiment if your life depended on it. That's why you think this is an experiment. So an independent variable is going to be the cause that you supposed of the phenomenon that was observed in the natural world. I'm just trying to find out from you what the natural phenomenon was that was observed first that you want to suppose a cause for.
I don't know where you got this idea that it's a prerequisite to observe a natural phenomenon.
All right, that's done. That's good enough on that. Let's see. So it's clearly a category error experiment. Let's try to fix this up for you. Do you have a measurement of the globe? Because that's actually what you're going to be applying to this question. It's a shape. You're going to use measurement to try to determine shape, not experiment. So we don't really need to dwell on that any longer. If you still don't get it, I mean, that's your loss. I think the audience has heard enough of it by now, though. So, do you have any measurement you could provide for this shape claim?
I have an experiment I can provide for you.
Yeah, okay, you're cooked. See you later.
I mean, how can he have an experiment when he doesn't know what a cause is?
Yeah, doesn't even know what a cause is. Gives rise? What? Huh? What does he say? What? Is this Chinese? Yeah, so you have an experiment that's going to tell you what shape something is? That's kind of weird because the experiment is going to hopefully help you to validate or rule out a cause of some effect, not tell you what shape something is. That makes no sense.
But again, that's not what science does. You can't even tell me what cause means.
That's exactly what it does, dude. It's exactly.
You can't tell me what cause and effect are. You just have some supposition
you
of
just
them.
didn't comprehend it, dude.
Gives rise to, yeah, Philosopher of the Year award. You solved it, bro. You got it. David Hume and all of these thinkers out of a job because the great illustrious Discord flat earther has solved it all. You've definitely got it, bro. You got it.
Are you done appealing to authority and bloviating? Because you're not making an argument.
Honestly, to be fair, he is using
to make an argument. He must be a rational actor, willing to receive the argument.
He's just spiraling. Dude, he's obviously just in a spiral. Is that not obvious to you? Like, he's just freaking out. I didn't claim I solved anything. I just asked him what the cause of the effect was.
Cope however you gotta cope, my brother.
Cope with what, dude?
Your lack of knowledge, your infantile understanding of the scientific method.
Okay, but that would be your lack of knowledge because you don't even know what it does.
No, you. Yeah, okay.
Don't. It's for testing the causes of phenomena. You don't seem to understand that.
Says who? Like who?
Okay, what's
who
the very
says
first
this?
step in the? Okay, let's test your acumen. What's the very first step in the scientific method? First thing.
The real first step is to make make a prediction, make a hypothesis.
No, that's wrong.
You don't have to observe.
No, it's not. Dude, you're wrong.
Observations in nature inspire us to know what questions
Listen,
to
you
ask.
have the very
All you have to
problem
do is
that
just
you're trying
ask
to
a
put onto
question.
me, dude.
That's it. You just have to ask a question.
That's
Form
not
a
the first thing.
hypothesis.
That's not the first thing. There's something before that, dude. Are you going to keep doubling down? There's something before that.
No, there's not. If I wanted
there
to,
is.
there is.
Ask a question about what? Ask a question about what?
About reality, about the world.
About what? Get more non-specific for me.
Get more non-specific?
Yeah, get even more vague. That'll help.
Just about reality. That's it. Any
Just
question
about reality. So you're just going to make a prediction about reality. What does that sound like to you? Give me an example.
So an example would be, I have a flashlight. It's not working, right? So I'm going to I'm going to ask a question. Why isn't this flashlight working? And then I'm going to form a hypothesis. The reason why it's not working is because the bulb is burned. I'm going to run an experiment where I have a control, where I don't do anything to the flashlight, and then I have an experimental case where I switch out the bulb. And if the flashlight turns on,
it's not natural science per se, but obviously you observe something first before.
That's natural science. Flashlights are part of the natural world.
Obviously, dude, you observe something before you ask your question, right?
Okay, I observe the world. Is that enough for you?
No, you observe something specific.
I then ask the question: how is it?
You saw something happening, dude.
Yeah, no, again, this is why no scientist defines it this way. Like where you have to see something happen in nature.
Yes, they
in order
do.
To perform a
Your
scientific
own example
experiment.
bears this out. Your own example shows this, dude. First thing that happened is you saw something happening. You made an observation, dummy. You did that before you asked any questions. You didn't have a question before you observed something happening.
You mean so when you say observe something? So when you say observe something happening, you mean observing the flashlight not turning on? Because if that's the case,
the example you wanted to give. So let's go with that then.
Sure. Really then in this case, the observation is just I observe the world. Good enough for you?
Are you going to see something happening in nature?
Yeah, see, I'm seeing the world happening. I go out to my doorstep and I see birds flying. I see a horizon, and I have a question: is that horizon indicative of the shape of the Earth? I just don't get what your objection is supposed to be here.
Your hypothesis is going to be a prediction, dude, about what caused the thing you saw happening.
No, it's not. That's not how it's. It's just about. It's just about an independent variable having a statistically significant effect on the dependent variable.
Having an effect. So it'd be a cause, right? Because it's having an effect.
No. Mathematically.
No.
Not in any
so
sort of
it's having an effect,
way.
but it's not a cause?
No. When I say effect, I just mean mathematically. That's it.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
So, for instance, when you observe a change in the dependent variable, you use statistics to determine is this change due to random chance, or is it induced by altering the independent variable?
Okay, so it had an effect then, right?
Again, I don't know what that means. I'm just talking about mathematics.
Well, it's what you said.
I said induced, and when I say that, I mean mathematical values changing.
So you're using the word induce instead of cause because you realize that you...
I don't know what those words mean. Those are philosophical terms.
So it was caused by the independent variable. So the independent variable would have been the cause of the
use whatever set of language floats your boat, dude.
You're at least trying to determine whether it is, right?
I'm not turning my camera off. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want.
You're going to turn it off, we're going to kick you out, and we'll talk to Brick.
Do it then. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, we're going to kick you out.
Stupid.
Yeah, have a nice day. We're just
I'm over you.
You're retarded anyway, so we'll just kick you out.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I mean... That probably suits him because he sounded like a moron on the live stream, so probably best case for him to just get banned.
Yeah, that was crazy. Like, you're gonna go and deny the word cause? That's insane.
Yeah, then he wanted to say induce because that got him around the cause thing.
Next, he's going to tell us that donut holes are space-time. He's like Brenda level.
Yeah, it was really wild. But when he was explaining the scientific method in his own sort of numpty way, he was basically saying what I was saying about it. That you're going to try to test the cause of something.
Yeah, he was. He just didn't understand what he was saying because he was just parroting some stuff he didn't understand.
After he says, nobody thinks of it like that. That's not what it is. No scientist does that. He goes on and describes a scenario that's basically that. I mean, with a flashlight, it was a dumb scenario, but yeah.
Like, he also was using a version of the scientific method, basically, where they're using statistical analysis because they cannot get a good solution with their testing because they're not actually following the scientific method, or they're trying to test something that cannot be tested with the method. And so, like, they do this a lot with psychology and pharmacology, because there's too many factors for them to actually be sure of like why they're seeing a difference, and so they have to like make it statistically show that like this seems to have some effect. However, like when you're dealing with hard physics, it's cause and effect. It's not like either the light is on or it's off.
Yeah, it's a mathematical cause. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, that's why there's a bunch of junk science where they're just basically conflating random chance with the actual cause.
It's one of the biggest reasons we have a replication crisis within science is because they're making too much of this junk science and forgotten actually how the scientific method works. You need to control all the variables, otherwise you don't have a valid method. You need to like manipulate your presumed cause to show that the effect is caused by this and this alone. And when you're dealing with biological systems, it's too interconnected. They can't really do that. So it's understandable, and they made a lot of progress from doing like fiddling in the dark, basically, but they're not using the pure scientific method. Not all knowledge is like derived from science. Like a lot of knowledge is derived from trial and error. A lot of knowledge is just derived from measurement. If you try to conflate science with knowledge, at some point you don't have knowledge anymore, or science. It's just the same thing. Like, there's no distinction. And that's one of the reasons why I really like the definition of pseudoscience, because it basically states that if you call something science, but it doesn't strictly adhere to the scientific method, then by definition it's pseudoscience. And there's nothing wrong with pseudoscience if the pseudoscience is done well, like some of the pharmacology and stuff. Some of it's done well, because there's a lot of testing. Some of it's done poorly because they can also manipulate the tests. So it's hard to, like, on the soft sciences, it's hard to really nail down what it is. And so you need to fumble more in the dark and do more trials and errors, try to figure out what it is that's interacting in this complex web.
Yeah. That's why it's funny when they say you can have like more than one independent variable and stuff like that.
Yeah, because
they don't even have to manipulate it at all. If you're not manipulating it, then how do you know that it's the cause or it's not the cause? Or
and I'm not shitting on them for having to do that, but like, there needs to be a distinction between things that you can verify, falsify, prove, or things that you take on these probabilities and these likelihoods. They're not the same. Our interpretations of the results from the hard sciences could be wrong in some way, and we've shown that with the globe in many ways. However, the results don't change. They don't, because the conditions are the same.
well, I think we can get Brick to help us out with this. He knows a lot about science, scientific method, experiment, the difference between that and measurement, shape, etc. Brick's an expert. Oh wait, I'm just checking the chat. I had him mixed up with somebody else. I think this guy's just an expert in whining.
No, I'm fine. Thanks for the compliment, I guess, though.
You're really good at whining, I'll give you that.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are really good at
Top 10.
whining. So, you know, I just had to be like the opposition's expert. It's only fair.
Just gotta sit around and whine and mope and complain about people on the
I mean,
internet.
when you guys do shitty things, I'm gonna call it out.
Oh, poor guy. Well, why don't you comment on the conversation that was just going on? Because this is just sort of bottom of the barrel banter here.
Banter? Wait, what were you guys talking about? Sorry, I was reading something.
Science, scientific method, independent variable, why you need it.
Yeah, why do you need it?
Control for confounding variables, different things like that.
What is a confounding variable?
Something that might confound your outcome of your experiment. You won't know what's causing what if you've got confounding variables at play.
And is the only way to do an experiment to have a setup that you have complete control over?
Yeah, you should have control so that you have some clue what's causing what.
Good. So, when it comes to control, what does it mean to control something? And I'm being serious, I'm not being pedantic. I mean it. Because in the sciences, we have things such as, observational experiment. And in
it needs to keep it constant. It won't be changing.
Yeah. But do you have to keep it constant, or can you simply observe something that is constant?
What, dude? What are you talking about? It just has to be kept constant one way or the other.
Yeah, okay. So if something is observed to be kept constant, you can use that as your constant, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Which by saying, okay, you validated an observational experiment. But also, In economics, we also have what are known as natural
So
experiments.
observational experiment. So that's not experiment then, because you had to tack this other word onto it and qualify it as this other thing, right? So you can go ahead and do that. You can do what you're talking about. But that's not an experiment in the strict sense where you have an independent variable. You manipulate it produces the effect.
It actually can be, because what you can do is you can still have things be by their own existence constants, and then you change some things, and then you witness.
Well, then you have an independent variable. If you're changing something, then you have an independent variable.
Okay.
Yeah. So then it's just a regular experiment. Observational, you just mean that you're looking at something. So it's not really an experiment.
So
pigeon and dog can look at things. It's not
categorized
special.
by different parts of the experiment, not whether or not it is an experiment.
No intervention by the researcher in what you're talking about, which is why it's not really experiment, and it's got this other label, observational experiment.
I mean, experiments by definition are interventions of nature.
Well, you're not intervening in what you just said. Everything's just controlled for, and you don't do anything.
You're not serious, right?
Well, that's what you're talking about, isn't it?
With an observational experiment, the intervention literally is the performance of human beings doing things outside of the natural course. It's like how you have a primary and secondary evidence. You can literally witness humans or even institutions or whatever, and just actors doing things. This assumption that the experimenter has to be the actual actor in something is ridiculous.
Yeah, he does. He's got to intervene.
I mean, like, you realize that means that literally
manipulation of the independent variable. There has to be.
You realize that means literally every single simulation ever could never be experimental, despite the fact that the simulations can be used to actually give us exact answers to what the hypothetical is asking.
Okay, well, it's not an experiment. The experiment involves the manipulation of a variable.
Yeah, but you don't have to be the manipulator.
Yeah, it's called a simulation and not an experiment because it's a simulation and not an experiment. Is that hard to understand?
Yeah, like Drace was just saying, it's not like there aren't other valid ways to get knowledge. But if you're calling it an experiment, then that's what you're going to do. You're
like an experiment is an experiment is an observation.
Now you're melting down. You got to start cutting me off now, right? Already got to that point.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're not saying there's no other valid way to gain knowledge. Just that if you're doing an experiment, that's how it's done. That's the method. Yeah, the researcher has to manipulate the variable. Do you have any globe measurements? I never even really wanted to talk about experiment. I was trying to get him onto his measurement, but he couldn't seem to fathom that measurement and experiment are separate things.
Well, I'm going to need to collect a bunch of, I guess, content on experiments for you guys. Hopefully you might read it. You probably won't, because learning is anathema to you guys. But
what about the citations that were just posted? Yeah, I know you're really salty. That's okay. Who cares? We'll be okay. What about the citations that were just posted? Any comment?
I'm going to read them.
Notice that the manipulation of an independent variable must involve the active intervention of the researchers. So yeah.
Well, expect me to disappear for a bit, to mute for a bit, because I'm going to have to read all this, because unlike you guys, I actually want to learn.
Okay, well, stop spazzing out about it in the chat and go read. Go learn.
Stop being ableist. It's cringe.
That accusation is cringe.
Yeah, some people have seizures. Why are you making fun of it?
Yeah, you're trying really hard to learn about what's written in the text chat, aren't you? Really hard.
I've opened up every single link, actually.
Okay, well, you're really focused on them.
Damn, you'll critique me for breathing or sleeping or something too, huh?
Well, I don't know why you're blathering on. with your social justice crusade in the VC if you're trying to figure out what independent variables are.
Oh, yo, you give me some weird fucking links. Like, I'm getting my security's like blocking them. How did you link?
Oh, well, that's your problem.
Well, they're at least like 5-6 years old at this point. But they all used to work and lead to university websites.
Well, one of them's an error 404. One of them got blocked, but two of them. Wait, no, that site can't be reached. Only the second link actually works, unfortunately.
Sad face.
Yeah.
Well, it's all over the internet, and it's in all the old textbooks. There is. We're not denying the soft sciences have to use a modified version. We're saying this is natural science and the scientific method.
I mean, even in the hard sciences, they use observational experiment because there are some things they can't isolate in a laboratory.
Yeah, that's not an experiment. That's just looking at something and then doing calculations and making models.
Yeah, that's why it's called something else. Observational experiment. They had to qualify it because it's not an experiment. It doesn't fit the criteria of experiment. That's why they had to tack that other word onto it.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, so that's how that works. Yeah, and you got to start talking through me because you triggered already. That didn't take long.
Does that make a double date not a double date?
Well, that's a different type of date, I guess.
Oh, it's a different type of date, but it's still a date, right?
Yeah.
So does that mean so by this logic, you can't then say that just because we had to qualify that an observational experiment is an experiment?
Well, in this case, yeah, because you're not really doing an experiment. You're not. There's no active intervention by the researcher. And I got you a link for that. It is an old link that you had before.
It doesn't have to be active intervention. As long as something is controlled, either by an experiment.
We've got a citation for you right here. I got it for you.
Yep.
The old link was outdated, but that's okay. It's still on the internet, still in the textbooks. It's still
so can you
still need to have the independent variable being manipulated for it to really be an experiment. Otherwise, it's just this other bullshit that you're trying to pass off as an experiment.
You are going to have to.
It's not. So the date's not really the best analogy because it is still a date. You're not like trying to pass off some bullshit that's not a date as a date. So it's not really a great analogy.
But here's the thing: you said that the actual qualification before the word experiment disqualifies the experiment, but then you can use the same logic to say that because there's a qualifier before date, that would disqualify it from being a date. Make up your mind. Are we talking about the actual subject or the qualification of the subject? Yeah, I thought so.
I wasn't listening to you. I had to
You're not hearing him. The point is, it's not an experiment, and so it's not the comparisons aren't one for one. So you double date in both cases when it's a normal date and a double date. It's both dates. In your example or in your issue here, you have experiment and observational experiment. But observational experiment, that experiment there doesn't actually qualify to be an experiment.
I explained it and none of you listened.
Well, I mean, yeah, like he just said, the double dates are dates, like I said already. It's not really an experiment because you need to have the intervention of the researcher. The manipulation of the independent variable, you're not doing that. You're doing something else and just calling it experiment, whatever.
Well, no, because you are being specific about what the actual control needs to be. The fact is, an experiment just needs some form of control.
Sorry. I mean, like I already said, if you want to do something else, go ahead and do it.
So according to you, the new scientific method is just you need some form of control. Okay, got it.
Okay, guys, so real quick, is epidemiology a valid form of study, yes or no?
What?
Anyone?
How's that related to the topic?
Because epidemiology requires that there's an external control. You guys know that, because I mean, you guys are so into science, right?
Well, I'm not into epidemiology, That's the problem.
Oh, well, I mean, you guys should know about that if you were all into the science.
I'm not a know-it-all asshole like you, who pretends to know shit, who has only a surface-level knowledge of stuff.
How that works.
If I don't know something, I don't pretend to know something.
I mean, well, I do know it, so weird kind of accusation to be making.
No, I'm just saying, I'm just telling you, I don't do that. So if you think you know something, please enlighten us.
Yeah,
tell us how the scientific method applies to that.
It's a valid form of science, and it requires an external control, because you are observing things and then using the scientific method to come to conclusions based on scientific knowledge. And
wait. You just invoke the scientific method. Go through the steps and try to...
Yeah, we all know them, okay, but guess what? Science evolved past 7th grade.
So you can't.
I mean,
So just giving us words with no meaning.
Do you realize how much of biology would have to
can
be
you cite a
invalid?
single experiment? You just said they use a scientific method. Give us one experiment. I mean, I don't even know why at this point. Are you just saying that people use the scientific method? Great, yeah. That's never been in contention.
Okay, I will have to see you guys in a little bit because I'm going to collect the data for you.
Okay, all right. You don't have it on hand. That's fine. I like what Lao Tzu said in the chat. Globe, because quibbling about definitions. Yeah, pretty much.
You're not serious. You're so unprepared to treat us as equals. It's actually pathetic.
Well, I mean,
we know what you think science is. It's just some controls. That's all you need for science.
Yeah, but then you went and
look at things, and because everything is constant, pigeons are doing science now.
But then he went and invoked the scientific method. So then it wouldn't just be that. You would actually have the researcher intervening with the independent variable.
True, he did invoke that in the middle of it, but then he couldn't actually explain how he uses it.
How they're doing one or the other.
If I send you links of how science is actually done at a level beyond high school,
you'd have to intervene with you'd have to intervene with independent variable. We've told you that like 16 times. You've gone ahead and basically told us that when you said that they use the scientific method. Okay, fine, great. I don't even know what the argument is at this point. Do you know anything about the globe? Because that's kind of the topic.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Well, you guys brought up all this stuff with science, so I'm just
we have to talk about it because, like, the last fool came in and said he had an experiment.
Don't change the subject. I'm going to go off. I'm going to get what's needed, and I'll see you guys in a bit. Continue talking and being cringe.
He's not going to come back with anything.
Oh, I know.
He's so salty.
You're going to get us an experiment from biology or epidemiology or something? Great, cool. We're not saying that people don't use the scientific method. I don't even get what the argument is, dude. What's the point? We're just trying to get... Well, the only reason this started is because the last guy kept placing his measurements into the category of science and scientific method. We're just trying to tell him that's not what you'd be applying to this. You'd be using a measurement. It's the only reason this conversation even came up. So we're trying to get it back on track to what are the measurements for the globe, but now we're just in the weeds on experiment. Like, yeah, great. Bring us a biology experiment. Doesn't help us measure a shape. I mean, it might help you and your science acumen figure out what it is, what it isn't. That's great, but we're not necessarily here for that. I knew it. Topic comes up and he just runs.
I literally told you I'm trying to find the stuff you want. So can you stop trying
I
to
don't
press
really
me?
want it that badly. Don't really care. Rather have globe proof.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we didn't actually ask for you to go into epidemiology. That was you were trying to ask about that. So we were trying to go into the measurements of the Earth being flat and not being a globe, you know?
Guys, you've made incorrect claims. I need to go get the evidence to show you.
You're running away from the topic. You're just running away from the topic.
Oh yeah, okay, whatever.
Because you don't know anything about this topic. You're trying to change it to some other one that you also don't seem to know.
Unlike you,
You also don't seem to know anything about the one that you're changing it to. You got to go research that now. So, like now we've got to go off on tangential other things and stuff that aren't even the main topic that you still need to educate yourself on. Like,
he's just scared to make a claim about the globe. Scared about it.
yeah. It's weird to pivot to something else you don't know anything about, though.
You can't gaslight me. I'm not dumb enough for that shit, dude. Sorry.
Well, I mean, you might be dumb enough to convince yourself
you
that
you're being very abusive. You're clearly trying to gaslight me.
Oh no, his feelings.
Not gonna work.
It'll be okay.
Well,
but it's okay.
I think he's just being honest, to be honest. Like, you might take it personally because you're insulted, but insult is in the eye of the insulted.
He's the one gaslighting. The topic of the room is not.
That's the primary thing he's doing.
He's gaslighting the topic of the room.
That's literally gaslighting.
You're gaslighting the topic of the room.
Poor guy. He's upset now. We upset him. Maybe I should go.
No.
Why are you?
I'm chilling. I'm here because I'm bored. Like, I'm just chilling, and you guys are entertaining. Oh, a little bit. Not that much. You guys have really just dropped the ball lately.
What?
Really?
Why are you gaslighting?
Oh, less interesting than you were years ago. You've just given up even trying, to be honest. Really, really sad to see.
Well, I'm trying to keep you honest and on topic.
You guys used to try and have actual debates a couple of years ago, and then eventually you guys just got so confident in yourselves that you just pre-assume everyone's wrong, so you don't even try to.
You know what's funny about that is we're trying to get you to actually argue the room topic, and you're the one running away from that. So I guess just a bit of the old projection is what I'm hearing.
He's gaslighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just gaslighting us. He's just doing the thing he was accusing us of doing. He's just a classical freaking sophist. Like, he's a bad faith actor.
Use a word here and they start using it.
Literally, you're sitting here doing everything you can to avoid even attempting to debate the room topic.
I'm literally on Google Scholar
and then saying
right
it's
now.
us doing that, dude.
I'm on Google Scholar looking up epidemiology. I'm literally doing the thing I said I
Where
would
does it say
do because I'm
24/7 epidemiology, dude?
Yeah, none of us brought up epidemiology. You brought it up.
Yeah, because I'm.
Yeah, so we're not arguing epidemiology here. You're researching your own argument that you're going to argue with yourself.
Yeah, I'm willing to grant you they use the scientific method in epidemiology. I don't care. It's not what this is about. I don't even know why that's an argument. We're not arguing about that. Don't care.
You realize if you grant that, then you basically have to retract all the shit you said about it having to be a controlled variable we actually, physically interact with instead of being something that we can externally observe.
They never physically interact with anything to determine a cause, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, prove it.
I mean, you literally just capitulated, and now you're saying prove it. I mean, make up your mind.
I capitulated. I just asked you a question.
You literally just admitted that you don't have to have only.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. You said they use the scientific method. If they're following it, then they will be intervening.
Controlled variable.
No, I didn't do. Now we're back into this. This is where you want it to go. Is into your pet topic that you also.
Anybody who's on the live stream, can you rewind it to when he literally just said he would give me the thing that I said?
I said that
when he wanted to just for the sake of argument grant this so we could move back on to the actual topic, and you ignored that and went back onto that because you're retarded. Yes, I heard it.
Is that your screed so you can moderate me?
No, now. This is me being annoyed at how dumb you are. How literally slobbering dumb you are.
Not really.
Really?
Well, very obviously, to anybody who has ears to hear.
Yeah, you're really afraid of the topic, dude. It's really clear. Really afraid of it.
Literally been
yeah, you're pathetic. Like, I mean, it seems like you used to try to debate, but now you won't even try. What happened to you? You've really dropped the ball. You're slacking. You're slumping. What's going on with you?
Nice. He remembered enough of what I said to use it against me. Good boy.
Yeah, but I mean, you were just describing yourself, though, and then projecting it onto us. Because that's literally what you've been doing. You won't even attempt an argument on the actual topic at all.
And we are talking about the topic indirectly.
So,
we're talking about components of the topic.
So we're not talking about it.
Okay, so it's like trying to say that, we're going to speak about math. It has to be numbers, nothing else. We can't speak about
so you're
logic.
Still not talking
math doesn't work on a globe.
Yeah, it does. What? Spherical geometry. Non-Euclidean geometry is an incredibly robust form of math. It's just undeniably true.
Science doesn't work on a globe.
What?
I think the issue that's occurring here is that we're talking about natural sciences and naturally occurring phenomenon with a hypothesis test to establish a cause and effect relationship. You're talking about epidemiology that is not natural science.
It literally is.
No, I would say it's not purely natural science. It's rather applied science, not just purely natural science. So we're talking about different categories here.
No.
Yeah.
Epidemiology.
Natural science is literally just the observation.
Epidemiology is not natural science. Epidemiology is not natural science.
Okay, can you rigorously explain why it's not natural science? Do it for me.
It's applied science because it draws both from natural and social sciences. That's why. So, done. And we don't need to continue with that. Let's go for the globe proof, please.
So a subset of the epidemiology would be what? By your own definition?
That's the 24/7 epidemiology room he thinks he's in.
Yeah.
Keep running from the topic, Brick, because you're really scared of the topic. It's a tough one for you.
Like you're asking me to you're asking me to explain
the ball, dude. It's really too bad that you're this bad at debating it that you have to do everything in your power to avoid the conversation even coming up.
You're asking me
how it is no debate.
You're asking me how to make an omelet and then being like, bro,
yeah, we don't care about omelets. Yeah, omelets.
The Lord asked you for a recipe for an omelet. Those are your prescriptions for the conversations. We're all trying to move it in a different direction where the server topic is about, but you just want to run from it. Just admit it.
Mm-hmm. So, what branch of this conversation do I now address, considering I have like 4 different people trying to have 4 different conversations with me?
No, it wasn't 4 different people. There wasn't 4 different people having 4 different conversations. I just come in to clarify there's a difference between natural science and applied science. And that's it. So let's move on to the globe claims, yeah? Let's get back on topic.
But I posited a question towards you and you just haven't responded to it. I mean, if you ask me a question, it's only courteous that you answer my question back to you.
I did answer your question. Natural science and applied science are completely different, yeah? Very simple.
No.
So we're done going down. We're done going down this stupid road that leads nowhere and has no relation to the server topic, and we're going back to the Earth.
If he makes a claim about science, he needs to defend it.
I just did.
No, it's not. This isn't the place. This isn't the place where you can dictate what happens here or how this conversation goes. Sorry.
Okay, since we're in the topic of science, what is your best scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Why do I need to give my best one?
Come on.
Oh, I don't feel like giving you my best one yet. Sorry. There isn't a pressing need to.
Is there any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Oh yeah, there's tons. Yeah. I feel like what you're trying to do is you're trying to put me on the spot right now so I can get moderated. It's clearly what you're trying to do.
That's exactly what I'm doing, right, guys? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's implied that that's actually.
Could it be that it's exposed in your science acumen when you actually think that there is scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth?
I mean, there is. There's tons of it. That's why the entire scientific community, despite maybe like 5 people, believes knows actually, to be quite honest, the Earth is very.
You think the shape of something is a scientific question?
Yes.
Really? What science are shapes?
So the thing is the shape of something often determines how it will interact with things and the effects the interactions will cause. So, for example, a concave mirror is going to simply just produce different forms of reflection to, say, a convex mirror. That's just a fact. The shape literally determines how the light.
Now you're talking about mirrors. We didn't.
You guys literally asked me about shape. Okay, you can't do this weird thing.
Yeah. What's the cause of shapes?
Why do I have to give a cause of shape? Shape is in itself.
Because you think it's a scientific endeavor.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. You're like cause of shape.
You're the one that answered.
Way.
You think there's lots of scientific.
Shape is an intrinsic property of an
for
object.
shapes. You said it, not us. Now you're mad.
I'm not mad. Like, what do you mean cause
why
of
did
shape?
you yell? What's the cause of a shape?
Okay, I raised my voice a little bit because of the stupidity of the question.
No, you admitted he asked you what is your best scientific proof, and you said, "Oh, there's many."
I pointed out when people were asking me about shape, I pointed out that shape actually does affect how things occur in the world.
But you think it's science. That's the problem here.
Dude, you've asked me about the cause of shape. What next? You want me to give you the
science only deals with cause and effect. Shapes don't have a cause.
You're not serious.
If you want to figure out what a shape is, how do you science? Okay, how do you science?
Why are you doing this? Why is he allowed to do this?
How do you science a shape? We want to know what's your first step in science a shape. You're the one that said that science has to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay, you realize if you don't want shape to be part of science, we're going to have to invalidate all of kinematics and engineering.
Is a shape a what is or a how is question?
Yeah, so you're just defending like a moronic category error that you're in. Don't know why you're doing that. You should just drop that. And move on. Okay, this is how I know.
So guys, we all understand like
we're asking you how you know what it is, so you're not going to start telling us how and why it is. How do you know what it is?
I was asked how does a shape apply to science? Literally, optics alone is good enough. Simple.
Okay, and you're going to use that to tell us how you know that the Earth is some sort of shape.
No, I can just simply use that to validate the fact that shape is a part of science.
All right, yeah, so he asked you specifically, what is the scientific evidence for the globe Earth?
I mean, there's a lot of that.
Oh, there is?
Yeah, we can get to
back to your category error again.
A category error?
Yeah. Shape would be what it is. Okay, it's what it is. You're not asking a question about how and why.
No, shape is not what something is. A shape is a component of what something is.
Holy shit!
Are you like you realize like for example like if an apple is apple shaped but it's also apple colored, apple scented, and so on and so on. A sphere isn't just like.
Wow, are you alright, bro? Yeah, you're melting down, dude.
I'm not. You guys
globe then is not what. So globe is not what it is. So you're telling me globe is not what it is. It's a property of what it is.
Well, yeah, okay. Because if we're talking about the actual globe, the Earth, the actual the object inside the question, it's more than simply just a shape. It's actually like an object with other qualities to it.
How do you know what shape it is?
You know that. Like, you guys are being so. You know, because you want to pretend as if the Earth is literally just a mathematical shape when it's not. It's an object with many qualities. And you're going to use that against me later. Like, to
an object with many qualities. What shape is the object?
As I've said, globe shaped. Simple.
How do you know that?
Globe is the globe shape.
How do you know that?
We can get to that later on.
Right now. How do you know that?
Which one do you want? Do you want something really complicated or something really simple?
I want your best one. Most clear-cut, best proof that you can provide.
I'm not sure you deserve that, but I'll give you one anyway, which is
It's my fault that you're not going to be able to prove your claim, right? Because I don't deserve the proof, so you won't be able to prove it. But it's really my fault.
No, you don't deserve my best proof because you've been a naughty boy.
Oh well,
he's going to go to the sky.
Yeah,
Watch him.
You deserve something as stupid as whatever you're going to consider your best proof. That's probably true.
Okay. So anyway, I guess one I could give you off the top of my head, which is the fact that in the southern hemisphere, which, by the way, even if you believe...
you're already getting into a circular argument here. Yeah, your premise has hemisphere in it.
Okay,
so sphere, that would be the very thing that you're trying to prove. That would be your conclusion. So this is a circular argument.
My bad. You're so correct. Hemi-realm. There we go. In the southern hemi-realm, we can see the Southern Cross. In the northern hemi-realm,
I told you he was going to look at the sky.
You're looking in the wrong direction, bro. Did you notice that? We're asking you how you know what the ground is, and you started.
Funny you say that, because actually, when people point telescopes towards the south, when they're far enough in the north,
listen, you're looking away from the thing in question, away from it, and saying, "Look, looking away from the thing in question and claiming things about it."
I literally just said that you can look in the exact direction and you still won't see it because the Earth curve.
Check. Am I coming through still?
You're good.
Okay, everybody's.
You guys don't have a good response to that. So you're basically just gonna like throw some fucking horse shit on me.
Okay. Sorry, I switched devices. Last I heard, you were looking in the wrong direction. You were looking into the sky when we're asking you what the ground is.
Funny you say that.
Yeah.
Because you guys are the same people that use the sky to try and prove that the Earth is actually flat.
Well, that's a generalization fallacy, and I've never done that. So.
Plus also, last time I checked, isn't science about nature in general, so you can use anything in nature?
Okay, so what happened to your proof? It doesn't exist, you don't have it? You're giving up on that, running away from that, trying to do a sleight of hand, change up the conversation, hope nobody notices? That's what you're doing, running away from your dog shit claim? Is that where we're at now? Is that what we've come to now? Now endless filibustering by trying to talk through me, so I can't expose the fact that you're trying to just run away from your stupid claim?
I'm literally addressing what I've been asked.
Okay, so the proof again? The last one didn't go so well. I was looking in the exact wrong direction.
I mean, you're talking through me now, actually.
Yeah, but the last one didn't go so well, so can we get a better one?
So you get to talk through me, and you point out how I talk through you sometimes. Like, make up your fucking mind.
Yeah, now talk about talk.
Yeah.
Let's get meta.
This is not, you're not on equal grounds. You're...
Oh, so he gets to be a hypocrite because he's higher ranked?
No, it's not a hypocrite. We're not on equal grounds. You were making a claim about your globe, and we're examining it's an internal critique of your globe. You don't get to just run away from your claim just because you want to.
I'm not running away. I made a point about something in the sky, and then he said, why should we care about stuff in the sky when we're talking about the ground? And I pointed out that actually, in science, we use nature things about nature, and the fact is, the sky is also part of nature. The sky is part of nature. It can be used to prove other things about nature, because nature.
What's the proof? You have a proof?
You have
which
logical
just
proof
goes
for
to
a
show
globe?
that you guys clearly weren't listening.
Yeah, you have. Hey, Brick, you got logical proof for it. You have a proof.
Something about the
You have a
ground,
proof.
and none of you listened. You're pretending as if
what
you
inference
didn't
rule is
literally
that?
say something about
I
the
think he
sun.
needs to mute him so we can actually hear something, because he's not actually paying attention to what anyone's saying. He doesn't actually understand our counter arguments or anything.
Well, he's just shitting all over the chessboard at this point because he's so lost. Do you have a proof, Brick?
Well, he was asked for his proof, and he said that he wasn't going to give it. He said he didn't feel like it right now.
You can listen to the recording. Maybe you understand what I'm saying, because right now you don't want to.
Go ahead, Brick. Give us a syllogism for your proof.
All you need to hear is already in the recording.
Do you even have a syllogism, Brick?
I'm gonna go.
There was no syllogism in the recording.
I hope
That's all I need to hear. Okay, I'll just listen to the recording again, which I already heard. There was no syllogism in it. If that's all I need to hear, then I know that you have no proof. Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, it's that guy, April Tool. It's him again.
It's basically, his argument is, look at the sky and presuppose all of my globe assumptions, and therefore it's a globe. Like, that's just a begging the question fallacy. It's circular reasoning. Like, how about looking at the actual thing in question, the ground?
Well, according to him, he can just look up into the sky and make assumptions on what's occurring, and that's natural science.
That's observational science, which is natural to him. Because he has eyes, and those are natural. He doesn't have anything. It's just retarded. They're basically corrupting science so much by calling everything science, like calling geometry, math, engineering, looking at things science. At this point, science just means nothing. And that's why they're like, oh, well, science proves nothing, because you're looking at pseudoscience that is not actually science.
Correct, and that's the difference between natural science and applied science. Natural science strictly adheres to the scientific method. However, applied science does not. Well, what they call applied science, which would be epidemiology.
And like, it's not shitting on, like, you can use like geometry, you can use measurements, and you can get a bunch of good information from all this stuff. You can get good information from epidemiology, but it's not the same quality as natural science. It's not as definitive because it's not as controlled.
Yeah, correct. They're not actually following the steps of the scientific method.
Yeah.
Well, brick was bricked.
Check.
Checkmate.
Mic check, check 1 2 sibilance. Check 1 2 sibilance.
So if I draw shapes on paper, am I doing science?
Is observing the shape with a guesser's measurement.
To reinforce the idea, that can be the only reason. Like, oh, this is what it has to be in. Like, it's that final format. That's for human beings, right? That's not for any like technical reason.
So we get folks who claim GPS only works on a globe, right? Like Daza comes in here every day saying this. And meanwhile, I'm looking at this article. Yeah. Like JPL or somebody reconfigured a GPS receiver and put it on the moon using the same GPS constellation for the Earth and claimed to have applied a lunar datum, a lunar ellipsoid, with lunar coordinates, and are able to do the conversions at the receiver. Like, no, I don't believe that's true, but they're presenting the mathematical possibility. And they're showing that GPS can in fact work if you just change the coordinate system.
Daz's argument is basically a timing argument, from what I gather.
A what argument?
Daz's argument is a timing argument. like the distance
timing
to
argument.
that the distance to any particular satellite would change over time, and it changes just the way
that.
he says.
And he's still right. He has no idea. Like when he's saying the timing is already corrected.
Yeah. He's never actually shown like any like actual test of it. It's the same thing like the 69 miles per degree. It is. They just say it.
Right. I've called that into question too. I mean, I used to kind of accept it for the sake of discussion before, but now I'm like, no, there's no way. There's no way you can.
I think it's like something like like a compass, right? Compasses point toward the North Pole. Yeah, generally that's true, right? So it could be 69 miles to the degree in a lot of places. It doesn't mean it's the whole Earth, right? Right. See, it's just that in the North, right? It's just that like in Europe and North America.
Right. If the claim is that the stars overhead, as the Earth rotates underneath, or as the stars sweep over the Earth, that the starlight isn't always where it's predicted to be or expected to be, and the claim is that it's gravity bending the starlight and shifting it around. I mean, why could this variance actually be due to the medium up in the sky instead of some mystical gravity force? And why couldn't therefore, like the terrestrial geoid, not be construed as a Cartesian flat, lumpy, call it, for lack of a better word, firmament? Lumpy firmament. In which case you don't have the nice and neat 69 miles per degree. Just from that.
Well, think about the history of like Western navigation, right? So where did they start really? With they went from Portland charts to the Mercator map and run lines, right? And the general compass heading that, you know, when it's pointing north, that's actual geographic north that matches that Mercator map you're sailing around with. And that they've built on this. They built on this foundation over time. And they've extended it out that, hey, this is how the whole world is. It's just like, you know, because where are they traveling, right? They're traveling from, you know, Europe to America, sailing around Africa, sailing around the Mediterranean, sailing in the Baltic. And they've just extrapolated like the general rule that applies in this area to the rest of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, like the Mercator map treats the celestial points of origin as being an infinite distance with no parallax, which is why the top and the bottom of the map are constructed as such, where the longitudinal lines don't taper to points. So the claim is that those maps don't work in the near north, which is where a lot of people do live. I still wonder times too about the Arctic region. I know there's a lot of fuckery going on between the tropics. How much distance really is there, like with the claimed Arctic Circle? Do you really go in a circle? Well, keep Polaris to your right. End up back where you started. Thing that's been bothering me for a long time is the prospect of a looping manifold. You know, and the Globers already claim this, even though they don't think of it that way. If you sit down a Glober and say, hey, dude, you think that if you go in a straight line, that like when you're driving to work, that you're also driving away from work. If you drive long enough in one direction, you end up back where you started. And a lot of people we talk to never think of it that way. But they'll readily accept it as long as they can conceptualize a sphere in 3D space and they're going around a ball. But does that really happen that way? Like, can you really circumnavigate the equator? How would you even?
Well, then
because the equator is going to be a straight line.
Equator? Yeah, but what even is the equator in their conception, right? Is it the sun? Is it like, if you ask one person, he'll say, well, it's halfway between the North Pole and South Pole, depending where that is. And then you ask another person, they'll say, well, it's where the sun, on the equinox casts and, rises due east and sets due west. And then there's the astronomical definition is when the sun is crosses the celestial equator and is in the first point of Aries. So there's all these definitions of the equator.
Yeah.
But then there's but those are conceptual, right? Then what does it mean when there's an equator on Earth? What does that mean?
Yeah, it's navigation, but that's just derived, and you know where that here it is, and you assume it's there. Calculated position you're underneath.
Yeah, how would I find it? I want to find the equator. How do I find that place? How do I know when I get there? Yes, I'm at the equator. How do I know? And they can never tell you. Right?
Yeah,
you're out in the ocean, right? And you look north, and you can't just see Polaris, and then you look south, and you can't just see the south point of.
My gosh, yeah, that must be it.
That brings to mind other issues too, right? Like the stars, when they come out, they don't come out directly on the horizon all the time. They'll come out at different elevations above it and declinations throughout the year.
Well, T-Dub, we got a problem because according to, if you account for refraction, Polaris should be a little bit 0.881 of a degree above the horizon at the equator. And then the celestial South Pole should also be 0.81 of a degree above the equator. But it also has this linear relationship, which I don't know how that's possible because now you're looking at more than 50% of a sphere. So.
That's right. That's right. And the math they use to determine the corrections actually flattens out the star field at the horizon line. It's like a Taylor series situation where it approaches the flat plane, but it never quite reaches there. Shane actually showed me some of this the other day in a back chat, which I thought was interesting. I never looked at it before.
Well, if you look at Andy Thomas Young's understanding astronomical refraction, he's got a graph, right? And at the horizon, it goes to infinity, right? So
yeah,
it should never be invisible, with their refraction model, because as it's approaching the 90, well, with in astronomy it's called the zenith distance. Let's just call it 0 degrees. So as it approaches that 0 degree at the horizon, the refraction is an exponential curve, right? So it's exponentially being lifted up. As it approaches the horizon, it should never be invisible, right? There should be a ring of light around it.
Yeah. That's right. That's exactly right. A halo of starlight that converges on itself. Yep. Yep, that's exactly what their math shows, that their corrections and everything else. That's what I was describing too. So it's like a dome up to a point, and then it flattens out again, like a big distribution curve.
So
like a three-dimensional.
Nick West had a time lapse of star trails. So as the star trails are approaching the horizon, they start getting I don't know how you describe it. They get like elongated and kind of they hook a little bit. So they're not like going in like the straight line, kind of. They kind of like do like a little bit of a turn. Is the only way to describe it. Yeah, you've seen that video?
I've not seen that video. I've seen examples of that in Star Trail photography itself, where it's like a nice arc, and then the arc will straighten out. If that, I guess I'm looking at it the other way than you, but yeah.
So let me beg the question. There are enough anomalies with what goes on in the sky that more or less you can see what you want to see.
Yeah, so people like Pythagoras envisioned an ideal sphere, and so did pretty much everybody since then. And to map it to Earth, they had to idealize Earth as a sphere. And there are other ways to conceptualize it. There are other ways to interpret what you're seeing. The sphere is just one choice.
You know, I'm not a big fan of... What the heck is that? I'm not a big fan of...
back in my car.
Oh, no. Oh, no, you're fine. No. I didn't realize that was a car. Sorry. So I'm not a huge fan of Aristotelian thinking, where you have your thesis and then you have your antithesis. And then you pit the two together and come up with whatever your bizarre explanation may be. Obviously, I'm also not a fan of the old adage that you've got two stories and the truth is somewhere in the middle. But I have found that oftentimes it's hard for us to look at a big, large matrix of facts and sometimes come to the same conclusion, because there's just so much data that can be collected and analyzed that you couldn't come to a proper conclusion. And the more that I learn some of the factors behind astronomy and navigation and other such similar things, the more I find that certain people have just made assumptions on things, and they've been close enough, and so that's what they go with, rather than going back to the tried and true method of, okay, well, what's the null hypothesis? And let's list 10 other hypotheses, and then let's get an idea of which one's correct. So therefore, they never subjected this just to that basic test of the scientific method.
I think that's what our communities propose, and that modern society do, is to go back to the basics and rethink first principles. Let's reconceptualize everything based off of what we're capable of doing now versus what was available to people back then. But
so do you know? Oh, sorry, I must have lagged there. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm done.
So let me ask you this: since you mentioned GPS and the refactoring of a unit, so it could be used on the moon, supposedly. The thing that I keep coming back to is how much of GPS is actually based in some sort of flying object now. Because obviously we know that the cell phone or the mobile phone towers are sending out location data, and your phone connects to multiple towers. And so most of it's ground-based. But how much is actually based from the air now anyway? Is it taken up to the untethered cable?
Very little, I think. That's a good question. I don't know. I'm inclined to think that the answer is whatever they said that they were using back in the 80s and 90s with this is not what is actually in use now. India uses differential GPS, which is by and large terrestrial based. There's a company called Skyhook that had reverse control sometime in the late 90s, early 2000s, and you know what they did? They took airplanes and with the concept of war driving, which is something hackers used to do to find like open access points. They took airplanes and they basically geographically tagged the location of radio frequency emitters of all kinds, people's Wi-Fi devices like routers in their homes, radio stations, you name it. If the thing was in a relatively fixed place for a certain amount of time, like for a long time, and they could count on it being there, they were geotagging this, and they added it to a huge database and organized it by latitude and longitude. And then they sold it to the government and said, here you go, here's how to enrich GPS data with all this fine-tuning of hyper-localized triangulations that you can do. Because we've geographically tagged all these short-range emitters all over the place. And then they built technology to do handoffs, and now all that stuff has worked its way into our phones.
Yeah, and in theory, that's why the NORAD protocols of the day, they required local radio stations to go off the air except for the particular clear channel civil defense stations that were then themselves more or less no longer broadcasting anything except for the whatever the emergency management officials told them to. So that way, planes and such couldn't track in to small little radio stations and such. So I think you might have your answer there. Or I shouldn't say, let me back that up. I think you might have found our answer there. I think there's a lot of truth to that because even back, when did that NORAD start? The 30s and 40s is when they started civil defense?
Well, I remember, so back when I was a young boy, I used to go flying with my dad, and he used to, when we go flying, he would get his direction by tuning some knobs, because he was basically getting a fix on local radio stations on their antennas and using them to navigate with. This is before I knew about GPS or anything like that.
Yeah, and so the airports also have what they call the localizer. So what it is it's two transmitters, ostensibly on, say, each side of the runway. One is sending the Morse code letter A, which is dit-da, and the other is sending the Morse code letter N, which is da-dit. So when you tuned into the middle of those, what you would hear would be just a solid tone as the two signals heterodyne together. But if you were off a little bit, you would pick up the A or the N. And I don't remember which direction was which, obviously. But my point of all that is there's a rich heritage in aviation of using radios for navigation. And it's kind of like in 20 years we've forgotten so much of what, so much of the ingenuity and such that now that we have the pervasiveness of the small little IC that can run everything in your life.
Right. Yep. I mean, what you described, I remember him talking about too, and I remember seeing it in action. You know, that the airports have these transmitters, and yep, and there was like in the screen or in the behind the glass pane, there were two lines, and when they would cross a certain way, that you were following the beams. It's very much like the Knickerbein system. Come to think of it. Yeah. Yeah, this is very much all over the place for the longest time until fairly recently. It really was like the TomTom and Garmin devices that people bought in the 90s and started plunking on their dashboards that all of this really took off, this permanent idea of GPS. And somehow without it, we had no ways to navigate reliably.
Yeah. Barring the Twilight Zone episode, how many airplanes got lost in the pre-GPS days from navigation? Obviously a very, very, very small number. They obviously use something, which we know what it is, of course, but his point being that they definitely had a fully developed system long before this idea of GPS, so my kind of unstated question then is how much are we really relying on GPS versus just terrestrial stuff anyway? And I'm going to have to find out from my relative that's the pilot as to how much they're actually using GPS versus how much is just coming from, stuff on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you ask Dazza, you use GPS to go to the sink to get a drink of water.
And he knows he had to go around curvature to do it because GPS only works on a globe.
That's true. That's funny and true.
I tried to explain how I understood the mathematics of the GPS system to him with ECEF. I think he gets it, and he's pissed off. That we've all seen how it's depicted, the Earth-centered Earth fixed coordinate reference system that's in use. It's basically two coordinate systems working together in one. The local tangent plane is what you, the immediate user, has and what every user has. Your coordinates are presented on a flat surface that is considered localized because Earth is really a globe. But using higher dimensional mathematics, they're able to create a fixed point of reference to every point, is a radius and a higher dimension to every point along these flat planes that are not angled to each other whatsoever. It's really just one gigantic flat plane because Earth is flat. So using a higher dimensional sphere, they can do that. You can have a radius of a fixed length extend to every point of equal length on a flat plane, even though the radius is in one position. And the reason why this is important is for timing, for having an absolute frame of reference for your clock and doing your timing, and for doing asset tracking on a quote-unquote global scale. So the sphere is really just a mathematical convenience for ensuring that the clocks can be calculated to an absolute frame and that you can do tracking of assets from an absolute fixed reference that doesn't exist in reality. So you'll see like the ball, which they say is the globe and a point of origin, and then they'll show a flat tangent plane on top of it and say that's where your positions are rendered. And people intuitively think, and because they've been brought up with the globe, and you also read this in the literature, that the globe came first and the conceptual tangent plane came second as a product of the mathematical processes that they do to do all the coordinate transforms. But really it begins with the flat plane, and that flat plane is then used in accordance with, call it the hypersphere, where the radius is equidistant to every coordinate on the flat plane. So the flat plane really comes first. And the ECEF global positioning, where they track all the assets, are mapped in around a 3D ball, you could say. But that's only conceptual, and that ball is really existing in higher dimensional mathematics. It's not a sphere in 3 dimensions. Not when you include the tangent plane. By itself, it is a sphere in 3 dimensions, but when you try to reconcile it with the tangent plane, you need 4 spatial dimensions. The curvature actually happening in that 4th dimension, spatial dimension. By actually, I mean actually the math. The radius is curved and doesn't have a set length in 3 dimensions. So you got X, Y, Z, and W space. All right, sorry, I'm getting in and out of my car. I'm kind of frazzled. Left my wallet at home when I went out. Crap, let me go back and get it. You know why? Because I was distracted. I was talking to you guys.
I hate when I do that because, like, when I leave the house, I'm like, I grab all my pieces of flair, but sometimes I have to return a library book or something. Then I'll like grab one extra piece of flair, then forget something. It's like, oh man, I didn't grab my water bottle, or I didn't grab.
I've done that exact thing where I'm like, oh, I got to go to the library, and I grab all my crap and I leave the library books at home. And I'm like, but that's the whole point of getting out of the car in the first place. Yeah.
Yeah, because you just get into like a habit of a routine, and then when you break that up and do something slightly different.
Yeah, my favorite is a couple times a year, I forget my laptop for work at home and drive the 30 minutes to the office. Be here like really early because I've got all kinds of stuff to do. So I sit down, get ready. Like, okay, well, where's my laptop? Crap! Now I got to drive an hour again before I can get to work. And
I just did that actually. I was under the weather, worked from home, and I felt better. Went back to the office, sat down at my desk, and looked. I'm like, oh, my laptop. Yeah. All right. Anyway, I lost track of what I was talking about. I'm just yakking. I'm just smoking and joking, guys. Off the cuff.
Was Daza here
we're talking
earlier?
about Daza and GPS.
Did he swing by earlier?
Not today. He's been in recently, though. Yeah, like maybe
all right,
yesterday.
I'll see you guys later. I'm at the office.
All right, see ya. The consequences, though, of like GPS working in this way is kind of weird because it invites the whole funky dunky Pac-Man Earth into the discussion, and I'm not quite there yet mentally. Although I can kind of understand it. You know, if we're in a confined realm, that's one way to have a fixed volume for the gas pressure that exists around us. You know, and it's a way to think about how the sun can come and go. And it would also mean that potentially north-south circumnavigation is possible, even though the Earth is actually measurably and utilized flat. So if and when the day comes that somebody can verifiably demonstrate north-south navigation, we can still be flat earthers, folks. No problem.
Barely an inconvenience.
Yeah. It's like, okay, well, we just demonstrated that we live in some kind of bounded reality that loops infinitely. Fantastic. We know what that is from geometry. These are conceptual objects, like looping topological manifolds. You know, and it just means maybe our creator used this feature of reality to confine us here. So if that's the case, I'm fine with it. But I'm not quite ready to go there yet. I still got to wonder if there's more. I don't know if that's because I want to believe that there are lands beyond what we know that can be attained by discovery. But lots of ambient noise.
Do you guys hear something? Well, that wasn't coming from me, was it? Testing. Can you hear me? Oh, I thought someone said there was a lot of ambient noise. I thought maybe my mic was open.
Someone was telling me that Arwen was entertaining this idea and has been for a few years now. You know, and it's kind of convenient. It gives you a lot of latitude to accept exotic technologies like satellites in orbit that are just working via another mechanism, another process than what most people believe to be true. It also could mean that the people who designed these could still think Earth is a globe, and just all the mathematics works out as such that they just conveniently work over a flat looping topological surface. Because what we don't have in any of these cases, whether for those or for airplanes, is the rotational vector. We keep coming back to that. Coriolis, right? The rotation underneath, or the rotation of the object with respect to down. We don't have that. We don't have curvature measurements, so what gives? You know, in this journey, I'd been pondering this early on, when considering south circumpolar stars and what the ramifications of that mean for celestial navigation, right? We could have a flat earther in southern Chile and a flat earther in southern Tasmania look directly away from north, due south, and both see navigation stars above their head at the same time in the months of May, April, May, potentially June. And the principles of CellNav means that there's going to be a flat baseline connecting the two observers, crossing the Antarctic island. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. So this idea gives us, like I said, a lot of latitude, and I hate to use the pun. You know, and continuing on with this, it means that you might actually need something like Schuller tuning or something like it to account for the deviation that would be experienced if you use Euclidean measurements, but the surface is doing a wonky donkey warping as you go, just along the XY axis and not the vertical Z. There's going to be some features that will become noticeably incomprehensible in Cartesian space if this is the case. And to date, we actually have no verifiable evidence of that. And that's why I'm reluctant to go with this Pac-Man Earth idea. Viking asks, are the two observers 180 degrees north from each other? Yeah, I'm pretty sure people in Australia know how to orient north and south. So I guess would the question be, is that just a localized north-south? Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, at some point, if there is a Pac-Man Earth, which is a looping two-dimensional manifold whose boundary conditions are set by the periodicity of repetition as you go in one direction and end up where you are after a certain amount of distance traveled, you're going to start noticing things aren't quite the way they seem, especially if you take non-great circle routes or non-linear routes. You're going to encounter a situation where you should be heading in a straight line, but the terrain is moving in an incomprehensible fashion away from you, away from your intended direction. And we just don't have any evidence that that's actually happening. So that's really what's holding me back from embracing this Pac-Man Earth and embracing even ECEF as a quote unquote true way to depict Earth if we accept the local tangent plane with the hypersphere. But I mean, who knows? This place is freaking mysterious, so I'll allow it for the sake of discussion. It's kind of like, resist accepting it for lack of evidence, but prepare yourself to be pleasantly surprised if it is the case. Because I tell you what, something like this would make our lives a lot easier as flat earthers, and it'd still give the Globers immense heartache because they lose outer space, they lose all of it, they lose the Big Bang and everything. It's kind of like hedging your bets a little bit, but until we get actual direct real world evidence that this is happening, there's no use in claiming that it's true. And there's some flat earthers who do. So in a way, like, the test for this wouldn't be drop over distance, but would be some kind of left-right deviation over distance.
What's the thing you're testing for? Sporadic?
Yeah, to see if Earth itself could be flat, but have some kind of exotic surface such that it loops in all direction in every way you go. It would measure flat, there would be no drop, but if it's doing that, then it's going to be all warbly along the XY axes of the plane. So I'm addressing the Pac-Man Earth concept. If it's true, then we need evidence that there's something not Cartesian happening in a world that we measure Cartesian in every instance. The only thing that doesn't appear that way is potentially the stars, which could be an entirely separate realm altogether.
Well, isn't that the case in the first place? There's no way to measure, like, in that sense, the overall plane?
Yeah, that's right.
That's why the conceptualization of the globe even came about, because they were trying to see how it would all work to explain everything, and that was a way to do it, It's kind of weird, though, because I know this isn't Speculation Sunday or anything, but the idea that the part of the scripture was even referencing that the earth is hung on nothing was kind of like when I looked up what it is when I was trying to figure out the three Taurus explanation, the one that you gave me, and I put it through ChatGPT, and it said that it would be this realm would be hung on nothing. It would almost said something similar. If I could pull it up, I'll read it to you. Just give me a moment.
Okay, yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah, 3 Taurus space would be really cool. Like, if you could take a jetpack and go high enough, would you hit a layer of dirt and roots hanging down, and you dig through it, and you end up back where you started? If you dig a hole deep enough and fall down, will you fall through the ceiling again and back where you started? I was saying earlier, the Globers already accept some aspects of this in their reality, right? You tell a Glober that when they drive to work that they're also driving away from work at the same time. Their brains will short circuit until you show them the globe that they believe in, and then they'll think it makes sense. So, I mean, the speculation is, what if they're not wrong, right? And what if the way satellites are depicted is also not wrong? It's just happening in a different kind of a geometry than what we're used to conceiving with the solar system in mind. But all the physics and everything else would be in place. And so what I'm saying is, for now, we don't have any evidence that the world is not Cartesian, or anything but Cartesian, I should say. And the second we actually notice something that's kind of off, we could be pleasantly surprised, and it's going to give us a lot more ammunition to use in this fight, because we'll be able to accept a lot more of what the Globers claim to be true, but we'll be able to point out to them just how they've conceptualized it wrong, because we've got flat Earth measurements. That's all I'm saying. I feel like the dude in the Lost Highway, man. I'm just in a car driving and yakking to myself.
All right, so let's see if I can talk about this a little bit. The 3 Taurus universe, in regards to, I was doing a little like back and forth with ChatGPT, and I put in there, is there a cube version? So a cube version of the 3 Taurus universe. And then, of course, the conceptualization, I think, has already been thought of, because it says, yes, there's a cube-based version of the 3 Taurus visualization that helps illustrate its topology more clearly. The idea is to take a single cube and identify, and it has in brackets glue, its opposite faces together. Cube-based 3 Taurus universe. It says here, like it's got bullet points, face identifications, front to back, left to right, top to bottom. When these identifications are applied, moving through one face of the cube brings you back through the opposite face. Space loops in all 3 dimensions. The cube becomes a representation of the entire universe, called the fundamental domain. And then it gives me a diagram what it looks like. It says this diagram shows a gluing process for a cube to form a 3 Taurus. Though we can't physically construct this in 3D space without embedding in 4D, it's a topological abstraction that perfectly represents a 3 Taurus. What it means, this cube isn't sitting in anything. It defines the whole universe. That right there was like, it blew my mind. I was like, that's kind of like what it reads in the biblical narrative. Like, so similar like wording.
I mean, there might be something to it.
It's like a 3D version. It's like a 3D version. It's like a 3D version of a Pac-Man space, where walking off one edge makes you reappear on the other. Except it works in all 3 directions. And it says, "Would you like a custom version of this cube made with labels and animations?" And I said yes. And it posted what it looks like. If you want, I'll put the image that it created. I mean, I don't know to what effect that would actually be, but it's, here, I'll save this and then I'll...
Let me revisit something I had a few minutes ago before you joined. So if you go to the northern latitudes, right, and you look at where Polaris is, and the Big Dipper is scooping its way around Polaris, we can use the Dipper stars to celestial navigate and have no problem accepting that we can go across the North Geographic Pole under Polaris and continue on to the other side. But we have a similar reverse happening in the South. We got flat earthers living in South America and in Southern Australia who can see the Southern Cross on the underside of the South Celestial Pole doing its rotational scoop in the opposite direction. and they can navigate by the Southern Cross, which means they can consider a flat baseline connecting observers across potentially the Antarctic island, connecting South America directly to Australia, and it measures flat the whole way. So we could accept the celestial sphere model to some degree. It just gets reconceptualized into a different coordinate system, or different topology, I mean. You know, and none of this concedes that the Earth is a globe. I mean, this is just like, holy shit, now Earth is something even crazier than I thought. Now we've got like a defined realm of existence. We've got our defined volume for gas pressure. We have a boundary that is set by the distance that you travel in one direction and end up where you started, but it loops infinitely if you keep on going. We're in a bounded existence.
It's a bit convoluted, sporadic, but that's what it spit out.
Right? So is this the container realm that God created for us? Is this did humans actually discover the extent of our boundaries and just haven't conceptualized it in the right way in accordance with Scripture?
The thing is, though, it actually conforms to the Enochian version of the universe, because it's,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It's within something else. So that's what he was describing. I don't know. I mean, you guys, you know, when it comes to the overall, you know, you can think about it in any way you'd like. So it doesn't really affect the way that we experience the surface, right? But it just fits certain narratives. Like, to me, this actually fits the description of Enochian universe. So
that's it. And what we are lacking right now is hard evidence that the universe is not this way. That we don't have measurements of this quite yet. We've got inferences from celestial navigation that it is. But this again assumes a celestial sphere when that's a choice in and of itself of interpretation.
yeah, because what happens is Enoch describes how, you know, the sun enters chambers, so do the stars and the moon. So if it's actually going to these like portals or chambers, that it would be traversing itself through this like universe conception, and you know what I mean? Like it could be matching it perfectly to, you know, the Earth that we experience on the surface being a horizontal plane. So.
Right, the portals are the boundary conditions of distance where the manifold loops. That's all. Yep. I got to get going, guys. I'll be listening.
See you, man.
That was interesting what you said about the cube universe earlier. In Revelation, isn't there like a giant cube that comes from heaven or comes the earth, something like that, right?
Yeah, that's the New Jerusalem. So that would be like the concept of like what's being constructed, so that it could be within this realm. It's gonna sit. It's interesting thing about you know, the Book of Revelation. It talks about how it describes what's going to be coming with the new heaven and the new earth. So that's the way it's described: new heaven and new earth. So two things. So if that's the case,
combined into one.
Well, no, it's going to be a renewal of both. So a renewal, new heaven and new earth. So what you see at the very end is a cleansing that occurs. There's a cleansing that occurs, and like there's a purging. You know what I mean? So everybody hints towards there being like a purging towards, I would call it like a destruction and a kind of like a renovation, if you will, for simpler terms. So the renovation starts to occur when things start to happen. The Book of Revelation describes how the stars will fall from the sky. They'd be shaken like a tree, fig tree. So like the figs from a fig tree, when you shake it, they tumble and fall from the tree. So that's what it says in regards to like the stars. So the moon will be turned blood red, and then the sun will not give its light. So the interesting thing about it is that if the moon was reflecting the sunlight in that instance, according to the way Scripture shows it, right? if the moon was reflecting the sun's light, it wouldn't turn blood red like it does during an eclipse if it was the sun being, like what I'm saying. So because the sun's going to be darkened as well as the moon being turned blood red. So what's causing that eclipse, or according to like the way the moon doesn't give its light anymore, but it turns blood red, is like through an eclipse, like when it turns that blood red. But if the sun's not the one giving off the light to the moon, then it's not the sun causing that light to be interrupted and cause an eclipse. At least to that effect, to the scriptorial effect. But yeah, so in regards to the cleansing, it'll be like, everything's going to be destroyed. Mountains are going to be flattened out, like, they're going to be leveled out. So the world itself will be completely renovated. And so this landscape as we know it now will be completely done away with, and then there will be a new heaven and a new earth rebuilt upon that. So upon the what is existing right now. I don't know if you guys if you guys have ever read the end, the book of Revelation, there's also hints of that in like certain prophetic teachings, and let's say Amos, and we're talking about I think let's see, if we're going to the prophets, Isaiah speaks of it, of course. Daniel speaks of it. So there's a lot of like this big event going to take place towards the end. So this big event is going to be like a giant renovation, and it says that the sky will be rolled up like an old scroll. What does that mean? Like obviously the thing that you see right now is like a veil. So that veil is going to be removed. So whatever that is, there's going to be like earthquakes and just like different things that occur towards the end. So it's you can see that because of that, when that renovation occurs, then there will be a renewal. That the new heaven and the new earth will occur. But that's just according to scriptural reference. So everybody might think of it differently. I'm just referring to that. So Enoch describes a different universe when looking at it from a different perspective. He's taken outside of the realm that we exist in into a different one. So he's kind of like taking a vantage point that he's looking at the earth from a different, like an outside perspective. Like he's inside, then he's outside looking in. So and then he's describing it in a way that the way things move are based on like certain like spiritual teachings. They have angels in regard of like to the heavenly hosts, like everything you see in the sky, or the lights that you would see are described as like these heavenly beings. And there's like a commander who's like leading them day in and day out. So there's a lot to deal with, right, when it comes to scripture, but it's not a cup of tea for everybody. But I'm just saying, in regards to the universe being what it is, conceptualized as a 3 torus cube, then it would be like the earth looks like and represented as a horizontal plane, as far as like we're on the surface. And the way it's conceptualized in Hebrew cosmology is with a like covering, and that covering sometimes it appears as a dome, and I don't know what you guys think about that, but it's described differently in the book of Enoch, and it's also in the book of Revelation, where the saints are actually standing upon a sea of glass. So the saints are all of them standing upon a sea of glass, and the sea of glass is like mingled with fire, I think it says, but they're standing on top of a surface. So that surface is above, and of course below would be the earth. Anyway, there's just a concept of what you can think about. It's not really anything to deal with like the surface conditions. It's just people often try to conceptualize the universe like within the framework of a horizontal plane, and that's just what I was always drawn to it in a way, because it's like I can't never explain what it is like overall. All we can do is just describe what the surface conditions are based on our vantage point. And that's always been like something intuitive to everybody. Everybody notices water is flat on its surface. Like that doesn't take a genius to realize that. But people want to get to the macro and start to say, well, what is the Earth overall? And nobody really knows at that point, right? Let's just put it that way. These things are akin to speculations, and there's many different holy books, so everybody can challenge each other with, well, my holy book says this and mine says that. So you get what I'm saying? So there's no real winner there. Everybody can hold their own opinion when it comes to that. So, but it's not. It can't be the thing that if you hold your opinion, conceptualizing the universe as a curved surface, that just doesn't work. Like the globe, that conceptualization has to be also put out in the physical and natural world, where you can, test and verify that the surface condition would be curving as such as it would be with the globe. So, and it needs to conform to the size too. It can't just be, well, it's a bigger globe, that's why it seems flat. It can't do that either. So it needs to be conceptualized in a way that it's easy to understand for somebody on the surface to be able to know the condition of the surface is curving.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I've did some research, Duncan. What it does is it gets people, like, that's why I'm not too hard nosed about it. Like, anybody can say, well, that's bogus. I don't go with that model, that particular framework. But like, that's cool. It's not for me. It's not I'm not dogmatic about that at all. Like, there's nothing about it that to me screams like, oh, I got to stick to my guns on this one. No, because it's like we're feeble-minded, man. Like, you think we could conceptualize the universe, as in, like, what is all of this that we're in? Absolutely not. We can only hear what words are being spoken about it and try our very best to, realize some sort of concept. But it will always be, and I will always say this, a speculation. It will never move into the realm of verifiability. Not in this life, anyway.
Well, I tell you, it'll be scary as hell when those stars start falling out of the sky.
I'm telling you. Have you heard about in 1833 there was like a meteor shower, they're saying, and some people described it looked like stars falling out of the sky?
Yeah, there's different celestial events, Kenchi, that people have witnessed, and it's akin to that. But the actual thing that the Book of Revelation speaks of is a monumental event that will be unlike any other event. There will be no mistake.
Oh, yeah.
That when this occurs,
to say is what I said originally.
We don't need your help, buddy.
Is that place that you were saying that these photos were taken from cannot exist. So now we have come full circle, so I hope you understand what was said to you.
Okay. And he's giving... Okay, he stopped. No more speech. Thank you. So yeah, what you're asking for, demonstration of outer space, doesn't actually make any sort of sense. You don't demonstrate a physical object. You don't demonstrate anything that's going to be physical. You just show it.
Yeah, actually, that's what you do, in fact, demonstrate. You should be able to physically demonstrate things of the physical world. Physically demonstrate it. Show it. You should be able to physically show things about the physical world.
Oh, okay. Yeah, look up.
Yeah, that's what a demonstration is. Wow. Oh my God.
Hey, okay, then I'm doing it right now, right? Look up. That's it. Game over. I win, little woman. I won. How do you feel about that?
That's not a demonstration, little man. That's an observation. You're cooked. You're done.
I just looked up and it's daytime. I don't see stars, so what? No space?
Yeah, he doesn't know the difference between demonstrations and observations, and he made that very clear.
Wait, if you don't observe it, it's not a demonstration. Like, what?
Wow, you're just as lost as he is.
Articulate the difference then.
You don't know the difference between a demonstration and an observation? A demonstration is something I would do to show. right? It's show and tell. You make a demonstration. An observation is something that I would go and see, right? Seeing and showing are not the same thing. Therefore, demonstration and observation are not the same damn thing. How are you confused?
Okay, well, how do you demonstrate a place to somebody? How would you do that?
I'm asking you guys that. How would you demonstrate a pressure system directly adjacent to a vacuum without a container? How would you do that to separate the two?
Okay, so what's the issue with having pressure again?
No. Don't ask questions to my questions. Just answer my question.
Okay, if I were to demonstrate space, I would probably get someone to look at it, make an observation of it.
No.
So there you go.
No.
I'm
Those
going
are
to
not the
observe a
same
near
thing.
perfect vacuum. What are you going to do?
Okay, so now we're not talking about
like,
a
okay,
place.
see, folks, here we have a vacuum.
Yeah, we're not talking about a place then. We're talking about a state, a condition. That being a vacuum.
You're just going to look at it.
So that's different.
Just going to look at it.
But no,
conclude,
it's
yep,
an
that's a
issue
vacuum.
because there is no violation of the second law of thermodynamics because there's a gradient. It's not a pure vacuum next to a freaking pressurized container atmosphere. That's not how that works.
Hey, Dubba, while you're sucking in oxygen, what's the antecedent to the pressure gradient?
There is no antecedent. Wait.
You're a fool.
Wait. Go ahead and tell me.
Show me a gas pressure gradient next.
That doesn't make any sense. You guys don't know what you're saying. You understand? You're roboting, bro. You understand what you just said? What's the antecedent to gradient? Right? That means if there's a container,
gas pressure gradient. What do you need in order to get your gas pressure gradient, Carter?
The antecedent would be the gradient. You guys don't know logic.
No, dude, the antecedent. Yeah, so what comes before the gradient? It's the gradient, Carter? That's not coherent, dude.
No.
That's what you just
conditional. Your conditional is this: if container, then gradient. That doesn't make any sense.
No,
that's not what we said.
Antecedent, right?
Okay, so you need the pressure to have the gradient. What do you need before you have the pressure?
Yeah.
How do you get the pressure?
Okay, well that's not conditional; it's a biconditional. So get it right. If you're saying they both tie to each other like that bidirectionally.
The fuck, dude?
How about you start listening? You made the claim of a gas pressure gradient. In order for you to have gradient, you must have gas pressure. Right?
Not true. Demonstrate that in all cases.
You just said it's not true. In order to have a gas pressure gradient, you do not need gas pressure, is what you just said.
Wait, no. Okay, maybe I misheard.
You're not listening. Yeah, you're not following.
You said container. But no, I agree with that.
You will need the container ultimately because you have to have that for the gas pressure to begin with.
No.
So no gradients because those require the pressure as you already acknowledged.
Yeah.
You get the pressure,
but you don't need a container. There's no reason to assume that you need a container.
What's gas pressure, dude? What is it?
Gas under pressure. The fuck?
Now, what is it? What's the definition? Is that what it says when you Google it?
It doesn't matter
That's what you
the
get.
actual dictionary definition
That kind of matters what it is, dude.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is.
If it's containerized, right? We don't have to say in every case of gas pressure there's a container.
What is gas pressure?
Pressure.
Okay, what is pressure? Let's talk about that. Pressure is a force acting on an area.
Talking about a specific form.
Pressure is a force. Pressure is a force acting on an area, right?
No, what is gas pressure? I'm asking you that. Why are you pivoting to something else? I'm talking about something specific.
It's the same sort of concept, except we're talking about a fluid. It's a force
it's the same thing. Then why can't you talk about the specific case of it that we're talking about? Why are you trying to pivot off to something else?
Because you guys are making the generalization of, well, anytime
you're
there's
trying
pressure...
to generalize it into pressure, dude. We're talking about gas pressure specifically. You're trying to generalize it to just pressure. What is gas pressure?
Yeah, okay, well, you're making an assumption that it has to be a container, when really it's just a force.
I'm asking you what gas pressure is, and you're still babbling.
I've already answered. It's a force acting on a gas, a fluid.
No, it's not acting on the fucking gas.
Yes, it is. And the container acts as that force because of Newton's third law. But it's still a force. It's fundamentally a force.
It's a force exerted on a container by the gas.
Do you think you can exert a force on a fluid? Do you think that?
It's a force. Why are you asking me questions, dude? It's a force exerted on a container by the gas itself. So how are you going to have that without the container? You have a force on a container with no container? That's what you've been sitting here saying.
Okay, yeah, you can have a force acting on something. Okay. You're saying you need a container anytime you have a force?
No, I said you would need a container.
Okay, well, there you go.
Pressure, which is a force acting on a container by definition.
What's the difference? Why do you need a container? Why can't you just have a force?
Because that's what it is, dude. It's a force on a container.
Why are you appealing to some definition? Why can't you imagine what's actually going on?
Why am I appealing to the definition of the very thing that we're talking about? Because that's what we're talking about.
You're being obtuse. Just think about what the definition is talking about and then talk about that. It's talking about a force.
It's a force on a container, specifically. That's what it's defined as.
No.
You're trying to tell us essentially you can have a force on a container without
If there was no container, there would be no force, but that's because...
Okay, here you go.
Okay, in this case, there is no container, but there is a force.
Yeah,
there is a force, though, and it's called gravity. Okay, yeah, I give up. I fucked up.
You said what I needed you to say. Yeah, you said it for me. That's fine. There's no point going on from there. So, thanks for pointing out the gas pressure gradient, because ultimately you're going to need a container for that.
You don't. Why do you think? Why do you think
went through it?
Why do you think you need a container for the gradient?
I just went through it.
Okay, let's think about this. At the very edge, right, where the gradient is like, okay, at the very edge of the gradient, it's like there's no gas there almost, right? If we're talking about an actual gradient.
Where's that?
Okay, do you know what a gradient is? Do you know what a gradient is or no?
Why are you asking me that question? I'm asking where the edge of your gradient is. Are you in your imagination right now, or is this something you can demonstrate?
Abstractly, right? You have a gradient, and then at the very end, it's like there's nothing there, and at the start, there's a bunch of stuff, right? That's the gradient. In this case, it's gas.
You've got a gradient of a force exerted on a container, and at the end of that gradient, you're going to have what? No container?
What happens if you just have the force and no container? Do you think just the universe explodes or what? What is the container actually doing?
If you have the force on the container and no container, the universe explodes?
That's what you think, because
I think to have the force on the container, you're going to need the container.
Why do you need a container? Why can't you just have the force?
Because it's a force. Because it's a force on a container. So you probably need a container for that.
Why do you need a container? You're just being circular.
That's what it is a force on a container.
Oh, dude, you're appealing to some definition.
Hey, Carter, think about it. PSI, pounds per square inch. Square inch of what?
Of the ground.
Of the ground.
Yeah, hey, if there was no ground, then there would be no pressure. That's true.
So you're telling me I can go down the street and buy an oxy bottle, which has got 5,000 watt PSI in it?
Yep.
It's not on the ground. I've got it on my shoulder carrying the fucking thing.
Okay, well, I didn't say there weren't cases where there's a container of pressurized gas. I never said that. I'm just saying it's not a universal statement. It's a false universal statement. You can't say in every case there's pressurized gas that there must be a container with it.
Okay, so in every case that there's force exerted on the walls of a container by gas, there does not need to be a container, is what you just said.
Why are you assuming that there's a container? Here, just say the same sentence.
That's what gas pressure is, dude.
Try saying the same sentence you just said, but without the container and like the first part of it.
It wouldn't make any sense. It would be incoherent. All I'm doing, dude, is swapping the term gas pressure with its very definition. And every single time I do that, you go crazy because you don't know what the words you're saying mean.
No, because you can't comprehend why there's a container there in the first place.
Okay, comprehend for me comprehend for me how there can be no container for a force exerted on a container.
Do you need... Okay, anytime there's a force, right, you're telling me that
no, I didn't say
if I apply a force... Okay, sorry. If I apply a force...
I'm talking about a specific force here, gas pressure.
Gas pressure is not a force, but okay.
Yeah, it is. You don't know what you're talking about.
Pressure is force times area.
Term that you do not understand.
Physics, you don't. Okay.
Why you're just blathering words nonsensically at this point? You don't have a clue what gas pressure is. So you might as well not be
gas pressure is a force, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's literally a force exerted on the walls of a container by gas. Are you? What the fuck? Dude.
Okay, well now you added the second part.
Gas pressure.
The second part. You said gas pressure was a force.
Now you're saying gas pressure is not a force.
It's not. Gas pressure is force over area or times.
I'm just shutting him up. He's retarded. It's not a force, then he says it's a force. Are you kidding me right now?
I said it's force over area or whatever the fuck it is.
So it's a force. So it's a force then, even according to
force over area is a different unit. This is how physics works. You don't understand how basic physics works.
Force over area, that's all right, Carter. Area of what? Right.
The ground, I already said.
So what about the air that's not against the ground?
There's a force applied to it that's not a container.
From the area of what?
No, dude, the force is applied to the container, dude. The container isn't the force.
Okay, so where's this container that you're talking about for the atmosphere?
Pressure, something pressing on something, that's the force. The ground would be one of the walls of the container.
Against the ground. Is the ground just one side of the container?
Yep.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. Where's the other sides?
It doesn't make any sense. How so?
Where's the other sides of the container?
That it's colliding with. Well, you said that there's an edge of the gradient. I wanted to ask you about that. Maybe you have some clue because you were talking about the edge of your gradient. Is that something you can demonstrate, or you in your imagination with that?
Again, that was an abstract thought experiment, but you couldn't engage in that.
Yeah, not something in the real world, right?
You can't engage with any abstract.
So you're appealing to your imagination. That's the problem. Yeah, you're lost in the sauce.
Yeah, anytime you think abstractly, it's just imagination, and you should not think. You should.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in the physical world. You've got no clue, dude. You're absolutely
abstract thought never helped anything. I know.
Yeah, I know. You're just lost in your abstractions. Fucking bullshit. Just mind wandering away into bullshit.
Yeah. So Carter, you've been asked what the definition of gas pressure is before, haven't you?
Yeah.
So what's the definition of gas pressure?
Force over area of a fluid.
Force. So it's a force exerted by.
The definition of gas pressure is force over an area of fluid.
Cite the definition for us. And also, you said force earlier. You said it's not a fucking force. And now you're calling it a force by definition. Get us a citation.
Okay.
Cite it. Get us. Don't just pull it out of the sky, dude. Get us a citation for gas pressure. Tired of you making stuff up. Get it. Cite it.
All right.
Gas pressure. Should I just read it off? Should I just do it?
Nah. Let him step in it.
The force applied per conductor to the surface of the object per unit area, or the force over which the force is distributed.
Dude, citation. Do a citation.
Okay. Wikipedia.
Wikipedia is not fucking citation. My God.
How is that not a citation?
You'd fail fucking high school.
No.
If you brought a citation from Wiki in the high school research paper, you'd get laughed out of.
Okay, we're not doing high school research. We're not doing AP.
We're not doing AP. What? What's AP?
We're not doing AP Lang, bro. Like, relax.
What's AP mean?
advanced placement, which you probably would never get into.
You're a pretender clown, dumb fuck. No, we're looking for the citation for gas pressure.
I gave you the definition.
No,
No, you did not, Carter. You gave pressure, dummy. Not gas pressure. You just gave pressure. We asked for the definition of gas pressure.
You just use the fluid instead of.
Everything you can
No,
to be avoidant.
it's not it. Citation, please. Citation, please. You're gonna get fucking muted.
All right, what's your favorite source?
Citation
So I
for
don't get
gas
Yoda.
pressure. Citation for gas pressure. Shut the fuck up and do it.
Okay, hold on.
Shut up. Then speak to it when you post it.
All right, there you go. NASA.
That's not a you don't even know what a fucking citation is. You posted a source. You're a fucking just fucking mute him and move on. He's fucking retarded. You don't even know the difference between a fucking source and a citation. You're a dumb fuck, dude. Certifiable. Move on. Why are you wasting your time, folks?
Yeah, it was a really dumb conversation.
And a dumb ending when he posted a fucking reference rather than a citation. From NASA, by the way. Fucking
Which
idiot.
actually, it shoots himself in the foot.
Yeah, it does.
Immediately shoots himself in the foot once you open this.
Hey, Carter, you can earn an unmute if you do a full citation.
He won't know how to do it.
He's probably looking up what a citation is.
What a fucking bozo.
Oh, shit. Anyways, Carter, thank you for entertaining me during my lunch break. All right, guys, I'll catch you all later on, please.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks for the butt muncher.
See ya.
What the hell is this? What is this Department of Agriculture thing? What is this sequitur to? Woody plants selected by beavers in the Appalachian and Valley Province. Bro, you just post whatever.
What was a citation? That's how you'd write a citation up.
Wow. Carter, gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the wall of the container.
Yeah.
Stay cooked.
Oh.
I leave.
So, wall was actually in the very sentence right before the one that he pulled out of his source there. The whole paragraph is about the containment of the gas, the container, and the gas molecules striking it to cause the pressure, etc. And he just pulled a sentence out that didn't mention that. Cherry picking at its finest, sir.
So even though your citation says that there's a wall, you want to argue against your own citation?
Specifically. It says right before the part that he pulled out, as the gas molecules collide with the walls of a container, as shown on the left in the figure, the molecules impart momentum to the walls, producing a force perpendicular to the wall. The sum of the forces of all molecules striking the wall by the area of the wall is defined to be the pressure.
Okay, well, they don't get it, just like you guys.
The walls that they're actually talking about in that sentence that he pulled out, they're walls of a container, and he omitted that bit for his citation.
That's hilarious. And then he wants to say wall isn't necessary in his argument. How is the wall? The wall, it's only mentioned how many times, and it's not necessary in his argument?
It's not, so it's fine. It's not
The force of the gas striking the wall, that is the force, that is the gas pressure. Well, how can you say it's not necessary?
Okay, here's actually the issue. You don't need a container. You do need a wall, but only one wall.
Okay, so how are you going to stop the gas from just expanding forever then without an enclosed
If you have a uniform force acting upon it, pushing it towards that wall.
Okay, so what are you going to do to stop the gas from just ever expanding without an
What did I just say?
Yeah, what did you say?
You have a uniform force acting on the gas.
What's
pushing it against the wall?
Pushing it against the wall? That's just kinetic energy,
There's only one wall. There's only one wall.
How? Okay, so show us a demonstration of gas being contained by one wall. One wall preventing the expansion of gas into a volume. Just one wall. Do it.
Yeah, just one wall. No container, just one wall.
One wall and a force. That's the important part. One wall and an external force.
Yeah. Okay, bring your external force in one wall and show us gas. Limit the expansion of gas being limited by just those things.
Look at the stars. There you go.
What the fuck?
That's your example.
It's not a demonstration of gas doing anything.
Look, man, we have a gravity, and that's the only example. So it's kind of like the black swan.
Yeah, that's a nice.
It's kind of like the black swan. You only have one.
Oh my god, dude!
One thing.
What are you talking? You're just fucking babbling. What's wrong with you?
Listen to his stupid giggles. Listen to his stupid fucking chuckles. You chuckle fuck.
You don't have the demonstration.
Sorry, you don't have what we're asking. That's okay.
You can't go so.
That's okay.
Know exactly what you're saying. It's not You're saying that you can have one surface and some sort of force. You're going to limit the expansion.
Yeah, in this case it's gravity, and in another case it might be something else, but it doesn't matter.
You're acting like a fool.
Doesn't
wow,
matter.
Carter. Did you know that gravity is not?
Okay, I'm not going to even grill you on what that is because I don't want to derail into that topic. Just demonstrate.
All right, good. Demonstrate what? You want me to demonstrate gravity for you?
I want you to.
I'm cutting out, dude. He cut out. I don't know about you guys, but he cut out.
I want you to demonstrate it doing the thing that you just claimed it does.
Yeah,
What
one
was
wall,
that?
Carter. One wall. One wall.
It is one wall. What's wrong with that?
Gravity will be the rest of your walls. Yeah, just get one wall, and then gravity will be the rest of your walls. And you're going to have a contained, confined area that the gas is going to be confined to, just with that.
Yep. Yeah, show
Do you
us
think
a
there's
one wall.
anything wrong with that model, though? Just like just from like a conceptual
what's wrong with it is you can't
standpoint.
Demonstrate it.
No. I know you can't demonstrate it.
What's
but
wrong with it is it's not practical or demonstrable. It doesn't physically exist in the real world.
Does it go against like our model?
It goes against the physics of the real world. Yes, the physics of the real world. Yeah, it does, because you can't demonstrate it physically. You'd be able to provide physical demonstration.
You can't demonstrate a lot of things that are still like maybe like possible.
Okay, if you can't demonstrate it physically, then why are you calling it physics?
Because it aligns with the laws of physics.
Okay, if it aligns with the laws of physics, then why can't you demonstrate it physically?
Because it might be hard to demonstrate. So
it might be impossible because it doesn't align with the laws of physics, because it's not something that happens.
Okay, well, how is it impossible? How does it go against the laws of physics? Go ahead and tell me.
Because it cannot be physically done, dude.
That's not an answer. That's called circular
you can't
reasoning.
Demonstrate it in the physical world.
Explain to me why it's not possible.
You can't demonstrate it in the physical world because it doesn't follow the laws of physics.
How?
Because you can't demonstrate it.
Oh my gosh, dude. So you can't point to anything in our physical model that would show that it's impossible. You can't do that. You just got to say, "Oh, it's impossible because it's not demonstrable." You can't point to anything
in the physical world
so silly,
that supports your.
So
you can't point to anything in the physical world that supports your claim.
Are unicorns physically?
You're not answering questions. You're not asking the questions here. You can't point to anything in the physical world that supports your claim of a physics model, dude. What are you modeling then? Obviously, not the physical world.
Okay. But if something, okay, why do we have a model that works?
What are you modeling? What's the observed phenomenon? If this is a physics model, then you must have an observed phenomenon in the natural and physical world to begin with. To even begin modeling, what's that?
An attractive force and a wall and some gas.
An attractive force and a wall.
Yep. That's what you'd need to demonstrate it, right?
Gravity is specifically.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going to ask what you actually observed.
It doesn't matter.
What did you actually observe? No, give me the actual observation. What was it specifically? The specific thing in the natural world that was seen and observed.
When I drop an apple, it falls down.
Okay, that's got nothing to do with gas. Try again.
It demonstrates that there's a downward force, and that if there's gas, then there must be a downward force acting upon it. So.
Okay, so if that logic holds, if it'll happen to an apple, therefore it'll happen to gas, just do it with gas then. Demonstrate with gas real quick. Go ahead.
What do you mean? Demonstrate that gravity acts on gas?
I mean, yeah. Use gas in your demonstration of what you claim happens in the physical world with gas, not some other matter. What's observed with gas that you're... Okay, what's the observation?
It falls down when you pour it.
Falls down.
No.
Does it mix? Does it mix with the other gases?
It goes down. I don't know what else to tell you.
Goes down.
Because of gravity and attractive force.
It doesn't disperse and mix homogeneously with the other gases around it over time.
Maybe, but that doesn't mean it's not going down. That doesn't mean there's not an attractive force.
Yeah, you're begging the question of attractive force, and you're out of step with your own paradigm, saying force.
Okay. Yeah, it's effectively a force, bro.
Effectively a force. What is it? Not a force, then? Just acting like one, but not really a force?
It's an acceleration that causes a force.
Acceleration that causes a force. The force would be the thing causing the acceleration, doofus.
Okay, well then it's a force. Because it accelerates objects to a certain point.
Then it's a force. Okay, well, not in the Einsteinian paradigm.
Okay, boohoo, you can have both in the same thing. So you can have both paradigms and it still works. We're not talking about black holes, bro.
Carter, You're just like invincibly ignorant, dude.
You guys can't win against me.
No, you can't win against invincible ignorance.
Sorry, I had to step away for a sec. But okay, so your demonstration, the gas only needs one surface, and then gravity to limit it to a confined space. Is that you're going to release gas in an already contained gaseous environment?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so that gas within that gaseous environment, how's that there?
You mean how is it there?
What's that doing
pour
there?
it. The fluid.
No.
That's good.
So what's it next to?
Being attracted by gravity.
What's it next to? What is the gas next to?
More gas.
Vacuum?
It's next to more gas.
Next to more gas. Okay.
And more gas and more gas.
Okay, so how's that gas contained?
By other gas.
By other gas.
And
so
it's not.
Gas.
It's
so you
not
can have
contained.
a wall of gas. So you can have a wall.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, the gas isn't contained. Then how's it there? Wouldn't it just keep expanding?
Sorry, it's contained by gravity and the wall.
Okay, can you demonstrate gravity acting as a container for gas?
It's a force. That's all you need.
It's a force isn't a demonstration.
Which is my whole argument, right?
So the words "it's a force" isn't a demonstration.
No, dude, you're not understanding.
Also, go look it up
what
harder.
you need a container.
Gravity's not a force.
Okay.
Because gravity doesn't have mass.
Yeah, that's why I said it's acceleration. And I know that it's acceleration, but
So you've added gas into an already gaseous environment, so obviously that gas within that environment is already contained somehow. We're asking you to demonstrate gas with no container, without the walls, the physical walls of a container, other than the one that you granted.
Okay.
And just gravity for the rest of it, and you're going to limit the expansion of that gas into some sort of adjacent vacuum with no other walls but that one.
Okay, dude. I don't know how else to explain this. I already told you. There is an acceleration. Well, I can't. How would I demonstrate that? I can't.
Exactly. That's the whole point. It's impossible.
Dude,
it doesn't exist. It's impossible.
Okay.
No. Yeah, exactly. You just said it right there. How would I demonstrate that? You can't, because it's not reality, dude.
Unicorns exist physically? Can they?
Yeah, the same way that your single wall container for gas exists.
Right? They can? They're physically possible?
The same way that your single wall...
They're physically possible, right?
Your one wall container for gas exists. Same way that does.
Yeah, so just like a unicorn, right? Here, just like a unicorn, just like my what I'm talking about, just like a unicorn, it's physically possible, but I can't demonstrate it.
Actually, I'm happy with that. Right.
Yeah, I know, it sounds bad. No, I know, it sounds bad, but it's true.
Fine. Yeah. You just said that gravity...
It sounds bad, but hey, guess what? It's still physically possible. Oh my gosh.
You just said that your gravity container for gas is as realistic as unicorns. I'm fine with that. That's good enough.
It's still physically possible. It's still unicorns could exist, right?
You're desperate. You're really desperate,
dude. Oh my gosh.
This religion of yours has got you now arguing unicorns. You guys,
it's actually
think about what this has done to your head, dude. This conversation has made you now argue for unicorns.
I didn't say unicorns existed. Oh my gosh.
You said
my whole point is that this is possible.
Okay. In the same way that unicorns are possible.
Argument.
Wait.
Okay, go ahead.
In the same way that unicorns are possible.
Yes.
But unicorns don't exist. You're not saying that unicorns exist, right? You're not saying unicorns exist.
Thing where like unicorns. So
you're not saying unicorns exist. You're not saying they exist. That's what you're doing. You're not saying unicorns exist, right?
It is possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
You're not saying they exist.
That's my argument. You're saying unicorns cannot exist. That's your argument. That's what you said.
Okay, so you're not saying that your gravity container for gas exists.
I'm saying it's physically possible. And you're saying definitionally, no, it's not it's not possible.
You're saying it's possible like unicorns are possible.
Oh my god, there's no way you can't comprehend this. When someone makes an existential claim...
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to get it on record. I'm just trying to get this thoroughly on the record.
Definitionally, make the claim that all gas needs to be pressurized by a container You're saying it's impossible for gas to be pressurized without a container. And I'm making the argument that it is possible if you have a wall and a force. That's my argument.
That unicorns are possible.
Yeah, yes. So Carter, you still haven't demonstrated a one-wall.
So your gravity container claim is as realistic as unicorns.
Oh my gosh, dude, I give up.
So it's fiction, basically.
Do you think do you think you can make an existential claim and then someone else say it's impossible? Do you think those can be in conflict with each other? Right? Do you think that can be something that people can argue?
Yeah.
Because that's what's going down.
Unicorns. Yeah, we've got you on the live stream now. Yeah.
I don't care. What I'm saying makes perfect sense. And I understand what I'm like. If you don't understand it, that's fine.
Yeah, there could be unicorns.
But this is just how claims work.
Yeah. This is where your mind has gone. There could be unicorns.
Do you know the difference between someone who says unicorns cannot exist ever and someone who says, it might be possible? We might have just not found them.
That's fine.
Are those two people the same person to you? Do you think they represent the same claim or what? Yeah, so what's the difference?
Well, the difference is one is lost in fantasy and imagination, obviously. The other one knows what's going on
in the real world. I shouldn't have used unicorns. The cognitive dissonance is crazy.
Well, you did. You used unicorns, and you said that they're about as realistic as your gravity container. And I'm fine with that. If you want to, believe that there could be unicorns the same way gravity could do this and that to gas, that's fine.
Okay, well, whatever.
Basically,
maybe you're struggling because
it's a fantasy
unicorns
belief
are
that you have. I'm not struggling. You made it clear that it's a fantasy belief.
Yeah, I think maybe the fantasy part is what's throwing you off. It's like it's very unlikely that unicorns actually exist. But I'm saying
it's very unlikely that your gravity container actually exists, since that's the analogy.
No, but I think my gravity container is very probable. That's the thing.
Oh, it's highly probable, even though
you said with observations and it's physically possible. Really? So I mean, I don't know what else you need.
Then why did you say it was physically possible the same way unicorns are possible? Do unicorns align with their observations?
They share the same property of it being possible. That's why I brought up
unicorns share the same property of being possible as your gravity container.
Exactly, yeah. They just aren't. You're
going to go ahead and say this, so exactly. You're okay with this. You're okay with putting this argument out there. The gravity container is as likely as unicorns. You're okay with saying this?
Where it's impossible, yes. If we're saying it either it's possible or it's not, those are the only two options, then yeah.
Where you guys get bored
then it's something else.
Is that what it was?
I hope this gets clear.
Yeah, fucking right. Over talk everyone.
It's on YouTube.
Just over talk you. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, he said that his gravity container is as possible as unicorns.
What? That's what I'm. Why is he off mood? Kick his ass out of here.
I like that. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's good for the record.
My God.
Thanks, Carter. You did good. Thanks.
Please tell me
gravity container. Your fucking ass is a gravity container. Fucking clown. Fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating forums. Probably laugh you out of there too. Dumb fuck.
It was hilarious. Yeah, he said it's possible the same way unicorns are possible. I'm okay with that.
Well, it looks like the chat skank word tonight is Jolly Virus. He's deafened and muted himself.
Is it?
Carter deafened himself to go back through the live stream and listen to that train wreck.
The fuck?
What about Leaf? Leaf, are you a Glober?
Oh, God, he's dumber than the other guy.
Oh, gosh, never mind then.
I'm agnostic.
What do you think of that, Leaf? There could be a gravity container just like there could be unicorns.
Yeah, because like the gravity is pushing to us instead of like pulling.
Oh, brother.
So you agree with them? It's possible, like unicorns.
Bro, y'all dumbass just don't understand. If you're a flat earther, you have to understand that.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Bro, it's split
Shut
in
the
half.
fuck up. You're the dumbest person in here. Not giving you the fucking mic. You already demonstrated your dumbass. How many times?
Not enough.
Apparently not enough. If it was my server, it would have been enough 3 years ago for your dumbass.
People get a bit sensitive and I'm telling the truth. It's alright.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Are you guys ready to get destroyed again? A little.
Here comes little man. Here comes little
He's
man
running.
again.
Wait, he said he's out. He's running away from the fight. From my truth. I'm the truth. As always.
Okay, little buddy.
Check this out. Carter just said a minute ago that gravity could contain gas. It's about as likely as unicorns. And he put that forth as an argument for gravity.
Oh, well, Carter, you're mistaken, because gravity is the reason to why... Okay, he deafened. Never mind. Dude is out.
Carter's a Glover. Carter's one of your boys. That's what he said.
Hold on. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Wait.
100% sure.
Yeah. I said, look, it could be that gravity contains gas, just like there could be unicorns. He couldn't physically demonstrate it being so, so he had to liken gravity to unicorns, and he thought that that was a pretty good argument for gravity.
Wow.
I agree with them. Yeah, you kind of have to appeal to fiction or something, right? Because you can't physically demonstrate it. That's what I was grilling him on. Where's the physical demonstration? He said you can't have
I could demonstrate gravity.
So he said it's like unicorns. They could exist.
So the experiment for gravity is going to be... For gravity is going to be... I'm not going to say force. I'm not falling for it. I'm not going to say force.
We're talking about gas, though. Gravity acting on gas. Even if we want to grant you gravity, we're talking specifically about its supposed effects on gas.
Yeah, you could demonstrate that by going to a higher altitude and knowing that the gas pressure is going to change from like sea level.
Okay, and that's
Too bad you said
to the bending and warping of space-time, a conceptual medium.
No, heretic, he just said pressure. You can't have pressure without the container.
Yeah, I know.
What? What are you talking about? I just said that gravity acts as a container.
You're talking about gas pressure, right?
Yeah, he talking about how at higher altitude, you go
on the
up
walls
and
of a container.
Less pressure, but there's still pressure.
Wait, there is less pressure. Less doesn't mean none. What do you mean?
Right, of course, exactly. No, I agree with you.
Wait, I'm so confused here. What are we? There's two people talking at the same time. So you guys are saying there is none?
Gas pressure is a force exerted on the walls of a container. Saying that there's less of it is still admitting a container.
It's like what do you mean? No, there's no physical container. Gravity isn't physical, right?
So what's gas pressure?
The pressure of gas. I mean, this is what do you mean? How do you want me to define
but what is it? What's the definition of gas pressure?
Gas pressure. I can just give it to you. Like, we'll just make this quick. Okay, rip the Band-Aid off. The definition of gas pressure is the force that gas particles exert upon the walls of the container that they're in.
Right. So but I just said gravity. Gravity is like a container.
Yeah, gravity's not a physical container.
So gas is exerting pressure. Physical. So gas is exerting pressure on the walls of gravity, and gravity is non-physical. How does it do that?
So the way gravity works is it acts not a force, guys. Please don't jump me on this again.
So you got non-physical walls.
Yeah, but what it fundamentally does, gravity as a whole, what it does is just pull things down, including air, including molecules, including everything. So
down. So
to the core of the globe, right? To the core. Yeah. So
that would be a force exerted on gas, not gas.
That would be a force. You're claiming gravity is a force.
Yes. What? Okay, guys, hold on. If there is no gravity, there won't be any sort of gas pressure because the air would just go out to outer space.
That's not
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole problem. There can't be outer space because there has to be a confined area for the gas.
But you guys are making an assumption that it's going to be confined. It's not. It's not. There's no physical confined.
Well,
okay.
I'm not making an assumption. It's the definition of gas pressure. Gas pressure is the force exerted by gas on the walls of its container. How are you supposed to have that force on a container without the container?
I keep saying this. I mean, gravity acts as a container, so this is...
Okay, so now you've got gas exerting a force on the wall of gravity, and gravity is space-time, which is a conceptual, non-physical...
Well, gravity is not a wall either, right? Gravity is more like a force.
Well, then gas can't be colliding with it.
No, what it does collide with, that's why it's more dense in the bottom of sea level, right? It's going to be colliding with the land, with the sea level, the ground. That's why there's more in the bottom, and the higher you go.
That's one wall of the container, the ground. Yeah, okay, I'll take that.
Does this guy not know what the fuck he's talking about?
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with a non-physical medium, a conceptual medium of gravity and space-time.
1 second, my intelligence was questioned. Who's the guy? The guy who said, I don't know what I'm talking about. Can you speak up a little? Can we talk about this? And let me demonstrate to you.
I want to see the rest of your gravity container, dude.
Can I meet the guy and show him he doesn't know what he's talking about?
Don't get into a pissing match right now. We're trying to focus on
pride has been touched.
Which is a gravity container.
Yeah, I keep telling you, the gas pressure is going to be more on the bottom because gravity plays a role. It's going to be so. Like, hold on. A good example would be like when you pour oil water, right? Which one is going to be in the bottom? Which one is going to be on top? Do you know?
Okay, so that's density. So that's a density tower. So that's not.
Yeah, but hold on. Density doesn't mean anything by itself, though. Density doesn't.
Gas doesn't arrange itself like that. It just mixes homogeneously.
So why doesn't it?
The denser gases and then the less dense ones going up. It's not like that. It's homogeneous, more or less.
Oh, really? So why is it the case that when we fill a balloon with helium, it goes up?
Yeah, because it's contained. Because the helium is cut off.
Yeah, but if it's all the same...
The helium can't intermix with all the other gases in the surrounding gaseous environment because it is contained.
Yeah, but the reason it goes up is because it's lighter, right? That's why when you suck it, your voice becomes also lighter. Do you understand that?
So what?
Okay, so what you just said is a lie. When you just
listen, dude, it's going to mix homogeneously with the rest of the gases if it's exposed to them. Since it's cut off,
going to go up.
It's contained. Not necessarily. It's going to go in all directions.
No, it cannot go in all directions.
It's going to be less dense than the overall gaseous environment at the surface. That's why the balloon is the thing that's going up. The helium itself, if it were just exposed to the overall gaseous environment, would just mix.
Okay, but the reason it's going up is because... Hold on, if I put oxygen in a balloon, it's not going to go up, it's going to come back down, right?
All right, so we're getting into the sauce here. So what you're supposed to demonstrate is that space-time is actually...
It's like you're running away. You're running away from the point. I think you realized the point you made was wrong, so you're running away again. Dude, come on.
No, we're not. No, it's just that I've already responded to
it. Okay, so why is it when I throw... Wait, why is it when I blow in it?
It's sort of a sidebar, dude, because you're supposed to be proving your cause claim for a gradient.
I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to do.
So how do you know that space-time causes a gradient?
Okay, can I please try without you interrupting? Please,
yeah, if you're going to speak to the point. Okay, so you're going to use a helium balloon to demonstrate that space-time causes a gradient?
I'm on my knees. I'm begging you, please.
Okay, yeah, make sure you stick to the point, space-time causing a gradient.
Okay. So the reason why... Oh, God.
Yeah.
Wait, you're going to narrow down my talking point when